What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku was reincarnated in the world of Genshin Impact. What would happen if Izuku was in the world of Genshin Impact? How would this affect the world? Guess you'll have to find out. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author ThatGoodWriter for writing this story. Now, let's get into the story. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 1. Itachi Shinso is out of bounds. The winner. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku panted as he looked around the stadium. There must have been at least hundreds, if not thousands, of people who were cheering his name. Izuku, however, paid them no heed. He scanned the audience looking for a familiar face, and he grinned when he saw it. The man Izuku was looking for was an unnaturally thin man who appeared to be in his early to mid-40s. His eyes were a strange color, his sclera being completely black, while his eyes were a shade of blue. He wore a bright yellow suit with a bland blue tie. The man grinned an unnaturally wide smile at the green-haired boy and gave him a thumbs up. This man was Toshinori Yagi. Hero name. All Might. All Might, for whoever lived under a rock, was the #1 hero in Japan. He had many names and titles. His most famous one being the symbol of peace. However, he was also Izuku's mentor. His quirk. One for all. An incredible quirk that was used to save thousands, if not millions, of lives. However, All Might was growing weaker thanks to a villain he had fought in the past. He was limited to 3 hours a day of hero work. So, he had passed the awesome quirk onto Izuku after witnessing the boy, who was quirkless at the time, jump at a villain to save the life of a fellow student named Bakugo. The most impressive thing, besides the amount of bravery Izuku displayed, was the fact that he was willing to save the life of Bakugo, who had tormented him since they were children for not having any quirk. Even to this day, Bakugo still bullies Izuku, and Izuku is still terrified of Bakugo. That being said, they are currently on somewhat better, if you can even call it that term, since Izuku beat Bakugo in battle training. Izuku gave a huge smile to the symbol of peace as he tried his best to ignore the pain in his fingers. The match against Shinso had not been easily won, considering Shinso's quirk was very deadly. Shinso's quirk, Brainwash, almost cost Izuku the match, considering all Shinso had to do was give him a command to walk out of the ring. Right before he could walk out, however, he saw multiple people staring at him and he had snapped put of it. However, he had broken his fingers after charging one for all through them to stop himself from walking. He had then used a move from Bakugo's arsenal and threw Shinso over his shoulder and out of the ring. The boy in the ring, Izuku Midoriya, was a boy who had troubled past. He was born quirkless, which meant that he had no power to call his own. Back in his old school, he was the target of teasing because of his nervous attitude and hero notebooks. Even kids with stupid quirks, like stretching their eyeballs or changing their ear size, made fun of Izuku. Izuku, however, just accepted this and dealt with it throughout his entire life. However, he was recently given All Might's quirk. One for all because of his heroic actions. The only problem was that Izuku broke himself when he used his quirk. His quirk could easily kill if he unleashed a punch at someone, but his arm would break if he did so. So, he had to fight quirkless half the time since he couldn't use his quirk unless it was an emergency. However, he was unknowingly inspiring quirkless kids around the world, showing them how, even without a quirk, they could still become heroes. Izuku even came in first for the obstacle course without using a quirk. However, despite now having thousands of fans, both quirkless and quirked, he was still an extremely shy, nervous boy. In the cheering crowd, there sat a blonde-haired, spiky-headed teen who was growling at Izuku. This was Bakugo. Bakugo's quirk, Explosion, was a very powerful quirk. Everyone in his old school complimented his quirk and made fun of Izuku for not having one. Bakugo was the source of the teasing, and sometimes went from teasing to threats, and one time, even told the green-haired boy to kill himself. Bakugo had regretted the suicidal words the moment they had left his mouth, not that he would ever tell anyone that. He also got you with that shoulder toss, right Bakugo? Denki Kaminari, another one of their classmates from Class 1A, had asked with a teasing nature. Shut up Dun's face. Bakugo snarled as Denki mocked being hurt from his words. That jerk. Bakugo hissed under his breath. He was totally baiting him. Damn Deku. Izuku and Shinso met up for a round of applause. Shinso was looking disappointed and frustrated as Izuku just looked physically and mentally exhausted. Well, announced the pro hero Midnight. Put your hands together for our fierce competitors. As the crowd cheered, yelled, and clapped, Izuku looked up at Shinso. Hey Shinso. Izuku called out to the tired boy. Why do you want to be a hero? Shinso looked up before turning away from the green-haired boy. We don't get to choose the things we naturally admire. Shinso responded rather coldly. As Shinso walked away, he suddenly heard voices. Hey Shinso. Good job, man. Shinso looked up, his anger and frustration quickly melting into awe as he saw his fellow general study students cheering for him. You had us on the edge of our seats. You did just as well as the guy who got third in the obstacle course. You're the shining star of us general studies guys. Shinso looked at them in amazement as they cheered him on. The business course had heard and seen this and started muttering amongst themselves. The hell's you thinking? Putting him in general studies? Yeah. He's got potential to be a hero. Both you and that green-haired kid did great. Keep it up. Shinso looked down at his feet and did something that no one, not even himself, remembered doing. He smiled. Not a huge smile, but a tiny smile did grace his features. He turned to Izuku. The smile not having left his face, Izuku stared at him, dumbstruck and slightly in awe and happiness. Shinso then began to talk. Maybe I failed this time, but I'm not giving up. He grinned at Izuku as the green-haired boy stared at him impassively. I'm still going to be the #1 hero, don't you agree? Izuku smiled and felt his head nod. He came back to his senses, realizing that he had quickly fell under Shinso's quirk again, and frowned at his smirking opponent. Izuku. Do me a favor and don't get eliminated so easily. Not at all would be better too. Izuku's face went from a frown to a look of determination before nodding, this time of his own accord. Shinso grinned before walking out of the stadium. Izuku watched him walk out and quickly snapped back into reality. The green-haired boy smiled and walked out of the arena too. Izuku had been greeted by his friends when he had emerged from the room he had been recovering in. They all clapped as his friend, Ilda Tenya, patted him on the back. They all bombarded him with questions, like how it felt to be brainwashed, how he broke out, what happened to his fingers, and other actions of the category. Izuku, who was a nervous person in general, became much worse when his potential crush, Uraraka Achako, had walked over, got in his face, and started to ask questions excitedly. Uraraka's quirk, zero gravity, allowed her to take away weight from an object which allows it to float. However, the more weight that she lifts into the air, the more sick she gets. She was also completely unaware of Izuku's feelings towards her. Unfortunately for our green-haired protagonist, the cute girl never noticed his face reddening the longer they talked, until he finally excused himself to go to the bathroom. That's strange. Uraraka frowned as she watched Izuku, whom she called Deku as a sign of you can do it, stumble away from the group as he walked right into a wall before blushing even more in sheer embarrassment and going around the corner. Do you think something's wrong with Deku? He's acting a bit strange. Maybe he lost too much blood in the fight. I doubt it, said Tenya, whose quirk was engine. He looked like he had a stomachache of some sort. Well, I think he's acting how he always acts, Kiro, said Sayu Asui. Everyone had accepted her strange tick of saying the words Kiro. It made sense concerning her quirk was frog, so she obviously had some frog-like tendencies. MHM. Came a smug Minru Minetta's voice, whose quirk was pop-off and was also a huge pervert. Uraraka looked confused. What's that supposed to mean, Minetta? Minetta held back a grin. Everyone in their year knew that the cute girl liked the broccoli hair-colored boy and vice versa. The fact that both tried to hide it and blatantly ignore it, which Minetta just found hilarious. But he wasn't going to tell them, not yet anyway. Minetta only shrugged before putting on a relaxed persona. Nothing. Nothing at all. Uraraka then looked at him and glared. Were you picturing something inappropriate again, Minetta? That is so you. Ilda shook his head. You never change, do you? Aisu then looked at the others. Come on guys. We're going to miss lunch, Kiro. Minetta stared at them as they walked away, shocked by his discovery. Do they not know? Thought Minetta. How in the hell do they not know? It's the most obvious thing in the world. He sighed before following suit and walked through. I let them think I was thinking of something inappropriate. Midoriya, when you get older you better pay me back for this. Little did the purple-haired midget realize that Midoriya was nearby, but he wouldn't be for long. Izuku yawned as he walked through a tunnel within the stadium after quickly getting away from what could have been an embarrassing situation. He was sure Minetta had figured out that he liked Achako, but he was not sure if the others knew or not. He quickly walked faster as some of the blood rushed to his face. He was walking so quickly that he nearly ran into a man who was walking towards him. Izuku shrieked in surprise as he ran into the man as what appeared to be snow globes fell from the man's pockets. The man cursed and looked at the green-haired boy with a hint of annoyance. You, boy, announced the man in an overdramatic fashion as he pointed at Izuku with his hands in a rather flamboyant manner. Izuku looked at the man in terror. I am so sorry, yes sir. Izuku pleaded. H here. Allow me to help why you with tea that. The man glared at him for a moment longer and sighed in resignation. No, forgive me. I overreacted and scared you a little. I should be the one apologizing, he said while bowing. Although, it appears we created quite a mess. Could you help me out, good sir? Izuku nodded and helped him pick up the snow globe-like objects. Izuku gazed at them in wonder. Pardon me, sir. Izuku said as he held one up and analyzed it. But what are these things? The man smiled at Izuku. Those, my boy, are realms. Izuku blinked in confusion. Our realms. The man laughed at Izuku's ignorance. Don't worry, my boy, I'll explain it. My quirk. Globe World allows me to create worlds that are fake, such as a world where there are not any quirks, or a world you may see in a manga, book, or show. For example. He broke open a globe, revealing a world where there were no quirks. They looked down and saw hundreds of people walking around a city. There was much talking, screaming, yelling, and laughing heard as they saw the people interact with each other. As you see. He said, closing the portal and trying hard to suppress the pride he felt at the awestruck look the boy was giving him. There are many worlds and realms I can create and observe. That's incredible. Izuku exclaimed, trying his hardest not to mutter about how useful such a quirk could be. He jumped in excitement. See, can I see another one, sir? The man laughed, sure boy. Just make sure you're not led. The loud cracking noise interrupted them. Izuku looked around in confusion before immediately vanishing. The man looked on in horror as he stared where Izuku had landed from his excited jumping, a broken globe where Izuku's shoe had landed. Oh no. The man said, looking terrified. He always looked into the world to observe, but he never went into a world. The man turned pale as he heard voices coming his way as one though raced through his mind. Where did the boy go? The Heroic Impact. Chapter 2. Izuku's eyes opened slowly and he only saw darkness. He looked around in confusion. Did someone shut the lights off in the hallway he was in? Where was the man? Who turned the lights off? This doesn't look like the hallway I was in. He immediately jumped up and smashed his head on a rocky ceiling with a loud thump. He gave a quick yelp while rubbing his head and looking around himself in confusion. Where did that man go? Where am I? This isn't the stadium. Was I kidnapped? More questions ran through Izuku's head as he looked around for the first time. It appeared he was in a dark, gloomy cave with barely any light. Izuku suddenly remembered where he had been the moments before he had gone unconscious. That man. Izuku thought as he began to panic even more due to the unfamiliar environment. Did he do this? I wonder if it was on purpose or not. Was he a villain? Izuku pondered. Well. He thought as he sighed and propped himself up. Worrying about it won't get me anywhere. I need to find some people and ask them. As he made his way out of the depressing cave, worry suddenly overcame him. Uraraka. Hilda. Mineta. Asui. Kaken. He thought as his face took on a terrified expression. Were they hurt? Were they kidnapped too? Izuku looked terrified and the thought of his friends being hurt. After all, they were close to him after the event, so maybe they were alone too. He suddenly stopped and took a few deep breaths. Okay, Izuku. He thought to himself, calming himself down with a deep breath. For one, I don't even know if they're here with me. I didn't see them anywhere near that man. Besides, he thought as his shoulders began to loosen and become less tense. By any chance if they are here, they have their quirks with them. They'll know how to take care of themselves. Izuku finally looked a bit more content as he slowly made his way over to an enormous object in the dark cave. It appeared to be a boulder. Izuku grunted as he pushed at the boulder, but the boulder did not meet his needs. It barely moved as Izuku sighed and aimed his finger at the boulder. I need to know where I am, but this is going to hurt for sure. He took a deep breath, both physically and mentally preparing himself for the upcoming pain. He then let out a shout. Belware smash. The force of the attack blew apart the boulder into multiple pieces as rocks flew in every direction. Izuku covered his eyes as dust flew everywhere, only to open them to sunlight protruding through the opening in the cave which he had just made. He groaned as he felt his finger throb. Ignoring the pain to the best of his ability, he climbed his way over what was left of the rocks as walked out of the cave, the ground beneath him turning from rocks to soft grass. He walked into the bright light and saw a beautiful landscape before him. The trees and grass there were healthy as their leaves and blades swayed in the breeze, the waters were pure and untouched by pollution, and the mountains that he saw in the distance looked as though they touched the sky. Izuku looked over to his right and saw an enormous village. The word city might have been a better choice of words. The buildings there were huge and luxurious. An enormous windmill sat in the town, along with many other buildings near and surrounding it. There were strong stone walls around the city to stop intruders, and a building that was so big Izuku could clearly see all of its details, even for being so far away. Izuku blinked in amazement. He suddenly remembered the man's quirk. Globe World. The man had been correct. Izuku was indeed in another world. But if I am in another world, where's the man? He pondered as he made his way over to a tree. He quickly ripped a huge branch off and took off his left shoelace. Guess I'll have to survive for now. It shouldn't be too long until someone finds me, right? He thought as he began to make a fishing rod. Now, had anyone from Izuku's world had seen Izuku making a fishing rod, they would have been amazed. Izuku, the superhero nerd, knows how to make tools to survive. Had his classmates from his old school heard this, they would have been on the floor from laughing so hard. But it was true, Izuku did know how to survive when put into a situation when all odds were against him. Most of the skills were from hanging out with Kachin. When they were children, Kachin and his friends, followers, went down to the creek to catch fish once a month. Since Izuku never got a fishing rod, even though everyone else did, he had to make his own. He wasn't perfect at first, but he got better as time went on. He eventually became a very good tool maker, thanks to Kakin's ignorance and arrogance. Alright. He thought to himself as he examined the pole. This'll do for now. Next up, I'll have to make a shelter and fire. Izuku then walked over to the river and looked at himself in the reflection of the water. He was still wearing the UA training uniform, but his finger, to his sudden realization, had miraculously healed. He flexed it amazed, wondering if the man's quirk had fixed his finger. Izuku then turned towards the nearby forest and stared at it for a minute. He analyzed it, taking in every detail, seeing if it would make a good place to call home. Let's see. He thought. There are lots of trees for wood, so I don't have to worry about shelter or fire. I hear lots of animals, so that settles my food problem, and there's a river right here, so that solves my water problem. Izuku turned towards the forest and sighed. He wanted to go and explore the giant town he had seen earlier, but told himself no. Not only did he have to survive on his own, he didn't know if he could trust anyone in this world yet. As he muttered to himself on what should be done, a snarling noise suddenly came from behind him. He turned around, seeing a giant bear getting into an attack position. Izuku stared at it blankly for a moment, his fishing rod shaking slightly. When something strange happened, the bear looked up at Izuku, and fear immediately filled its eyes. It stared for a moment longer, before running away into the trees and out of sight. Izuku blinked before realizing what had happened. He stared off into the trees, but the bear was not one of his problems. That's odd. He thought to himself. I wasn't that scared of the bear. Most people, even with quirks, would run away. But I didn't, and the bear ran away instead. I know that I look exactly the same because I saw my reflection in the water. What's going on? Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by his growling stomach. He sighed before walking over to the river with his fishing rod. It was going to be a long day. Izuku whistled as he cast his fishing rod into the water with his uninjured hand. He leaned back a little and looked up at the puffy clouds. It had been a number of days since he had gotten here, and there was still no sign that he would return home. During the couple days, Izuku had been working himself to the bone. He had made himself a little wooden shelter and had managed to get some fruits and smaller animals to eat. While it was true that Izuku could use one for all to take them down, he didn't want to take the whole forest down as well. He still couldn't control one for all, and he knew that if he wanted to survive, he would have to learn how to control it quickly. Another thing that Izuku had not done was that he had not gone into the town yet. Izuku had seen night patrols come from the town during that last few days and feared what they would do if he was found. He didn't own the forest. If they did, by any chance, then he would be arrested. Izuku didn't like that at all, but the forest was comfortable, and he did get food and shelter here. But Izuku knew that he couldn't survive like this forever. He just had to wait. To wait for someone, like All Might, to come and help him. So far, however, there was zero progress on the matter of being rescued. Izuku knew that he had to try escaping eventually, but for now, it was a no-go. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly jumped when bubbles appeared in the water. He glanced at it and then back at his pole. He grinned a little at the thought of catching a devious fish. Alright. Izuku thought as he gave the pole a little tug. I don't have much bait on me, but I guess I'll give it a shot. But odds are I won't catch. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when he felt a big weight get added to his pole. It almost took him and the pole into the rushing current. He quickly put his foot onto a rock for support. This thing is huge. Izuku exclaimed aloud before pulling the rod harder, which it seemed to fight. Finally, he gave one last tug with all of his might. The figure suddenly broke the water's surface. Izuku gaped in surprise. What he though had been a fish was, in reality, a little girl with snow-white hair. She had appeared to be a halo over her head, along with a white jumper with so many fancy patterns on it. Izuku questioned if this girl was royalty. She also had a cape on her back to top off her eccentric appearance. Izuku blinked in surprise as the girl groaned from the end of his line and got dragged back into the water due to her weight. Izuku started to panic as he began to pull on the fishing rod. She didn't come up, to his terror. No. Izuku shouted, standing up. He knew he had to save this girl. He was not going to let anyone die on his watch. Here we go. Izuku yelled before charging one for all through his arm with the fishing rod in it. He took a deep breath and then yelled. Detroit, pull. He pulled his arm up, feeling his arm splinter and break, and he bit his tongue to stop himself from screaming in pain. The girl not only broke the surface of the water, but came out so fast she created a sonic boom from the pull. Izuku looked up in horror as she fell from the sky towards the ground. Damn it. The boy swore in his head as the green-haired boy, in response to this sudden event, began charging one for all into his legs. He knew that it would break him, but he didn't care. All he cared about was saving this girl. What happened to him could wait. Manhattan leap. And leap he did. Izuku jumped so high that anyone watching would think he could fly. Izuku grit his teeth front he pain as he caught the girl in his good arm and fell to the ground with her. Sir. The knight had ran into the well-decorated room gasping for breath. Everyone in the town had heard a sonic boom. Immediately after that, there had been another sonic boom that followed, as well as a hole appearing in some clouds. Izuku had broken clouds apart with his tug and leap. He had unknowingly sent the town into a frenzy. People were panicking in the streets, kids crying for their moms and dads. The city of Mondstadt believed that they were under attack. Sir. The night began. We saw another one. Another random boom. Do you think the gods are trying to get a message across? The man he was talking to was a fairly tall man. He had dark blue hair that went down in a ponytail. He wore a fur coat over his right shoulder. He wore a combination of blue and black clothes and had an air of seriousness about him. His most defining feature, besides his blue fur, was his eye patch that he wore. He turned around and started the knight right in the eye, making said knight shake slightly. The gods? The blue-haired man questioned, more to himself than to the knight standing in front of him. He looked up at the ceiling of the room. I doubted. There is a slight possibility that it could be the gods, but we have not done anything to anger them. Sir. The knight said, regaining some composure. What do you think we should do? Should we send a unit out there to inspect the site? The blue-haired man sighed and looked at the window, his hands folded behind his back. The city was not doing too well. The nobles of the town were sucking the town dry. It would take a miracle in order to get the city back to its former glory. He still prayed to the gods that they would send someone, anyone, to help them. So far, the only thing they got were less resources. The man sighed before addressing the knight once more. Send Amber. She is more than capable of taking any hostile forces that could have caused that boom. Izuku felt all the air leave him as he hit the ground. He wheezed in pain as he took in deep breaths. It took him a minute to realize how stupid that was. He could have just jumped in and saved the girl, instead of having to yank her up. He cursed himself under his breath, telling himself he deserved the pain for putting an innocent life in danger. Izuku was so deep in his thoughts, he had not noticed how the girl had woken up and was looking at him in complete awe and admiration. Wow. The girl squealed as she gazed at Izuku in awe and respect. She was amazed at the amount of power Izuku has displayed in order to save her. He had risked everything in order to help her. Izuku still hadn't noticed that she was conscious and was still cursing under his breath. That was so cool. She exclaimed. Izuku then snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the snow-colored haired girl. Her eyes shone with excitement and amazement. You saved Paimon. The girl, whose name was apparently Paimon, squeaked. How can Paimon ever thank you? Izuku became flustered at the attention he was receiving from the small girl. She's adorable. He thought, unaware of Paimon mimicking his pull and adding her own sound effects as well. Izuku suddenly frowned. Why is she all the way out here? Where are her parents? The girl, however, did not notice Izuku's serious grimace and addressed him. Paimon's name is Paimon. What is your name? Izuku suddenly looked up and smiled at the young, hyper girl. I'm Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. But you can call me Deku. He said nervously, trying his best to ignore the pain, now welling up in his finger and legs. The girl tilted her head a little to show her confusion. Deku? The girl asked confused, ignoring Izuku's stutter. Why Deku? It's a nickname. He responded truthfully. My friends call me it all the time. Aimin looked up, her eyes widening. Does that mean that you will be Paimon's friend? The girl asked tentatively, looking quite hopeful. Sure, I don't see why we couldn't be. Aimin squealed in excitement and hugged Izuku's chest, making the boy become even more flustered at the kind, sudden actions of the little girl. She pulled back and smiled as Izuku suddenly got to his feet and looked at his healed legs in amazement. They didn't even hurt in the slightest anymore. Even the finger that had begun to heal was now fully healed and functional. My limbs? They're fixed. Thank you, that's an amazing quirk you have. Aimin puffed out her tiny chest, but then her proud look quickly morphed into a confused one as she floated back up into the air. Thanks, Paimon is a good healer. But what is a quirk? Is that something you eat? Izuku hid his confusion rather well. She didn't know what he was talking about. Everyone in the world knew about quirks. How come she didn't know? Wait. The man had said his quirk involved realms, meaning that he could possibly be somewhere where quirks didn't exist. But then how was she floating? He would find out later, as right now, the girl was alone. She needed to get back to society, not to be in the middle of the woods with someone like him, who was barely managing to get by. He looked around and didn't see any dangerous animals nearby. No rustling bushes or trees. Relieved by this, Izuku then turned to the girl, who looked at him with confusion, still pondering over his quirk statement. Never mind that, just follow this river that way. The boy paused, taking time to point his finger in the direction where the girl should head. You'll find a path, follow it to wherever you came from, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know this place too well yet. He made his way to pick up his fishing rod, which now laid on the ground. He then picked up the tool as he turned his back to the girl, throwing her a smile over his shoulder. Well. Izuku said, turning around his head back around so he could see where he was going, now no longer looking at the girl he had just saved. You should watch your balance. It would be bad if you fell into the river again. Izuku then began to slowly trudge forward, heading back toward his temporary house. See you later. Make sure you go back to your parents safely. Izuku then began contemplating what he should have for dinner, as the girl didn't quite provide him with any food. On top of that, there was the new fact that quirks were non-existent in this world, which was another huge fact. Or maybe just the girl didn't know. He doubted it. Izuku then yawned as the boy made his way through the bushes towards his temporary home. He had managed to find some herbs and a rabbit. At least he would eat tonight, even though it wasn't much. Izuku frowned before wincing ever so slightly at the pain through his finger. He had to sacrifice a finger to catch the rabbit. He knew using one for all would damage him, but without recovery girl or any other source of healing, he was downright screwed. He then saw a tiny chimney stack in the distance, indicating that he was approaching his home. He yawned, opened the door, and walked inside the mini house. There were only a few things in said shelter, a fireplace, a bedroom, and a small bathroom with a shower, which he constantly kept having to run to the river to refill. Sure, bathing in river water was unsanitary, but it was the best he had at the moment. Izuku then trudged over to the fireplace and grabbed a sharp stick off the wall. The green-haired boy then skinned the rabbit and removed the meat from it. Izuku couldn't help but feel a little guilty as he did so. But if he wanted to go home, then he would have to do what he had to. The boy then carefully pierced the meat with a stick and hung it over the fireplace, turning it every minute to make sure he didn't eat any raw meat. He watched it become darker as delicious aromas filled the air in the abode. Right as Izuku was about to turn it again, he heard a noise come from the woods. Izuku looked at the door and then back at his meat. Probably just imaging things. He thought to himself as he watched the meat roast. After all, I have been alone for quite some time. Izuku felt a sudden pang of sadness overtake him. He thought about his friends and teachers. He knew he would be lucky if he ever saw them again. Boy, did he miss them. Would he ever manage to see them again? No, he would see them again, no matter what it would ta. There was a sudden rustling coming from outside the green-haired boy's door. Izuku opened his door and looked around cautiously with his finger at the ready, just in case he had to unleash a Delaware smash. Suddenly, the bushes left of the boy rustled. Izuku looked at them, a tiny amount of fear in his eyes. What if it was a wild animal? He had killed small animals, but big ones. Was it a bear? A wolf? Did this world even have wolves? The bushes then parted a bit, showing glistening purple eyes. Meat. The creepy voice came out of the bushes, scaring the poor boy to no ends. Izuku raised his hand and took aim at the creature. This was going to hurt him, but it would hurt this mysterious being a lot more. The creature's glistening eyes locked onto Izuku and widened. There was a sudden squeal and suddenly felt two little arms around his waist as he got the air knocked out of him and fell to the ground, the branches underneath him breaking with a loud crack dot. The boy opened his eyes to see the world spinning around him. He heard a familiar gasp. Oh no. The voice cried out. Paimon killed Izuku. Izuku groaned as his vision cleared up, showing the little girl sitting on top of him, grinning sheepishly. Oh, you're alive. Thank the gods. Paimon is sorry. You look different from a distance. Izuku just chuckled, while wincing from the pain in his ribs. It's no problem, Paimon. But why are you here? Didn't the traitor give you directions? The atmosphere took a sudden turn, from awkward and happy to serious and somewhat depressed, as Paimon floated back up into the air and looked off at the side of the woods. Paimon flushed, not knowing where to start out. Paimon, can't go home. Izuku blinked, confused at this sudden fact. Why not? Paimon isn't welcome there anymore. Paimon stated with a hint of sadness. Paimon tried to go home, but they threw stuff at Paimon and called Paimon names. Izuku was confused. He didn't know Paimon for long, but she seemed very nice. He couldn't imagine why she was kicked out. Did you do anything wrong? Izuku asked as Paimon took on a thoughtful expression. Paimon plays tricks on village. Paimon played a trick on someone important and was kicked out. Paimon doesn't remember anything after that until meeting you. Paimon admitted as her gaze didn't leave the surrounding woods. Izuku felt confusion at first. Why was she telling him all of this? If a random girl was willing to tell a stranger all of this, that means there must have been no one for her to talk to, no one to help her. He knew exactly what it was like to go through something like that. Being born quirkless, he was used to people making fun of him, and he was honestly used to it. But seeing someone get thrown out of their home and left to drown. The very thought of how they, as Paimon referred to them as, could have treated Paimon made his anger rise. Izuku quickly hid his anger. He forced a smile on his face at the girl before him. Well Paimon, you seem like a nice person. So why is it that you were forced out? Paimon looked up at Izuku, this time the sadness in her gaze was unmistakable as she started to slightly tear up. As she quickly hid her face by turning her head, determined not to show the boy she had recently met her tears, as she remembered what they would do if they saw her like this. Izuku suddenly stood up, a look of determination on his usually shy face. He stared at her before smiling. Just like All Might, he thought before smiling in a way All Might would to reassure someone as Paimon turned her head back to look at him. What he wasn't expecting was for Paimon to start laughing at him, turning in the air where she flew. Paimon likes that face, Izuku. She giggled as she recovered from her full-blown laughter. Paimon thinks that face is funny. Izuku chuckled sheepishly. I guess to a little girl who has never heard of a superhero, a kid mimicking All Might's face must be funny. Paimon suddenly stopped giggling altogether. She looked up at Izuku. She took a deep breath. Izuku looked at the little girl, confused as the leaves in the trees blew in the breeze as birds chirped. The little girl then looked at the boy who stood before her and said, "Will you please take Paimon with you?" Izuku blinked in confusion, tilting his head to the side slightly. Can you repeat that, Paimon? I didn't understand you well. Paimon stared at an ant on the ground, apparently unable to meet the green-haired boy's gaze. She then swallowed and said it again, this time more clearly so Izuku could understand her. Will you please take Paimon with you? Izuku stared at Paimon. He then asked her the million-dollar question. Why? Paimon raised her head so her eyes met Izuku. Truth be told, she didn't know why she wanted to be with this green-haired boy. She felt safer around him. He was a living example of being there for someone in a rough time. She had asked him if she could stay with him. Instead of laughing, walking away, or denying her, he was giving thought to the matter. She could tell he was a good person, and she knew that he was going to go places with his determination to protect others. I said it once, and I'll say it again. No Paimon ships. You're a very kind person. Paimon said, looked at Izuku, who flushed from the sudden compliment. Not to mention that everyone who has met Paimon has not been very kind, where you met Paimon and stated treating Paimon with respect. So can Paimon live with you for the moment? Izuku looked quite shocked and a bit angry to hear this. To hear that someone who was this old never get treated with respect was a frightening prospect. Izuku looked down at the little girl and gave her a genuine smile, not an All Might smile, but a normal smile that made her much happier. Oh, of course, Paimon. Izuku stammered a bit, still a bit red from the compliments given to him. I don't live too far from here. Let's catch something to eat and we can go to my house. Paimon started beaming. Yay. I get to live with Izuku. She then floated around him, giggling at his awe that she could float. She can fly? Izuku thought to himself. If she can fly, then how come she didn't catch herself from falling into the river? Unless her flying is some sort of limit in which she can fly for a but it won't mechanisms im if she could then. Paimon was looking at Izuku confused. What is Izuku mumbling about? Izuku looked up, flushing. Oh. Sorry Paimon, I do that sometimes. I just think out loud. Izuku then looked up at the sky. They were burning daylight standing out here chatting. It wouldn't be long before sundown at this point. The sky was starting to turn a shade of pink and red. Izuku would have appreciated such beauty if nightfall wasn't imminent. Nightfall meant monsters, which he had learned the hard way during his first night in this world. Come on. He quickly said to Paimon. We should go before we're attacked by monsters or any other animal. Paimon giggled before floating off. Let's go, Izuku. Inside your house we go. Wait, Paimon. That's the wrong way. Izuku shouted before sprinting after the little girl. However, he smiled as he chased after Paimon. He was glad he could help someone, and if they ever found Paimon's village again, Izuku would help change it for the better. In the meantime, he could know more about Paimon's past and help her. After all, if All Might could help as many people as he did, then Izuku knew he could too. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 3. Izuku yawned as he got out of bed. As he put his feet on the ground, he heard a squeak of protest. Izuku, who had temporarily forgot what had happened the day before, shot to the other side of the room, thinking he had stepped on a mouse. Instead, there was a very tired, indignant Paimon who was wearing new pajamas that Izuku had bought from the trader on the way home with Paimon the day prior. It had turned out the bear Izuku had scared away almost a week ago was worth a handsome sum. The specific bear had been a problem for ages, attacking visitors and escaping before knights could show up. Izuku had mentioned the bear to Paimon while making his way up to the trader. When the trader heard, he was thrilled. He could now make his way through the forest into the village without having to worry about getting attacked. Izuku had accepted the money to help take care of Paimon and nothing else. He needed nor wanted anything except clothes, food, and to make others happy. He had already done the last bit, the trader embracing Izuku like they were long-lost brothers, thanking him for increasing his business. Izuku had been a bit unnerved at the action, but told the man that he would do it again in a heartbeat if he could help someone. Needless to say, rumors were already going around the village thanks to the trader about Izuku, who had not even taken a single step into the village yet. The Knights of Favonius, the knights that defended the village of Mondstadt, did not know what to make of this green-haired boy. Due to the trader's somewhat over-exaggerated stories of Izuku helping him, the people of Mondstadt had an emotion that the knights had rarely ever seen before. Hope. Even with the sighting of dragons in the area, people were beginning to become more hopeful now that supplies and visitors could enter the village without the fear of being attacked. Izuku had seemed to scare off the rest of the species that were main suspects of attacking the visitors and their goods. Izuku had also become a very interesting topic among the Knights of Favonius, more specifically, Kia. Thankfully, the trader had not said Izuku's name, which helped in this situation. However, Kia had put the pieces together and figured that the green-haired miracle worker, this was the nickname people had given Izuku, as they did not know his real name. Could be the same person who caused the sonic boom that was heard the day prior. Thankfully for Kia, Amber had finally reached Mondstadt and was going to check the forest today. Izuku, however, was oblivious to what the villagers and knights were thinking, considering he had not been in the village yet. He knew that he would have to go soon, he could only hide in the forest with Paimon for so long. Speaking of Paimon, she had now shot up from her bed and looked around wildly, her tiny chest heaving. Her wide eyes scanned the cabin, over Izuku's hung-up UA tournament uniform, and her gaze finally rested upon Izuku. She then began to calm down. Izuku stared at her, realizing that they were more alike than they realized. She's had a bad experience in her past, just like me. He thought to himself as Paimon suddenly looked Izuku in the eye. Is it okay if Paimon tell Izuku something? Paimon asked. Paimon has heard that talking about how Paimon is feeling helps. Izuku suddenly spoke up, but when he spoke, it was different. It was in a tone of understanding and of pain. I think I understand. You've had a bad experience with the people in your village. You feel alone and a bit betrayed. Paimon looked up at Izuku in pure astonishment. He had not stuttered once. Gone was the scared, nervous look in his eyes. Instead, there was pure determination, understanding, and kindredness. Izuku spoke again in the soft but firm voice. I've been where you were. I was an outcast in my village too. People made fun of me because I didn't get that strength you saw yesterday until I was much older. People made fun of me and called me Deku. It meant useless Izuku. Paimon stares at him with sympathy and a slight bit of happiness. He knew what it was like to be like her. But, Izuku said looking out the window and smiling. I'm glad I didn't give up. If I did, then I couldn't have helped or saved anyone. I don't regret anything. People have told me to kill myself and to give up. But I didn't. So why should you? Izuku grinned at Paimon who was beginning to tear up. He smiled at Paimon and asked her a question. What's your dream, Paimon? Your goal in life? Paimon's eyes widened even more. No one in her life had ever asked her that question. Paimon's dream is to become L leader of my village and to help everyone in the V village, she said in a shaky voice. Izuku grinned and stated something that would change the little girl's life forever. That's an awesome dream. I'm sure you can do it if you try hard enough. I'll help you every step of the way. Izuku was interrupted by Paimon bursting into tears and hugging Izuku. Thank you, Izuku. She mumbled, and when she pulled back, her wet eyes were filled with a new sense of determination. Paimon will become the leader for you and Paimon. Izuku nodded. I know you won't let either of us down. Right as Paimon nodded determinedly, Izuku's stomach let out an unearthly growl. Paimon then broke into hysterical laughter as Izuku turned a shade of crimson. Well. Izuku stuttered, embarrassed because of the sudden interruption. Let's get some breakfast. I'll catch us a fish. Paimon only laughed harder, now amused at how Izuku went from determined to nervous in under a second. Izuku sighed as he chuckled a little. It was going to be a long day. Izuku was walking with a makeshift spear in his hand. He didn't want to risk using one for all again. He had told Paimon how using his quirk broke him. Paimon understood quickly, considering she was present when Izuku had used his quirk to save her. Paimon was floating around Izuku's head in circles. Paimon want fish today. No wait. Bear. No wait. Deer. Izuku tuned her out at this point. He sighed as she pointed out every single animal on their walk and asked if it were edible. More than half of the animals were edible, but Izuku knew that she would eat so much she would get sick, so he told her no and walked on. But paimon didn't let Izuku's blunt replies stop her. On the contrary, she became more persistent and annoying as time went on. As paimon listed basically every animal alive asking if it were edible or not, Izuku had stopped paying attention and was suddenly overcome with worry. He thought of someone he had not thought of since his arrival here, his mother. He was suddenly overcome with worry about his mother and what she would think about his disappearance. Inko Midoriya was a very good person and mother. When Izuku was 4, he had watched an All Might video with his mother, telling her that he wanted to be like him when he grew up. At the time she encouraged him, telling him that he could do it. However, as time went on, she stopped encouraging him. Not that she wanted to, but because she was basically forced to. The doctor Izuku had visited told him he was quirkless because of an extra toe joint. However, when Izuku revealed to his mom that his quirk had manifested later, she was thrilled. She had bursted into tears when she had heard this and told him how happy she was for him and told him something that he wanted to hear for a long time, that he could become a hero. He was now scared for his mom and what they would tell her to cover up Izuku's vanishment, especially considering that she did not have a husband to console her. "Hey Izuku," paimon said looking over a hill, unaware that Izuku was now grinding his teeth. "Is that edible?" "I don't know paimon," Izuku said angrily, still unable to stop his stutter even when he was angry or annoyed. "Why don't you tell me?" paimon looked over the hill with a thoughtful expression on her face. "It has wings, it's really big, and. paimon suddenly turned completely pale. She was beginning to shake. "Paimon?" Izuku asked as he walked up the hill next to the girl and waved his hand in her face. He got no response. What's going on? Were you shaking?" paimon still made no response as she only began to shake harder. Izuku frowned and looked at what she was staring at. Izuku had to bite his tongue to stop himself from screaming. He ignored the foul taste of blood rising in his mouth. He stared ahead in shock. Right there, in front of them, was an enormous blue dragon. It looked as though God himself had painted the majestic creature. Blue fire came out of its eyes as its ocean blue claws got a good grip on the grass. The dragon looked around the forest, waving its majestic head, causing the animals in the area to scatter. "Is he talking to a dragon?" paimon whispered as she hid behind Izuku. Izuku blinked in confusion before looking at who he was. The boy stood there, roughly Izuku's age, maybe even younger. He wore a green hat, pants, and cape, along with a white and black shirt. A graceful, calm expression adorned his features as he spoke to the dragon. "It's okay." The boy said it as though he were talking to a baby. "Don't be afraid. It's alright now. I'm back." The boy then reached up and stroked the dragon's head, so the dragon put its head down for the boy to reach more easily. "That's sweet," Izuku thought. Barely had the thought left his head when a sudden pain shot through his body. The power of One for All began to emerge from him as he panted while on his knees and hands. The dragon suddenly got up and let out a huge roar. The boy's peaceful expression had disappeared. "Who's there?" he demanded as the dragon's roar began to get louder. With one final suspicious look around the area, the boy vanished into thin air, leaving the dragon behind. The dragon then let out one final roar and flew off into the sky. Izuku blinked. The pain was gone, and One for All had hidden itself once more. paimon looked at Izuku in shock and even more awe than she had when he had saved her. Before paimon could say anything, Izuku gazed up at where the dragon had been. "What's that?" he asked as he ignored his body's protests of the pain from One for All. There was a red teardrop-shaped stone that was glowing red. It seemed to emit dark energy. Izuku and paimon slowly and cautiously approached it. Paimon's never seen a stone like this before, so paimon can't tell what it is. paimon stated as she and Izuku analyzed the glistening red stone before them. "Best paimon put this away for now, just in case it's dangerous." paimon and Izuku then continued their walking, talking about the dragon and boy they saw. While paimon was making comments on how big the dragon was and its beauty, Izuku was thinking back to the boy they saw. He had appeared nice until the dragon flew away. Izuku knew that this boy and dragon had to do something with One for All, and he intended on finding out what. "Hey Izuku." paimon caught Izuku off guard as he was still thinking about the boy. "Why did you activate that ability of yours right then?" Izuku frowned a bit. As he turned to respond to her, a feminine voice that wasn't paimon's filled the air. "Hey you. Stop right there." Izuku and paimon looked around, both slightly miffed at being interrupted. All of a sudden, a girl jumped off of a nearby slope and rolled when she hit the ground. When she recovered, she stumbled a bit before catching herself. She then turned around wearing a smug expression. Izuku got a good look at the girl. She had golden eyes and long dark brown hair which cascaded down her back. She wore a jumper-like outfit made of leather, a hoodie, and red and white stockings with gold patterns. Something Izuku noticed about the girl was that she had a red cloth around her head, which were tied into bunny ears. Izuku's face began redden. But he kept eye contact with the girl who approached he and paimon carefully. She then looked Izuku up and down, as though she were judging his every movement. Before Izuku could say anything, a grin appeared on her face as a bow appeared in her hand. "I caught you red-handed miracle worker," she shouted before placing an arrow into the bow and aiming it at an angered paimon and bewildered Izuku. Now faced the wrath of the outrider of the Knights of Favonius. She fired the arrow, which had burst into flames. Izuku then suddenly heard a shriek as he looked to his side and saw paimon cowering behind him. His eyes suddenly regained the determined look that paimon had seen in them that morning. "I need to do something," Izuku thought as One for All began charging through his right middle finger. "I won't let anyone get hurt." He took aim at the flying arrow and amber and yelled to the heavens. Delaware smash. Another sonic boom went off as the air pressure caused the arrow and amber to fly a great distance away into a rock. Trees in the clearing where Izuku had aimed were ripped to shreds. Izuku gasped as the pain from his finger settled in. He stumbled a little but did not lose his balance. "Paimon will never get used to that," came an odd voice from behind him. He turned around and saw paimon staring at him again with starry eyes. He chuckled sheepishly as she healed his finger when he suddenly heard a gasp. When he turned around he saw Amber getting up from the rubble. The attack had narrowly missed her. Her eyes widened to the size of plates when she saw what a single flick of his finger did. She turned around looking Izuku in the eye. Lucky SS shot," she stammered. "It won't happen again. I will defeat you for the K-Knights of Favonius." Izuku got out of his fighting position. It was obvious that this girl would be lucky if she could even fire another arrow, let alone at him. She was shaking so much any other person thought she had seen a ghost. Her face had lost all of its color after seeing Izuku's power demonstrated. She pulled out her bow, forcing herself to take a shot. She loaded the arrow in when she noticed something strange. Izuku was doing nothing to stop it, he just stared at her, his hands in his pockets. She gave a shaky grin. "So, that was all the P-power you had, huh? Why you scared me for a minute, I'll give you that much." Izuku, however, stared at her with an impassive expression. She loaded the arrow and aimed again at Izuku, who was surprised at how quickly she recovered from his power. She was still slightly shaking, but donned a serious look. "Now," she yelled. "You will not hurt anyone in the ville." Right before she could fire or let alone finish her sentence, a giant fruit fell from a tree right on her head. She stood still for a minute and then passed out on the ground, the fruit and pressure from Izuku's attack finally reaching her. Paimon blinked at the fallen figure. She then had a dreamy expression. Does Izuku think that the witch had any food on her? Izuku sighed. Of course that was the first thing Paimon thought of. It wasn't the fact they were attacked, it was the fact that she was hungry. "I don't know," he responded. "She's not a witch, and if she did, we wouldn't take it." Izuku then walked over and picked up the girl and threw her over his shoulder, blushing at the contact. "But," he continued, "we can't just leave her here. It would make us know than be villains if we left her." Paimon gave Izuku a toothy grin. "Alright. If Izuku say it's okay, Paimon will trust you. But she's not sleeping in Paimon's bed." Izuku sighed. "You don't have a bed yet. We're still getting YU1. Plus I don't think she's staying that long." Paimon shrugged, just saying, she said happily as she suddenly gasped. "Izuku. That reminds me." Izuku looked at her curiously. "What is it?" Paimon floated around happily. "Let's have fish for dinner." Izuku felt his eye twitch as he readjusted the girl onto his other shoulder and began to walk back towards the house. It was only 11 in the morning and he already wanted the day to end. He looked up at the sky and prayed that he wouldn't run into anyone else for a while. Little did Izuku know, the exact opposite was going to happen. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 4. "Everyone. Please give us 5 more minutes. We cannot find the contestant to go up against Contest Todoroki." The announcement blared across the stadium as Shadow Todoroki, a white and red-haired boy whose quirk was half hot, half cold, stood in the middle of the arena, tapping his foot impatiently. Like Izuku, he also had a very troubled past. His mother had left a hideous scar on his face due to his father, Endeavor Todoroki, driving her to the brink of insanity. He grit his teeth as a few flames suddenly danced around his left hand. He quickly put them out, not wanting to resort to his quirk. 5 minutes later, a sudden announcement blared across the stadium. Izuku Midoriya has not shown up for his match and is hereby disqualified. The winner by default is Shadow Todoroki. Todoroki was taken aback. Midoriya had not shown up. Impossible. Only a few hours ago had Todoroki told Midoriya about his past, and Midoriya telling him that he wouldn't give up, no matter what Shadow had said. Todoroki frowned. Izuku did not seem like the person to lie. Perhaps something had happened to him. The crowd seemed concerned, they had seen what Izuku had done against Shinso, and wanted to see his power drawn out. The quirkless in the stadium had wanted to see what Izuku would resort to, in order to defeat Todoroki. Uneasy murmuring drifted across the stadium. Izuku's friends looked confused and a little scared. What do you mean disqualified? Uraraka asked confused. Where's Izuku? Why didn't he show up for his match? Hilda had pushed his glasses a little higher, trying to look professional, but failing due to his visible concern over his friend. I do not know. Hilda stated calmly. But Izuku isn't the type to give up suddenly. I do not doubt that something may have happened to him. In the back of the stadium, Toshinori Yagi looked around. He frowned and looked in the tunnel where Izuku should have emerged. Young Midoriya. Toshinori thought to himself. Where are you? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Izawa, Class 1AS teacher, and also known as the pro hero Racerhead, walked in looking tired. But underneath his usual tired look, there was a serious focused look. Izawa, while he was lazy at times, did not let a single one of his students get hurt or left behind. Izawa looked at Toshinori. Do you know where he is? He's All Might, even though he already knew the answer. He was proven correct when All Might shook his head, the worry in his gaze was unmistakable. I don't understand. Toshinori muttered as he saw Katsuki Bakugo walk out of the arena, most likely to give Izuku a few choice words. Where in the world could he be? Sir. All Might and Eraserhead turned around to see a security guard holding a man by his arm. Sir, according to Izuku Midoriya's friends, they saw this man leaving the hallway Izuku had been in moments before. We think he has something to do with his disappearance. The man had an impassive expression on his face. He looked at Eraserhead and Toshinori in the eye. Eraserhead's hair flew up as his eyes glowed red. I'll ask this once, or else you got to the police. Did you or did you not have to do with the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya? The man looked Izawa in the eye. Yes, I did. He said in an even tone. Izawa and Toshinori looked a bit taken aback, not unlike how Todoroki had looked minutes earlier. Where is he now? All Might pressed as Izawa's hair went down a little. The man sighed and ripped his arm out of the grip of the security guard. Toshinori cocked an eyebrow as Eraserhead's hair flew up again, only to retreat when the man sighed and sat down on a chair next to the wall. The man sighed. Where should I begin? Paimon thinks we should eat her. We're not going to eat her, Paimon. Then why did Izuku help her? Because it's the right thing to do. Amber heard those voices swimming around her head. She couldn't remember what happened. She had. What was she doing? Who were these people? The witch might try to attack Izuku if the witch gets up, said a light cute voice. As she won't. Izuku, that was the boy's name, apparently rang through her head. It sounded familiar. And that's when she remembered. Everything came back at once. It started with her confrontation of Izuku. It then ranged from that to Izuku's powerful attack to her getting thrown into a rock. She remembered Izuku's powerful attack and how it completely destroyed the trees in its way. Her eyes shot open. The green-haired boy and white-haired girl looked at her as she sat up too fast and winced at the sudden throbbing in her head. Hey. Came the voice of Izuku, who peered down at Amber, who was still rubbing her head. Amber stared at Izuku for a moment, her eyes wide. She looked him up and down, from his red shoes to his fluffy green hair. She stared. And then she let out an ear-piercing scream. Ow. Paimon yelled, holding her little ears. Izuku winced slightly but didn't say anything. Amber attempted to jump up and summon her bow, but her head injury permitted her to do so. What was supposed to happen is that she would jump up, aim her bow, they would beg and cry, and she would escort them to jail. But that isn't what happened. Amber attempted to jump up, but stumbled and smacked her head on the ceiling of the cabin. She then fell over, the ground approaching her quickly. She shut her eyes. Great. She was about to get even more injured than she already was. But right before she hit the ground, she felt two strong arms catch her. She opened her eyes to see the face of her hero. Perhaps Kia had dealt with the boy and came in to help her. But she looked up and saw the face of Izuku staring down at her nervously. Amber suddenly looked down, her face blushing bright red. His arms were still wrapped around her stomach and waist to keep her from falling. Get off of me. She roared. She pushed with all of her might, but since she was in a weakened state, it only made Izuku stumble a little before dropping her on the bed. Amber suddenly sat up, pointing a blaming finger at Izuku. Miracle worker. She had tried to say it seriously, but due to her injured state from the fruit and one for all flick and because of her embarrassment, she had skeeked it out while still a chase of crimson. You are hereby under arrest for attacking a knight of Favianus. Anything you saw. She was interrupted by a loud growling sound from her stomach, as if to add to her already growing embarrassment. Izuku blinked as Paimon giggled at the brown-haired girl's misfortune. Would why you like something to eat? Izuku stuttered slightly, still not knowing for sure if she would attack or not. Shut up. She exclaimed, still red from the contact she had made with Izuku. She was the outrider of the Knights of Favonius. People looked up to her and wanted to be more like her. And here she was, in a run-down little wooden cabin being asked if she needed food. As if she was never going to accept. Nope. The hunger growing in her stomach was nothing. Absolutely not. I'll take something to eat. She had mumbled quietly. No one needed to know this had ever happened. She would just take the food, get back to full strength, arrest him and his sister. Strange, they didn't really look alike. Sure. Izuku nodded frantically and gave her an apple. Enjoy. Amber smirked. It seemed she was beginning to pressure the boy. Her mere presence was enough to send him into stuttering. Paimon had seen her smirk at Izuku's stuttering and rolled her eyes. Amber quickly ate the fruit while Izuku decided to question her a bit. Not too little, or they wouldn't get real answers. Not too many, or she would realize what he was doing. So, these K-Knights. Izuku began, his gaze not leaving Amber. Can you tell me what you guys do? Ha. She laughed as though he had said something funny. As if a simple forest dweller like you could understand the wonders of being part of the Knights of Favonius. We protect the people of Mondstadt and earn fame, money, and praises for it. Sometimes, the leader king of the village himself comes down to thank us for our service. Amber finished proudly, still munching away on the apple cutely. Paimon had growled a bit at the simple forest dweller part, which caused Amber to look over at her in confusion. What's that? Amber asked confusedly. Your mascot or something? Izuku suddenly panicked. He had not shown Paimon to anyone, so it would make sense why they would be confused. Alright Izuku. Izuku thought to himself quickly while Amber was awaiting a response. Say something, anything. Just something to get her of your back. Mascot? Paimon had shouted at the brown-haired girl. How dare Amber? Paimon is Izuku's loyal companion. He saved Paimon from an untimely demise, so Paimon ha. Emergency food. Izuku had blurted out, it was the first thing that came to his mind after all. He was very hungry. Izuku looked up, realizing he had said it aloud. Amber went from confused to snickering to full-blown laugher, while Paimon sat there flabbergasted. Izuku had turned a bit redder at this, but knew it wasn't the time to be embarrassed. He needed to gather information. After he had quickly apologized to Paimon, who had been less forgiving than he thought, he stated. I heard you guys wanted to arrest me. Why is that? I never stepped foot into your village. Ah, right, Amber giggled, wiping a tear from her eye. You're wanted by the Knights of Favonius because you're the prime suspect of causing the sonic boom the other day, which caused the city to go into a panic. She suddenly looked very seriously at Izuku and Paimon, both who had an impassive look on their faces. It was you, wasn't it, miracle worker? Why yes it was. Izuku said, but he looked confused. Also why do you keep calling me a miracle worker? I just live here in the forest by myself and Paimon. It's a nickname you got after you killed or scared away a bear or something. Amber said, waving it off as though the thought were an annoying fly. But, you're under arrest. You scared multiple people that day. Because I had to save Paimon. Izuku said seriously, his stutter gone. She was going to drown in a river if I didn't help her. Amber raised an eyebrow and looked at Paimon for confirmation, which in response the white-haired girl nodded. It's true. Paimon said, confirming Izuku's words. Paimon would have died if not for Izuku. She said happily as she hugged Izuku tightly. Paimon owes her life to Izuku. She finished, ignoring Izuku's reddening face. Amber was completely quiet. She looked from Izuku back to Paimon. She then sighed. Alright. I won't arrest you, but you will have to come with me. You need to explain to our leader why you did what you did. Since you were doing the right thing, I'll try and help you too. Amber finished, but she had whispered the last part, too embarrassed to say it loudly. Paimon said, squinting her eyes, staring at Amber accusingly. Can we trust the witch Izuku? Hey. Amber shouted. I am not a witch. Amber then shook her head a little and smirked. I'll have you know that my name is Amber. I'm the outrider of the Knights of F. We know. Izuku and Paimon responded simultaneously. Izuku was sweeping and Paimon was floating around, obviously unconcerned about what the brown-haired girl was saying. Hey. Amber yelled, getting their attention. They looked at her with a look of disinterest. She was seething with anger now. No one in her life had been this rude to her. Amber was always used to people paying respect to her, to look up to her. People would look up at her, and the kids in the village would always yell how they would become a respectful warrior like she was. However, these two were different. She had told them personally that she was the outrider of the knights. And what kind of reaction did she get? Boredom. Disinterest. They seem rather unconcerned with Amber and her position. Honestly, she couldn't care less either. She didn't care what the emergency food had to say about her. But why did she care about Izuku's opinion out of nowhere? She quickly adapted a smug persona. I can see that I'll have to take you clowns to the city, let's hope that me walking with people like you doesn't lower my image. Izuku grinned at her while Paimon glowered. Thanks Amber. He said happily, ignoring the insult at the end. Can't wait to meet your leader if he's even more skilled than you are. Amber's face flushed at the sudden comment. Well. She coughed trying to ignore the comment. In a full-out fight, I'd say we're even. He just has the brains to be the leader. Oh. Paimon said grinning smugly. That means Amber is the dumb one of the group. Amber looked livid. Listen you little snowflake. She was going to yell. I'm only helping you for Arville. She was going to finish, she was going to tell them how lucky they were that someone like her was helping them. But she didn't as Izuku took out some ointment and began to treat Amber's head wound. Amber turned an even brighter shade of red and didn't meet Izuku's eyes. Paimon giggled at the funny expression on Amber's face. When Izuku gave her the thumbs up, she shot out of the bed she was in. Alright. She squeaked as she crossed the room in a single leap. Let's leave now. And whatever you do not tell anyone that you're the miracle worker. Amber finished in a dangerous voice, as Izuku nodded frantically. Perfect. Amber said as she nodded at Izuku and glanced at Paimon, who stuck her tongue out at her from behind Izuku. Amber glowered. Shall we get going? Alright. Izuku stammered. Following her out the door, with Paimon at his heels. Alright. Amber grinned. Let's get going then. She skipped away, stopping and began beckoning them to follow her. Paimon says we ditch the witch and go. Paimon whispered to Izuku. Izuku shook his head. She seems nice enough. Izuku said as smiled reassuringly at Paimon who frowned a bit before sighing and nodding. They followed the impatient Amber as they made their way through the forest. Besides, Izuku thought to himself. As long as I don't reveal myself, I'll be fine. How bad can it be? Little did the green-haired boy know, he would make a very heroic impact on the city. The heroic impact. Chapter 5. Toshinori Yagi and Izawa looked at the man with their faces giving nothing away. The man had told them everything that had happened. He had not let a single detail about that happened. He told them how he ran into the green-haired boy, how excited Izuku was, and how his own excitement got him into this predicament. Izawa sighed. Of course. The green-haired problem child had gotten himself into another situation. It was bad enough when he had almost gotten killed by Shigaraki and Nomu. But no. He just had to have done something like this. He knew that it wasn't entirely Izuku's fault, but the boy had a knack for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. Izawa looked at the man in the eyes. The man looked back quite impassively. So, let me get this straight. You were coming to congratulate Shinso because you wanted him to recruit at your agency. That's correct. The man said nodding. After all, who wouldn't want such a strong-minded kid? He then spun on one foot and posed flamboyantly. I know I woo mile per hour. He was quickly silenced thanks to Izawa's scarf. Enough. Izawa hissed. How long will it take you to bring back Izuku, sir? The eccentric man scratched his neck and thought. He snapped his fingers. Don't know. Izawa and Toshinori looked at the odd man with deadpan expressions. This man wasn't being the least bit helpful. Toshinori glanced at Yagi, who nodded. They had tried to encourage the strange man to tell them more one way, now they were going to have to try it the other way. Izuku groaned to himself as Amber yelled at a teasing Paimon for the umpteenth time. It had turned out that the forest he had resided in was farther from Mondstadt than he had thought. Amber, while she was guiding him willingly, sent him dubious looks from where she walked while taking breaks from yelling at Paimon. He couldn't blame her. She had been to that forest multiple times in her life, and not once had she ever seen him. Izuku was afraid this might happen. He then gained a determined look. If she and everyone else here didn't trust him, he would just have to earn it. How hard could it be? They walked for a long while. He was finally able to drown out the arguing voices of Paimon and Amber by focusing on the nature around him. It was gorgeous, the crystal clear water was so clean and visible that you could see the fish swimming near the rocks at the bottom. White, fluffy clouds dotted the sky. Just then, as though God himself granted Izuku a chance, rustling was suddenly heard. Paimon, Amber, and Izuku looked on warily as a huge creature appeared out of the woods. The creature appeared to be made out of tree bark, had yellow eyes, and a huge body with what appeared to be mud whips, and had no feet, just a pile of mud that carried itself everywhere. Amber gasped. The Oakhorn. It's a one-of-a-kind creature that eats anything that strays into its territory. It's a rank 5 monster. With shaking hands, she pulled out her bow and took aim. As much as I despise this option, it appears that I will have to work with you. She shook her head as though she herself couldn't believe what she said. Be on your guard. They didn't need to be told twice. Izuku got into a fighting stance as paimon got behind him whimpering. The Oakhorn let out a primal roar and shot a spear made of wood at Amber. Said girl smirked as she fired an arrow, which burst into flames. The arrow met its target dead on. The monster howled as the arrow struck its right eye. It then shot a sharp piece of bark in Izuku and Amber. Izuku quickly grabbed paimon and leaped out of the path of the attack. Amber, however, was not as fortunate. The sharp bark embedded itself into her shoulder as she let out a shriek of pain. Oh no. Paimon gasped as she saw Amber crumple while holding her shoulder. Suddenly paimon froze as she saw Izuku stiffen from in front of her. Izuku, paimon stuttered. She's got at sea covered, after all, she's the OO outrider of the Koenig. Izuku grabbed paimon bridal style and shot himself like a cannon at the fallen Amber. Amber widened her eyes when she saw the screaming paimon and determined Izuku coming towards her. And no. I'm the OO outrider of Mondstadt. I will not let people throw their lives away for me. Stay back. Amber croaked. But Izuku did not halt. He kept running towards the giant monster and the struggling girl. He moved paimon onto his back. Paimon held onto Izuku as tightly as she could. Izuku then leapt into the air and at the monster, which had just noticed him. The monster let out a roar as Izuku let out a shout. After it smashed, the monster's roar turned into what could only be classified as a scream before the punch made hit it head on. The punch was so strong that not only was the monster's stomach blown to bits, but the rest of it as well. The trees behind it were blown away, and the mountain that lay behind the forest had boulders tumbling down it as the force of the punch had disturbed it. Amber sat there, the pain in her shoulder could not be compared to the amount of shock that she felt. Now that she wasn't the one being punched, she saw the strong punch in all its might. She swallowed nervously, trying to get rid of her fear. She looked up and saw something strange. Izuku was gasping, and his arm appeared broken, with paimon healing it. She had already been told earlier on the walk by the green-haired boy that the ability damaged him when he used it, so he needed paimon's healing abolites. However, that was not the strange thing. Upon further inspection, she saw that a bit of the lightning that came off Izuku's arm was sparking on his shoulder. The little spark then traveled from his shoulder onto paimon, who didn't notice. The spark then suddenly stopped and was absorbed into her skin. What was that? Amber thought. She looked over at the pain-stricken Izuku and the doting paimon. Neither one seemed to notice the strange spark or its disappearance. She was suddenly interrupted when Izuku and paimon approached her. She tried to stand, only to fall right onto Izuku, who fell onto the ground with her. She blushed, the color of her face matching her red clothes. Izuku turned even brighter than that, to the point where any other human would think that he had really bad sunburns. DP paimon. Izuku stuttered as he carefully placed Amber onto the ground. She noticed that his determined dementor was gone. See, could you please heal Amber? Paimon blinked before smirking, causily flying around them with an air of superiority. Only if the witch says that paimon is better than her and gives her free meat. Amber scowled. You little. Paimon. Said Izuku sternly before giving her a little bop on the head. She helped us. Help her. Paimon stuck her tongue out at Izuku. But then she glanced at the hurt Amber and back at the indignant Izuku. The little girl pondered for a moment before letting out a sigh as she floated over to the brown-haired girl and healed her shoulder in a little light show. Amber looked on in amazement as the wound sealed itself shut. She made her way to get up, groaning slightly as she tried to put her feet under her when a hand suddenly came down to help her up. She looked up and saw Izuku offering her hand. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku stammered. Are you hurt anywhere else? Amber blinked. When Izuku's words reached her, her face resembled a tomato. She suddenly shot up off the ground. I'm fine. She announced loudly to Izuku's surprise. She then stopped and turned around. She bowed to paimon, thanking her, though it sounded very forced, and asked if she could talk to Izuku for a moment. She quickly brought Izuku aside and looked him in the eye. Listen. Amber began. I am very grateful that you saved my life. But what you did was reckless. Unless you're part of the Knights, you shouldn't pull stunts like that. She finished. Izuku suddenly had a thought. Amber turned on her heel when she was suddenly stopped when Izuku said, wait. Amber looked at him appraisingly. What is it? Izuku looked her right in the eye and asked her a question that changed the fate of the village forever. Izawa sighed as the man let out another scream. We aren't even doing anything yet. He roared at the scared man. This eccentric man was wearing his patience thin, which was quite an achievement. It was even more of an achievement to have Toshinori pissed at him, which he had managed quite easily due to his offhand questions. Eventually, Toshinori had to use the bathroom. He then left the room, transformed into All Might, walked back in. Izawa looked quite relieved when he saw All Might walk in. The man, on the other hand, was completely terrified. Hi All Might. The man said nervously. How can I? You can help me by telling me the location of my student. All Might said in his booming voice. Alright. The man said shivering. Look, I don't know. I'm sorry. He broke the portal and I have no idea where he went. One thing's for certain, however. All Might and Izawa looked on at him in interest and anger. Tea time's a funny thing in those realms. Izuku's probably been in there for months according to himself, but in reality, he's only been gone for 30 minutes here. All Might and Izawa sighed. The man was obviously terrified, so he wasn't a villain, nor was he making anything up on a whim. He was just a confused man who met an overexcited boy and got carried away. Will you help us out and tell us about your quirk some more? Izawa asked. The man nodded, frantically casting terrified glances at the looming figure of All Might. However, as they kept talking, they were unaware that they were being listened to. The boy listening to them bit his lip in frustration when he heard that Izuku disappeared. What was he going to tell Izuku's friends? They would think he had done something. Amadeku. The boy murmured to himself. You better be alive and okay, you bastard. An angry Kitsuki Bakugo walked out of the hallway, wondering how Izuku's friends would react when he told them. Amber blinked, as though she couldn't understand what she had just heard. What? She asked again, to make sure her hearing was working correctly. Why, you heard me. Izuku stammered a bit before collecting himself. I would like to join the Knights of Favonius. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Izuku waited for a response. Amber just stared at him, eyes wide, like she couldn't believe what he had said. And then she burst out into hysterical laughter. Izuku looked on in confusion as Amber fell to her knees in laughter. Paimon, who was listening without either of them knowing, was scowling as they watched as Amber hold her sides in laughter. Amber wiped tears from her eyes. Oh okay. She cleared her throat. Anyway, what's the real question? Izuku's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. I said I want to join the Knights. Amber looked at him, an eyebrow raised. No. She said blandly. And who are you to decide that? Izuku countered. I am the outrider of the Nig. We know that already. Paimon had shouted at this time. The witch mentioned it over 10 times. Who are you calling a witch, you little snowball? Amber roared back. Paimon looked like she was on the verge of punching Amber when something unexpected happened. She didn't. On the way to the city, Paimon must have tried to punch Amber every time she so much had looked at her. She had tried, but her punches were ineffective. Amber would just laugh at the feeble attempts, which would make Paimon even angrier. It reminded Paimon of the people in her village, to some extent. But this time was different. Paimon had gone from seething to cool in a second. Alrighty. Paimon squeaked with a smirk. But the witch has to let Izuku try out for the Knights then. Amber scoffed, ignoring the insult. And why do I have to do that? Izuku saved a witch from death, so it is only fair that witch lets Izuku try out. Amber frowned. That option had not applied to her yet. Wouldn't it be better to have him try out? That way, she could say I told you so. To the little white-haired devil. But why did a little bit of her want Izuku to stay? Alright. She said, ridding herself of that strange feeling. He can try out. But I'm warning you. Amber explained. It is not easy at all to get into the Knights of Favonius. For one, you're going to have to control your strength. Izuku nodded determinedly. Amber sighed. How did I get myself dragged into this? The brown-haired girl thought to herself. Right then. Amber announced, picking up something the monster had dropped. She looked back at Izuku. One last thing. When we get to the village, we're going to buy you a weapon. You're useless if you can't fight after a single punch. She stated as Izuku nodded once more. Alright. Amber nodded. Onward to Mondstadt. It was a long trip. Izuku kept looking around at the rivers and tall mountains, while Paimon started a so far non-hostile conversation with Amber. They both learned some things about Amber. For one, she lived her whole life in the village and became the outrider because of her sharp shooting and determination. By the way, Amber brought it up as they were eating a snack on the way. Did you two hear of the dragons that have recently appeared in the area? Izuku and Paimon stiffened. They had not once mentioned to her or anyone else of the dragon they had seen. But since she had brought it up, why not answer honestly? Actually, Izuku began, choosing his words very carefully. He did not want Amber to know about the teardrop-shaped song yet. We did see one. A big blue one. Amber's undivided attention was upon Izuku. Really? You saw one? Yup. Izuku said as Paimon looked at him, ready to jump into the conversation in case one of his lies went wrong. We only got a glimpse though. It came over our house. Amber nodded while looking out at the gorgeous mountain range. Izuku had no idea what was going through her mind, but at least one thing was for certain, she wasn't very suspicious of him anymore. Unseen by Izuku and the lost in thought Amber, paimon scratched the back of her neck. It had been itchy ever since she had healed Izuku. It was probably nothing, probably just a bug bite. Here we are, Amber announced. In front of them stood enormous stone walls and what appeared to be a magnificent city. Izuku could hear much chatter and yelling from inside the city. Paimon got behind Izuku, slightly scared of the humongous town in front of them. Amber turned around with a grin. Welcome to Mondstadt. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 6. Izuku looked around in awe as Paimon sniffed the air. The town they had entered was as every bit as magnificent as Amber described it, and then some. There was much chatter coming from townsfolk as they went about their daily lives. There was much trading, buying, and selling to see, and Izuku had only just walked in. If the entrance had this much activity going on, then the rest of the village must be thriving. Paimon's mouth was watering as she smelled the air. Izuku. Paimon smells meat. Izuku chuckled. We'll get something to eat in a bit, oh okay. As Paimon nodded frantically, Amber was standing over to the side, lost in her thoughts. This random green-haired boy had caught her attention. The Storm Terror, that's what the villagers were calling it, was making life in the village much harder. And yet, this boy had not only seen it, but had come to it face to face, and he didn't look terrified. She had questioned him, and he had answered honestly. She knew he was still hiding important information from her, but she would get that out of him over time. But what could he be hiding? A secret about the Storm Terror? No. He would have told her about it already. As Amber was thinking, a group of little kids, ranging from 6 to 11 years of age, ran up to her and began jumping up and down. Amber. Amber. The kids shouted gleefully. Amber looked over to the kids and then back at Paimon and Izuku. Izuku waved it off, telling her it was fine, while Paimon was tugging on Izuku's sleeve, trying to bring him over to a delicious-smelling condiment stand. Amber nodded as she crouched down to meet the kids. Hey guys. The brown-haired girl said enthusiastically as she ruffled their hair as they laughed. Did you defend the village while I was away? As the kids yelled happily, Izuku couldn't help but smile. He had heard that she had fans, but he had expected older fans. Still, it was admirable that she was already a role model for kids here. While Izuku looked on smiling, one of the kids, who had pulled himself away from Amber, noticed him. Hey. The kid shouted. Who are you? An intruder. The young boy demanded as he pulled out a slingshot. Izuku put up his hands. And no. Just a tea traveler who's visiting. The boy laughed. See that guys? We got him scared. The group of kids ran away from Amber and ran up to Izuku, who was a little nervous under all of the gazes. He doesn't look very tough. A little girl commented as a boy next to her nodded. Yeah. Look at his weird clothes too. Amber, is he your boyfriend? Amber had turned a bright shade of red. Thankfully, Izuku was focusing on the other kid's comment, so he hadn't heard the comment the little boy had made about he and Amber. Amber, on the other hand, was not faring as well. Paimon wasn't paying attention to the kids' teasing of Izuku and was immersed in a conversation with a butcher, whose meat was on sale. Yeah. Another kid said. I mean, look at his green hair. Amber's eyes widened. The kids had heard rumors about the miracle worker, but they didn't recognize him at the moment. The brown-haired girl grabbed Izuku by his wrist and gave the kids a quick farewell. She quickly brought him over to the armor store, run by an impatient man who, after many minutes of negotiating and arguing, gave her a red hat. After the outrider paid, he quickly shooed her away, earning a little scowl from the girl. Meanwhile, Izuku had the bright red hat thrown onto him as he sat with a whimpering Paimon, who was staring at the discount meat stand longingly. Hey alright. Amber said, whose face was still bright red from the boyfriend comment. She clapped her hands. I have some business to attend to, but whenever you're ready, I'll be waiting for you at the city's high ground. I'll mark it on this map. She pulled out a map and gave it to Izuku. You can't go anywhere without that. I'm surprised you newbies lived as long as you did without one. Paimon looked a little miffed at the newbie part, but then smirked. Hey Izuku. She said cheerfully. Can you buy Paimon something from that stand? As Izuku nodded and went over, Paimon leaned in closer to Amber. How's the witch's boyfriend doing? The white-haired girl whispered. Amber's face now resembled a tomato as Paimon smirked. Hey alright. Time for me to take my leave. She squeaked as she turned away and ran straight into Izuku, who had 3 meat sticks. He held one up to Amber and nervously smiled. Would you like one? He stammered as he held up the stick, hoping that this would be able to pay for defending them earlier. Unfortunately, our green-haired protagonist had no idea of the storm that was brewing in the young girl's head. What does he mean by that? Amber thought with growing embarrassment. Is he suggesting that we SS share? Like a C couple? Amber suddenly saw a nearby couple sharing a pasta bowl. Both of their lips were on a single noodle, getting closer and closer and closer. Izuku blinked in confusion as Amber ran the opposite way, shrieking, her face as red as the ribbon on top of her head. Huh? He said confusedly. I know she had work to do, but that was a bit rude. He glanced at Paimon. Do you think she's allergic to this certain meat or something? Paimon rolled her eyes at the dense boy. Yeah, Paimon believes that might be it. The white-haired girl agreed. Izuku nodded. Alright. Let's go to where Amber is. We should take our time though. She said she was a bit busy. Paimon nodded happily as Izuku gave her a meat stick, which she chewed happily. Together, Izuku and Paimon made their way around the grand town. The third store they had ran into sold clothes, so Paimon went in and bought Izuku a green jacket. Nothing too fancy, a simple green jacket with 2 metal shoulder pads. For any normal human, it would have weighed a ton. But thanks to Izuku's training sessions with All Might, he put them on and only felt a slight shift in weight. He got some weird looks, sure, but it was better than them seeing him walk around in an old dirty UA uniform. As the duo made their way around town, they noticed many people, all of whom were in conversation or yelling at nearby residents to buy their products. Izuku looked at his map as he looked around. They seemed to be getting closer to the spot where Amber said she would meet them. Paimon floated behind Izuku, oblivious to the staring and whispering her floating had attracted. Izuku didn't really care either, as neither of them planned on staying long, unless Izuku got in as a knight. As they slowly made their way up a set of stone stairs, Izuku saw what appeared to be an enormous chapel. It was easiest the biggest building in the village, with people walking in and out. Most of them were in deep conversation, while others were handing out flyers. As Izuku reached the top of the stairs, he saw a massive statue with a ton of people standing in around it. He looked around and saw Amber mumbling to herself, with a strange contraption next to her. As he approached her, he heard her mumbling. Who does Kia think he is? We're equal. Ish. I mean, to give me these reports. Izuku coughed and Amber's head shot up. Oh. I wasn't expecting you guys so soon. Amber commented. She put away the paper and looked out at the majestic view. Izuku followed suit. Anyway. Amber said, reaching into her pocket. If you're thinking about becoming a knight, which, may I add, you have almost no chance of becoming, you'll need this. Amber then tried to reach towards the contraption, but it blew away. Amber frowned as she looked up at the sky, which Izuku had noticed was becoming progressively darker. Paimon looked around in confusion. Did you see anything strange on your way here, Izuku? Amber asked tentatively as she summoned her bow. I'm not sure. I'm new, so I really don't know about what's normal around here. Izuku snapped his fingers. I saw someone eating a fried frog. Is that weird? Amber sighed. No. That's a delicacy here. What I meant by weird What she meant, Izuku would never find out, as multiple mini tornadoes hit the ground around them, as a huge roar filled the air. Amber suddenly took aim and shot a warning arrow. The flaming arrow disappeared in the clouds. It didn't come back down. But what did come back down was much bigger than a little arrow. An enormous dragon had emerged from out of the clouds, letting out an ear-splitting roar. The townspeople ran for shelter, screeching for their lives. The SS Storm Terror. Amber screamed as she loaded another arrow. What the hell's it doing here? We knew it existed, but to think it would make such a bold attempt on the town. Paimon squealed in fright as she went to float behind Izuku, but as she went, she noticed Izuku was gone. What the hell? Came the voice of Amber. Is that Izuku? He must have gotten blown up there. Paimon looked up in terror as she saw Izuku at the top of the tornado in the air, right next to the dragon. Get out of there, you moron. Amber screamed as she took aim once more. Izuku looked around in horror. He was not expecting to be the dragon's first victim. He was getting higher and higher up from the ground, and the dragon was becoming clearer. The shrieks of Paimon and Amber were becoming fainter, as was the screaming of the townspeople. Screaming. Izuku looked down. He saw the tornadoes rip through stores, the unlucky people getting injured. People were running through the streets in panic, screaming for their family, thinking they were going to die. Izuku's eyes regained their steely resolve as they had multiple times before. He looked at the dragon with anger and a bit of fear. The dragon let out a roar and flew at Izuku at high speeds. Izuku growled as he cocked his fist back, one for all charging in his arm. His hat flying off his head, he let out a primal roar. Georgia a smash. His fists met the midpoint of the dragon's face, as a shockwave went through the air due to the impact. The dragon let out a roar full of pain and rage, blood welling up in one of its eyes. It flailed and roared, as it quickly took off in the opposite direction. The mini tornadoes disappeared and the sky cleared up as Izuku fell from the sky, unconscious, his right arm flapping uselessly in the wind. All of the townspeople's jaws were on the floor when they saw the green-haired boy throw his fist at the dragon and injure it. They all gawked as they saw the dragon fly away. Paimon and Amber's jaws were also on the floor. They had seen Izuku do some incredible stuff, sure, but to injure a dragon. It was unheard of. No human in history could face a dragon and come out alive. Amber blinked as she saw Izuku fall through the clouds at high speeds. As she ran to catch him, she saw that Paimon had already caught Izuku and was surprisingly support his weight fairly well. And then she saw it happen again. It had only happened for a split second, but it had happened nonetheless. A spark from Izuku's broken arm made its way onto the unaware Paimon and merged into her skin. Paimon frowned as she felt a sudden itch on her neck, but ignored it. As she landed, she put the green-haired boy on the ground and began to heal the knocked-out Izuku. The townsfolk suddenly formed a crowd and began to cheer. 3 cheers for our savior. He's the green-haired miracle worker, see? I told you so. He's amazing. I wonder if he's single. Amber blinked as she looked down at the fallen form of Izuku. The boy had limitless power. If he could control it, then he would be a valuable asset of the Knights of Favonius. Suddenly, a thought occurred to the girl. She had to charge her magical energy into her arrows. What if he was like that, only he charged too much energy into his attacks? If she could teach him how to control his power, to harness it, then he would be a force to be reckoned with. Amber didn't notice a blue-haired male wearing an eye patch made his way into the crowd, and the crows suddenly fell silent. The male walked to the center, where Paimon was still healing Izuku. Paimon looked up at the young man and got into a defensive position. Amber, torn from her thoughts, looked up and let out an audible gasp. Hey Kia. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 7. Izuku's head was swimming. He opened his eyes to a dark cave. He blinked before he realized he couldn't breathe. He got up, sputtering, and was surprised that his bones didn't hurt from the smash. Suddenly everything came back to Izuku as worry overcame him. Was everyone alright? Did anyone die? Did he help everyone? He ignored the questions bouncing around in his head as he got to his feet, his bones creaking in protest. With a final groan, he got onto his feet, taking in his surroundings. What had appeared to be a cave was a place which Izuku could not define. The sky was completely black as he was standing in knee-deep water. As Izuku looked around, he saw something of interest. A giant metallic door stood in the middle of the water, rusted and uninviting. Izuku made his way over to the door and peered around it. It was just a door. Nothing else. He walked behind the door and saw the other end of it. There was no room or anything. Just a door. As he went to the front of the door, pondering about his way out, he heard hushed whispering coming from the door. Cautiously, he pressed his ear against the cold door and listened. The hushed whispering did not get any louder, but it did become clearer. He was only able to make out a few words. 1. All. In. Blood. Will. Successor. Great. To the war. Suddenly, the words were cut off. A much clearer, louder voice filled the void Izuku was in. Will Izuku wake up soon? Came a small, worried voice. Paimon healed him. So why does Izuku not wake up? Wait. Look, he's stirring. Came another feminine voice. Come on Izuku, wake up. Izuku suddenly looked around and noticed the void was disappearing. Before he could form another thought, a sudden tiredness overcame him as he collapsed into the water. The last thing he saw was a figure standing above him before his consciousness gave way to dizzying blackness. What the hell do you mean another world? An angry and internally scared Yurikaka asked a pissed-off Bakugo. The blonde-haired boy had walked in and told them what had happened. No one would have believed him if he were someone else, but since the news was coming from a scowling Bakugo and was confirmed by a tired Aizawa, who left soon after breaking the news in order to get anything else they may have missed out of the man, they had no idea what to do. Wait. Came the voice of Mineta, who looked around eagerly. What if we found that guy who can make portals? Remember, at the USJ attack? What if he could alter TH? It still wouldn't work. Came from the quiet Todoroki. Everything made sense now. Izuku was going to fight him. He was going to show the world the power difference between he and the nervous green-haired boy. But he had disappeared. Instead, he was going to fight the boy with anger issues. He still had a few more matches until then, granted, but he knew he wouldn't lose against such feeble opponents with weak quirks. He's a villain, remember? Besides, he wouldn't help us even if we captured him, he's too loyal. Bakugo growled at the worry-filled room. Like they should be worried about stupid Deku. As much as he hated to admit it, the stupid nerd knew how to take care of himself. He knew that the green-haired boy could take care of himself perfectly fine. Mainly because he had an olive grade school. All alone. Shinso stood out in the hall. He slowly began making his way to the seating area, his hands tightening into fists. Izuku was going to win, he was sure of it. And then, the green-haired boy just so happened to come across a man who transported him into another world, as though some divine force wanted Izuku to lose. Suddenly Shinso blinked. Aizawa had indeed told him about how the man wanted to come and see Shinso, to possibly recruit him, and how the man's quirk worked. What if, by some chance, the man had put the globe there in a hope that the boy who defeated the boy he was going to recruit would vanish? It didn't quite add up though, as there were multiple holes in this hypothesis. But it made some sense. Shinso made a sudden turn at a corridor into another hallway. He would find out what happened to the green-haired boy. He would find out what happened to his first friend. Izuku's eyes fluttered open as he stared up at a ceiling. His whole body hurt, as though someone had dared him to fight the pro-heroes Eraserhead and Midnight at the same time. His head hurt too, as though someone had been violently shaking him. There was a sudden gasp and a cry. Izuku is awake. He suddenly got all of the air knocked out of him as a little white ball accidentally headbutted him right in his stomach. His face contorted to one full of pain as his back hit the wall. He heard laughter as he slowly got up and stared down at the little ball. Paimon had latched herself onto him, her head in his shirt. She looked up, tears in her eyes. "Thank the gods," Paimon exclaimed. "I healed Izuku, but Izuku didn't wake up." Paimon was so worried. As Paimon hugged Izuku began to take in his surroundings. He was in a very spacious room that had elegant furniture. As he looked around, he noticed voices were coming from the other room. Before he could question Paimon, he heard another voice. "Comfortable?" came a smug voice. "I wouldn't be if that thing sobbed into my clothes." Izuku looked over to the couch, where he noticed Amber sitting. She had changed clothes, no longer wearing her jumper-like outfit or ribbon. Instead, she was wearing what Izuku could classify as pajamas. She wore a smug smile, but her eyes held a hint of worry in them. Paimon scowled. Paimon did not ask the witch what she thought. Amber snarled. "I am not a witch." She yelled at the triumphant Paimon, who knew she had touched a nerve. Amber suddenly looked at Izuku with a hint of respect and fear. "But everyone in the village saw what you did. You're already going to be in books for being the first person in a long while who was able to actually injure a dragon." Amber took a deep breath. Izuku twitched a little, thinking about what she was going to ask him. About his quirk. He couldn't tell them. He promised Almighty wouldn't tell anyone. True, he had broken a telling Kaken, but he didn't even believe him. Izuku had expected for Amber to sit in front of him and to start interrogating him. It would be the rational thing to do. He, however, got a reaction from the girl he did not expect. The girl was in front of Izuku in a second, her smug persona gone as if it were never there. A huge grin had appeared on her face as she looked at him with starstruck eyes. "That was incredible," she whooped. Izuku was taken aback. He was not expecting this kind of reaction from the girl. "How did you do that?" she continued, oblivious to Paimon snickering at her breaking of character. "Can you teach me how to do that?" Izuku suddenly stiffened at that last part, thinking about how he broke his body whenever he used it. He thought of a broken Amber on the ground and wanted to say no. It was his ability after all. Amber continued her rant. "After all, I noticed that you can't control your power. My arrows are the same. I charge a specific amount of energy into it, so maybe you should try the same." This caught the green-haired boy's undivided attention. He knew the magic she was talking about was very different than One for All, but the basic idea was probably alike, if not the same. It would be very beneficial to learn how to control his powers, especially when fighting a lower-ranked monster. "Amber," said a new calm voice, a masculine one which Izuku did not realize. "Don't scare our guest now." Amber stiffened a bit as she turned around. Standing in one of the doorways was a blue-haired man with tanned skin and blue lilac eyes. His blue hair came down on one side in the form of a ponytail. He wore an eye patch and had bangs covering a part of his face. Unlike what Amber was currently wearing, the man wore a white fur cloak over a white jacket that exposed his chest to some extent. Alongside that, he wore a navy shirt and pants with fingerless gloves and high boots. He had an aura that emitted confidence as he wore a serious, but kind, smile. Well, sorry Kia," Amber said, not meeting Kia's eyes. "I was just telling this newbie how to. He is not part of the Knights of Favonius, Amber," the man named Kia had stated. "Therefore, you are not to help him. He could be an enemy for all we know." He wore a smirk as he then walked next to Amber, whose hands were tightening slightly. Izuku noticed this and leaned back in his chair a bit. "He's not," Amber said, quite loudly at that. Izuku and Paimon looked at her in surprise. Amber had been telling them on the way there how she admired Kia and how he ran things. But now, things look quite different. Amber seemed to be getting angrier the closer Kia got to her. "He saved my life. He's not an enemy." "Sorry Amber," he said as he rubbed her shoulders, unaware of her getting up and facing him. "Maybe you can convince me th." What happened next was so quick, Izuku was almost scared. Amber's fist was where Kia's face had been, but Kia was gone. Izuku looked over at the wall and grimaced. Kia had gotten punched by Amber and had face planted into the wall. "Enough with that already," she roared, scaring the green-haired boy to no ends. Your stupid charming persona may work on some people, but not on me. She hissed. Kia grunted and chuckled as he pulled himself out of the wall and limped his way over to the couch where Amber had once sat. He plopped himself down and looked over at the bewildered Izuku and paimon with interest as though nothing had happened. So? He began, shifting a little bit on the couch, clearly trying to hide some of the pain he was feeling. Amber told me while you were unconscious that you wanted to be a knight. Not only will you take the test, but you need to gain our trust as well. Unless, of course, you changed your mind. He asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku shook his head. And no. I still want to be a knight and try and help people. Kia nodded. A very admirable spirit. Thankfully, gaining a reputation won't be very hard for you, miracle worker. Not only that. But your reputation increased even more after you hurt that dragon. We'll do it tomorrow. I know it's rushed, but I'm a busy man. Is that alright with you? Izuku nodded determinedly. Good. Kia then looked at paimon. I assume you want to help him. If you're an assistant, then you just need to take a written test. Is that okay? The moment the word written was uttered, paimon looked as though she had seen a dead body. She was pale and shaking a bit. She was terrible at writing, but there was no way she was going to leave Izuku on his own. She still owed him. He believed in her and her dream, so she would do what it took. The paimon will do it. Paimon said, shaking her head frantically. Very well. Kia said, nodding his head with a kind smile. I think it's best if we go to bed. You can stay up later if you want to, considering you just woke up. But I didn't get your name. Oh. Izuku stammered. It's Izuku, sir. Nice to meet you. Izuku. Kia nodded. My name is Kia. If you succeed at your test, then it will be a pleasure to work alongside you. Kia then smiled slyly. Amber, if you could kindly follow me, Lisa and I would like to have a word with you about tomorrow's test. Amber was confused. Why was he smiling like that? She followed his gaze and almost gave an audible gasp. She had somehow made her way next to Izuku and was sitting right next to him. She turned as red as a tomato before she ran out of the room, saying something indecipherable. She ran out of the room so quickly Izuku almost thought she disappeared. Kia chuckled while shaking his head slightly. Just a warning. Kia continued. Don't let Lisa toy with you. If she gets under your skin, let me know. She's an odd one, to some extent. But she is a very powerful mage. Kia stretched before he got up off the couch, groaning slightly and wincing from getting thrown into the wall. See you tomorrow, Izuku. Get some rest and something solid to eat. I recommend the fried frog, it's quite good. And with that, he strode out of the room. Paimon was sweating as she floated over next to Izuku, who was muttering to himself. What questions do you think they'll ask Paimon? The history of this place. Paimon doesn't know anything about this place. Paimon is bad at REALMS. Izuku had tuned paimon out as he pondered what the test would be. It had to be somewhat hard, considering there were so few knights. He had also mentioned someone named Lisa. I need to keep my guard up. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, so I should be careful and ready. Izuku muttered to himself. Izuku then noticed paimon floating around him, who was progressively getting more worried by the second. He didn't blame her. Back in her village, they probably didn't have much writing experience as other places. Izuku sighed to himself. He would have to spend the night teaching paimon how to write. Great. Izuku got up off the couch. See, come on. I saw a place that has good food that's always open. Let's go eat there. I'll teach you some writing tricks while we eat. Izuku got near the door, ready to leave, when he noticed paimon was next to him. He looked back and paimon was smiling at him, her eyes watery. Thank you, Izuku. Paimon will forever be in your debt. She cried as she jumped on his face and hugged him. She hugged the poor boy for a few minutes until she realized he was beginning to asphyxiate. She quickly got off him and apologized. They then made their way outside. Paimon then floated towards the cafe singing while Izuku was regaining oxygen. Meat, meat, meat. Wonderful meat. Paimon sang. Beef or pork. Chicken in the deli. It doesn't matter, it'll end up in my belly. Izuku sighed as he took a deep breath. He wondered what everyone else was doing, if they were looking for him. He then thought of Todoroki, and his heart dropped. He wanted to tell Todoroki that his quirks was his and not his father's. But he couldn't now. Maybe, when he got brought back. Izuku's stomach lurched. He forgot. If he got brought back, then he would never see paimon or Amber again. Maybe he could bring them with him. There was probably no chance, but maybe. Izuku? Came an excited voice, breaking Izuku away from his thoughts. Wrong way. The food place is this way. Izuku ran his hand through his hair and nodded as he followed paimon while wearing one of the hats given to him. Mom? He whispered as paimon accidentally ran headfirst into a sign and then bounced back up as though nothing had happened. I love you. Stay safe, alright. Tears cascaded down his cheek. Paimon noticed this and grabbed Izuku's hand. Izuku looked down at the smiling Paimon. Izuku can choose the meat if it helps him feel better. Paimon said with a smile. She didn't know why Izuku was crying, she had never seen him do it before. But she knew that Izuku was there for her, so she would be there for him. Izuku smiled and wiped his eyes. Damn, haven't cried in a while, not since the fess. Izuku stopped mid-sentence as Paimon looked at him curiously. He hadn't told anyone yet that he was from another world, or time, or place. Izuku didn't know, but no one here knew about Japan. What did Izuku say? Asked Paimon curiously, prodding his bicep. I said feast. I said feast. There was so much food at a feast I once went to, I cried. Izuku quickly made up. Paimon's mouth watered as she looked at him with starry eyes. Feast. Was it good? How much food was there? Lucky Izuku. Paimon wishes she was there. The white-haired girl exclaimed. Izuku grabbed Paimon's hand. I'll tell you about it later. Let's go the cafe. Paimon nodded frantically as she and Izuku made their way down the street, the lights in the stores illuminating their path in the night. By any chance, if Izuku couldn't go back, things here wouldn't be so bad after all. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 8. Izuku opened his eyes and was welcomed to the sight of storm clouds through the window of the room he was resting in. Paimon was on the couch near the blue-sheeted bed that Izuku had slept in. She let out a light snore before turning over on her side, so Izuku couldn't see her face anymore. The green-haired boy looked out the window and thought about the previous day. About the warning Kia had given him about Lisa, how if he passed, he would become a knight, and how Amber had supported him. He then remembered teaching Paimon how to write. The white-haired girl's performance at writing at first had been abysmal. However, after about 3 hours of trial and error, she had finally shown improvement. He was proud of her, unbelievably so. Izuku then got up quietly, not wanting to wake up the girl, and got himself dressed. As he entered the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror, he noticed something he had not noticed before. He had no stubble or facial hair of any kind at that. In fact, minus his clothes, he looked exactly how he looked when he had arrived. Not a single hair on his head had grown out. While Izuku observed this discovery, he suddenly heard footsteps and humming. Someone had walked into the bathroom without noticing him. The light suddenly turned out as Izuku looked over. He saw Kia in bright blue sleepwear by the door. He yawned as he walked over to Izuku. So, are you nervous for today? He began, as though he and Izuku were discussing over breakfast rather than in a bathroom. Izuku snapped out of his stupor before nodding. He was quite nervous for today. After all, he had only been in this world for a short time, and he already had a good reputation so far. I'm a bit nervous. Izuku admitted as Kia glanced at him with a look akin to interest. Is this Lisa person as bad as you make her out to be? Before Kia could respond, there was a knocking at the door. Kia sighed as he walked over to the bathroom door, grumbling to himself. Why is she here now? It's only 7 in the morning, damn it. Kia turned around and sighed. Well, I gotta go answer that. It's probably Lisa. She's a nice person, even if she is rather, well. The knocking became much louder as Kia's eye twitched. As he turned around, he looked over his shoulder at Izuku. Another thing for becoming a knight is that you cannot hold secrets. Kia said seriously, ignoring the knocking, which was getting progressively louder by the second. You will have to tell us your power and origin. Otherwise, you cannot join. The same goes for that little friend of yours. Understand? Izuku nodded, determined not to show Kia the panic that was now flowing through him. His power's origins were uncomfortable enough, but origin? He couldn't. They would kick him out due to thinking he was insane. How would he even break this to them? Hey guys. Guess what? You know how I'm that weird guy who lived in the forest? Well, it turns out I'm actually not from this world. Crazy, right? Even in Izuku's head, the statement sounded unbelievably stupid. Izuku heard the door open as he heard 2 voices talking. He was about to go out when the bathroom door opened. The tired Amber walked into the room, her hair sticking up in random places, wearing nothing but a towel. She wandered over to the sink with glazed eyes, oblivious to Izuku, who had just stepped back to make room for her. The brown-haired girl then leaned down as she splashed her face with cold water. She shivered a bit before coming back up. She then turned around to grab a brush from the cabinet. The cabinet Izuku was standing in front of. Amber muttered a tired move. Izuku complied as he moved out of the way. Amber then opened the cabinet and grabbed her black brush. She then made her way over to the mirror with her brush in her hand. She stared at the mirror for a few seconds before turning around. Izuku smiled nervously as he gave her a half-hearted wave. Amber blinked. Once, twice, 3 times. The young girl's scream was heard throughout the whole of Mondstadt. Izuku made his way over to the couch, wincing due to the pain coming from his stomach where Amber had hit him. He then sat down next to a chipper paimon, who had been woken up due to the loud scream. Across from them sat a content Kia and a blushing, embarrassed Amber, who was looking everywhere and anywhere but Izuku. Kia nodded. "Alright. Lisa is waiting outside in the training yard. I'm going to be overviewing your exam, so I do hope you impress me." Kia got up as he then looked at paimon. "You will be taking your written exam after Izuku. I would usually have someone to overview it, but the person who was originally intended to examine you has a rather biased opinion." He looked over at Amber, who was scowling, despite her blush, at the happy white-haired girl. Paimon just grinned devilishly at her. She had been told by a flustered Izuku what had happened, only after pouting for 15 minutes for him to tell her what happened, due to his red face. After she had received this bit of information, she had donned an evil smirk. Izuku, who knew Paimon very well, knew that she would most likely use this as teasing material later. Paimon then gave a toothy smile at Kia. "It's okay. Paimon will wait until Izuku is done." Kia nodded again. "Good. Well then, let's get going." He suddenly sprang up from his seat and got on one knee in front of Amber. "Now, do you need help up by any chance?" Izuku had gotten up from his seat, with a happy paimon floating around him. As he stood fully up, he looked over to the Kia-shaped hole in the wall. He then glanced at the growling Amber, who met his gaze for the first time that morning. She then turned away blushing as paimon snorted. Amber snarled at her before she quickly ran out of the room before Izuku could say anything. "Alright." Izuku grinned, despite still being a bit flustered from his encounter with Amber. "Let's show these knights what we're made of, paimon." Paimon nodded determinedly. She would do him proud. Izuku made his way over to the door that led to the training yard. This was it. He was nervous, but excited. He would be able to be a hero in this world just like in his own. Izuku couldn't help but frown a bit as he stared at the door leading to the training yard. He thought of All Might and how much he had sacrificed for the green-haired boy. But all of that had been for nothing if he couldn't get back home. He suddenly felt a tug on his sleeve. He looked over his shoulder to see a slightly twitching paimon. She gave him a nervous smile and nodded. He suddenly regained the steely, determined look that he donned whenever someone was in trouble. He gripped the doorknob tightly. This was it. And then, he opened the door. Todoroki scowled as he dodged another attack from Shiro, who was unrelenting with his attacks. This was unfair. He was supposed to be getting ready to fight Izuku. Not this. Tape man. The green-haired boy had made a proclamation against him. He was supposed to prove Izuku wrong. How he was stronger than him, how he didn't understand his pain. How much more he had trained in order to surpass him. To surpass everyone. But now, instead of fighting Izuku, he was fighting a black-haired nobody. What was his name again? Shiro. Firo. Shiro gave Todoroki a wide grin as he punched him in the chest, sending the dual-haired boy back a few feet. "Don't worry, Todoroki," Shiro said as he leapt at him, tape shooting out of his elbows. "This'll be over in a flash." Todoroki's mind began to wander. Flash. 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 The young Todoroki sat up in a room, covered head to toe in cuts and bruises. An unimpressed Endeavor stood before him. "That is not how you use your fire," Endeavor shouted. "Like this." Flame flash. The burst of fire erupted from his father's hands, burning the door and the side of the young boy's cheek. Tears rolled down the boy's face. "But daddy," the little Todoroki cried. "I want to see Mommy Aga." He was interrupted by his father slapping him in the face. "Quit your whining," Endeavor shouted once more. "She isn't here because she ruined my creation. She served her purpose." Her purpose. Todoroki stood with his hair shadowing his eyes in the middle of the ring, Shiro's victorious laughter morphing into his father's cruel laughter. A few flames danced around Todoroki's hand before he clenched his hand tightly, gritting his teeth. Shiro, however, did not see these red flags. As he put more tape around the ring, laughing victorious. "It's over, Todoroki." The black-haired boy laughed, unaware of the ice forming in Todoroki's hand. "She's useless to me." "Useless?" Todoroki raised his head, his eyes tracing the crowd. "You should be glad she's gone." "Glad?" Todoroki's eyes finally focused on one man in the crowd, a pro-hero with a flaming beard, who stared down at him with an impassive look. "You are my weapon. I will use you to surpass All Might." "Your weapon?" It was right then and there. Something in Todoroki snapped. He didn't move. Time seemed to slow down. Suddenly, everything seemed insignificant. All Might, the UA students, the laughing Shiro, the worried crowd. Time seemed to freeze as Todoroki looked at Endeavor. His parent. His father. His reason for not having a mom around anymore. The dual-haired boy looked up at the man with contempt and hatred. "I honestly hate you." The boy hissed under his breath as he raised his arm. And then, all at once, time returned to normal. It had happened in an instant. All Might gave a gasp of surprise as Izawa and the portal man looked on in shock from their booth. People in the crowd had blinked and it was there. The crowd gave a shriek of terror, pressing themselves backwards onto the back of their seats. The UA students looked on in awe and shock. They had not expected for Todoroki to be this far ahead of them. A massive pillar of ice had appeared in the middle of the ring, so wide that it took up the whole ring, and was so tall that it creaked threateningly above the audience. Zero was covered from neck to toe in ice. He was shivering and his body and tape were completely encased in ice. Midnight was shivering too. Half of her body was completely encased as well. "See, can you move, Zero?" asked the pro hero as she broke out of the ice. "Why you serious?" the black-haired boy asked through chattering teeth. "I see, couldn't move even if I used all my T-tape to get myself free." Ikinda sounds like Deku with all that stuttering. Bakugo thought. Even with the somewhat comedic comment, Bakugo did not crack a smile. A scowl graced his features as he stared at the dual-haired boy standing in the middle of the ring. Todoroki, looking slightly apologetic, quickly destroyed the ice as Zero fell to the ground, shaking like a leaf. As Todoroki went over to help the black-haired boy up, Bakugo looked furious. The blonde knew that the winner had been holding back quite a lot. Bakugo snarled as he saw Todoroki whisper something to Zero, who smiled a bit shakingly and nodded understandingly. They then both gripped each other's hands and shook for the world to see. The crowd was now clapping out of pity for Zero and respect for the sportsmanship that both Todoroki and Zero were showing. As Zero went back into the tunnel, people were waving at him, shouting things such as "Nice try. Get him next time. There's always next year. And you did incredible to come as far as you did." Todoroki couldn't help but feel a little pity staring at the retreating form of the boy as he turned to glare up at his father. He quickly walked out of the ring, not anticipating the match he would soon have with the explosive boy. What a cutie. Izuku suddenly felt two hands on his back and was forced into a hug. He heard Kia chuckle as he heard a gasp from Amber. Paimon floated around the two individuals, unsure what to do. When Izuku was released from this hug, Paimon quickly flew over to him. "Is Izuku okay?" asked Paimon worriedly. "Did the woman do something to Izuku?" "Ah. No," Izuku said, still a bit red from the contact. The woman giggled as he looked at her for the first time. The woman had curly dark brown hair with green eyes and a rather curvy build with fair skin. She wore a white and purple dress that was open on the sides that was embroidered in gold. With that, she wore black gloves, a large witch's hat, along with black lace stockings. Her hair appeared to be tied back with a tiny purple rose. The woman looked at Izuku, a smile gracing her full lips. "You sure know how to pick him, Kia. He sure looks like a lot of fun." It only took a matter of seconds for Izuku to realize that this woman and the pro hero Midnight would be best of friends. The woman winked at Izuku as Izuku flushed. Kia chuckled. "Well then," he spoke up. "I think it's best if we begin, don't you agree, Amber?" "Amber?" He turned around, confused, noticing Amber's silence. He looked around, only to see Amber standing right next to the doorway staring at Lisa and Izuku. If looks could kill, they would have both dropped dead in a second. Minus this ferocious look, her face was quite red. Kia turned around and laughed. "Oh," he teased. "Is the great outrider of the Knights of Favonius G." He was cut off as a fist made his face. He flew into the wall, breaking through it and the wall behind it. Amber resembled a tomato once more as she made a weird noise between a snarl and a whimper as she leaned against a wall, still glaring at Lisa, who was now laughing at her, while Paimon was still checking Izuku frantically in case Lisa had done anything to him. Izuku was trying his hardest to keep a deadpan expression to crawl onto his face. These guys defend the city. They're nuts. The young boy thought to himself as he patted Paimon's head as the little girl let out a sigh of relief. "Paimon, don't trust that woman, Izuku," Paimon said, looking at Lisa who was now teasing a red, yelling Amber. "The strange woman looks like a witch. Paimon doesn't like witches." Izuku sighed as he whispered words of encouragement into Paimon's ear. She looked more content after he was done whispering and puffed out her chest determinedly as she and the green-haired boy turned to face the trio. Lisa bowed. "My name is Lisa. I am a Knight of Favonius. You must be Izuku." She grinned right there, making the boy nervous. She waved him off, laughing at his attitude. "But that aside, Amber has informed us that you and the girl want to come knights. Well, it won't be easy at all. But who knows? Miracles happen. You might get in." She turned around pulling out a spellbook. Amber and Kia immediately stepped back, with Kia grabbing a bewildered Paimon away from Izuku. "Now," the witch said, opening up the book, charging her hand with power. "We'll see if you can pass the first test." A sadistic smile appeared on her face. "With that out of the way, let's begin." The Heroic Impact. Chapter 9. Izawa had his eyes on the arena while Toshinori was forcing more answers out of the man in another room. Izawa didn't want to admit it, but he was in deep SHT. He had lost one of his students to a completely random stranger. The boy's family would have his head on a pike. After all, it was Izawa's responsibility to watch after his students, not to mention it was one of the only parts to his job. Izawa heard the door slam as he turned around to see All Might walked into the room. The blonde skinny man sat down on a chair near the window when he had walked in and rubbed his temples. "Anything new?" he asked as he turned back around to watch Bakugo fight Tokoyami, who was using Dark Shadow to try and push back the explosive boy. All Might sighed. "We have some information, but not nearly enough to find out where young Midoriya went. This guy may be leaving certain things out. The police are grilling him as we speak." An uncomfortable silence filled the room as they watched the match. Toshinori wasn't feeling much better than Izawa. He was young Midoriya's mentor. His idol. His teacher, for crying out loud. And despite having done so much for his student, he felt like he failed him. He had no idea where he was. He hoped that the boy was taking care of himself and that he was using his quirk to help others like he had done before. "There is one thing I forgot to mention," All Might brought up. Izawa turned to look the unnaturally skinny man in the eye. "Young Izuku will not age much in whatever world he may be in." When the police grilled him, he said that the world young Midoriya is in runs on a different clock. They said that he might have been in there for a week at his end, well he's only been gone for a few hours on our end. All Might stopped and grit his teeth. He felt a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time, helplessness. Like how he had felt when he watched other heroes threw their lives down to make other lives better. Just how his mentor had done for him. "Don't beat yourself up over it," Izawa said as his gaze made its way back to the retreating Tokoyami. "He knows how to take care of himself. He's not defenseless." "Small comfort," the blonde-haired man snarled. "The boy does not know how to use that quirk well. He could kill himself if he used it. Not to mention that world he's in is a mystery. He could be getting poisoned, electrified, burned." Izawa chuckled. "Really, Toshinori? I bet he's fine. To be fair, what are the odds he's being electrified right now? She can use electricity." The green-haired boy was thinking this as he dodged another bolt heading his way. They had been going for only 1 minute and Izuku already hated it. One false move and he was toast. Literally. "Come on, cutie," screamed the semi-sadistic voice of a woman who had apparently lost her mind. "It doesn't hurt that much. Most people don't even have time to scream when it hits them, so no worries." "This is bad," Izuku thought to himself as he dodged another bolt by an inch, causing it to hit the wall and blow it into pieces. "That's better." Lisa giggled crazily, causing Paimon to tense, getting ready to jump on Izuku to heal him. Amber looked somewhat uncomfortable at Lisa's antics, while Kia kept a straight face. "Is this really necessary, Kia?" Amber asked, her golden eyes narrowing as Izuku dodged another blast by an inch, followed by an insane laugh from Lisa. "I mean, not that I want that Neanderthal tarnishing our image, but I didn't fight Lisa until my last test. Why are we doing it first?" Kia sighed and looked around. Paimon was too focused on the fight to hear anything else, and Izuku and Lisa wouldn't be able to hear them. He leaned over to Amber, who eyed him suspiciously. "Look," he began in a serious, low tone. "This is going to be the only test that Izuku will have to do." Amber blinked before her eyes narrowed even further. "Why's th? We have, business to attend to. Something that's going to need more than 3 people. The business will be Izuku's test. As for his companion." He quickly spared a glance at Paimon, who was now nervously gnashing her teeth watching a bolt miss Izuku's head. "If she stays by him the whole time and helps him during this mission, then I will allow her to join with him." Amber blinked at him before focusing back on the fight. It was unlike Kia to be so serious and vague. The mission must be important. After leaping in the air to avoid another attack, Izuku quickly spun around on his heel. Lisa had a crazed smile on her face as she aimed her finger at him, which was charged with power. Izuku trembled ever so slightly before he sighed and brought his finger into an aimed flick. "I'll use the move I used against Amber. That should end it." Izuku took a deep breath and screamed at the heavens. "Elware smash." He unleashed a flick, which tore through the air towards the shocked woman. The boy had gone from dodging to an attack like this. How much power did he have? Lisa decided to ask those questions later as the flick hit her dead on, exploding when it hit her. However, the attack did not end there. It went through the wall behind Lisa and then the wall behind that. The simple flick tore up pavement and destroyed trees. Izuku panted as he felt some of his energy leave him. His finger was now a shade of purple and was broken. He looked over at the clearing smoke, careful not to underestimate his enemy. Aimin had a smirk on her face, while Amber and Kia looked on with no expression. Izuku had won. There was no way th. The smoke cleared and a slightly ruffled up Lisa was standing there, having blocked it with a spell. She looked at her slightly ripped clothes and her smile became wider. "Yes," she shouted, raising her arms wide. "Don't hold anything back. Because your test is ending now." She pulled out her book and raised her hands. Violet electricity formed in her hands as the book flew into the air above her. No matter what she did, Izuku knew that he would probably get defeated if he took her attack head-on. He looked around. There had to be something that could help him. Anything. She then clapped her hands together and took aim at Izuku while smiling. "Now, this might hurt a little, cutie. But don't worry. You can try the test again in another year." Heavenlight beam. The truly magnificent blast of lightning left her hands. Izuku looked on at the approaching blast terrified. He had to do something. He had to win. Think. The blast met Izuku, and a huge explosion followed. Smoke and debris flew in different directions as Lisa's lips twisted in a victorious smile. Aimin looked on, horrified that the one who saved her life was now toast. Kia shook his head while Amber turned to Paimon, smirking on the outside, but feeling a bit sickened on the inside. "See?" Amber scoffed at Paimon, trying to not get her worry over the boy in her voice. Paimon's gaze was still on the place where Izuku had been. "I told you it would end like this. But did you listen?" "No." Amber smiled, she had proven the white-haired girl wrong. While that gave her some sense of victory, she tried to push down the sympathy she felt for Izuku. He had a ton of power. If only he knew how to use it without breaking himself, maybe he could have won. Amber suddenly turned to Paimon. "Snowflake, you knew this was coming, but I'll say it anyway. I told you s." Suddenly, a huge piece of rock flew out of the smoke and smashed against the unaware Lisa, who tumbled into a wall. Paimon's breathing stopped for a minute along with Amber, who was still in a victorious pose, her face frozen. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. The heavily exhausted Izuku stood there with a smile, holding his hand. Paimon noticed how he didn't look that bad for taking on a huge attack. But as she analyzed him, she noticed that he now had 2 broken fingers. Strange, he only had one before. Lisa stood up, shaking slightly, looking livid and confused. Her clothes were now significantly ripped and covered in scratches, and her hat was gone. Blood ran down her face and she was missing a tooth. All from one throw. Lisa moved slightly, wincing at the pain shooting through her back where she had landed. She was angry, confused, and incredulous. How had he done it? It was impossible. He couldn't have taken the attack from point-blank range. He would be fried if he had. So how was it possible? He now had a huge grin on his face while staring out at the contestants. Amber's mouth was nearly touching the floor, shocked at the sudden comeback. Paimon had tears in her eyes. He wouldn't let her down, she knew it. Izuku chuckled, flinching at the pain flowing through his hand. He looked up at the woman, who gazed at him disbelievingly. "Why, you're probably wondering how this is happening," Izuku said, who, despite slightly shaking, was wearing a smile. "I'll tell you how. When you used your lightning, I saw a flaw." Lisa now looked at him as though he had grown a second head. "A flaw? This can't be. How? When?" Izuku was now charging up a fist of one for all behind his back. He could end this if he kept her talking. "When you fired the blast, I knew there would be some kickback. So right when it was about to hit me, I used my ability and broke the rock beneath me, and the backlash sent me into the air. That helped me dodge, all while kicking up enough dust to make anyone think that I had been hurt badly. Since debris went flying everywhere, I was able to grab a piece. And, well." He gestured to her slightly broken form. He smirked at her odd gaze while he raised his hand. "Looks like it worked. Now Lisa, you said my test was ending. I see, couldn't agree more." Before she could dodge or move at that, he roared out once more. "Bellware smash." This time, the woman could not deflect or block from the attack. She only watched helplessly as it came closer, closer, and closer. She closed her eyes, bracing herself from the pain that was coming. She had tried, she really had. But the boy had bested her. And this was her punishment for dropping her guard. Silence. Strange, shouldn't the attack have hit her by now? She cracked open an eye, only to see the world horizontally. She had been knocked over. She had been saved. She looked around for her savior, and she saw him. Izuku Midoriya was gritting his teeth, stopping himself from screaming. He had knocked the woman out of the way, but had broken his leg in the process. His other leg, while not broken, was not exactly painless either. Lisa looked at him, shocked. She had deserved to take the attack head-on. She truly deserved it for being overconfident. She had underestimated the boy, not thinking he had what it took to become a knight. How wrong she had been. Her lower lip trembled slightly as she turned over so he couldn't see her. "Why?" she whispered, so that only he could hear her. "Why? If my attack hit you, there was a chance you could have not recovered. So why go out of your way to help me?" Izuku looked over at the woman's slightly shaking form. He smiled and said something he had said not a very long time. Well, it looked like you were asking for help. Lisa's eyes widened as she was suddenly came back to a forgotten memory of hers. A young 4-year-old Lisa ran through the long grass of a forest surrounding Mondstadt. She was running as fast as she couldn't let them catch her, she couldn't. Why hadn't she listened to her parents? They told her not to go outside the walls. But here she was, being chased by a monster because she had been exploring. A sudden root caught her by the foot. She desperately pulled, but to no avail. She looked on in terror as an enormous hand reached down to grab her, the rest of the monster enveloped in shadow. This was it. This was the end. The little Lisa let out a scream. Someone help me. She screeched as they closed her eyes, waiting for the inevitable. There was a sudden roar of anger, a sound of surprise, a shriek, a gargling noise, and then, silence. The little Lisa opened her eyes to the silhouette of an adult. Hey kid, are you alright? The man tilted his head ever so slightly. The little Lisa looked over at the corpse of the monster in pure shock. This man had killed it. She then noticed a sword slung over his shoulder and how it was completely covered in blood. The man himself, however, was unscathed. Come on kid. The man laughed, lightly grabbing her shoulder. Let's get you home. Your parents must be worried sick. The tiny girl looked back at the dead monster, slightly revolted. This man had taken a life away and felt nothing. True, it wasn't a human, but maybe it was going to leave her alone if she ran far enough away. When she had asked the man this, the man laughed harder. A monster leaving you alone after chasing you for a good mile. Good luck with that. The girl stared down at her purple dress. So then she asked the man a simple question. Why? Why did he save her? The man raised an eyebrow at her question. What are you kid, suicidal? Were you hoping the monster would kill you? The girl feverishly shook her head. She didn't need a stranger to lecture her. Well, the strange man said looking out at the dead monster. Cause you were asking for help stupid, what else? The young Lisa puffed out her cheek in annoyance. I am not stupid. She replied hotly. The man scoffed at her. Sure you aren't kid, that's what all the stupid people say. Anyway, come on, I'll get you home. He began to walk away as a young Lisa scuffled after him, not eager to see what her parents had to say. Cause you were asking for help stupid, what else? Well, it looked like you were asking for help. Tears made their way out of the woman's eyes as she looked over at green-haired boy who was cursing under his breath as paimon. When did she come? Was healing him, giving him words of encouragement. The boy had helped her just as the man had done. Unlike the man, he didn't even have to take a life to do so. Izuku looked over at paimon and then back at the woman. Paimon, can you heal her tooth and everything please? He asked. As paimon nodded, the witch looked over at Izuku, tears still in her eyes, and embraced him in a light hug. Thank you so much, see cutie. She sniffled. Izuku was turning slowly red as paimon healed Lisa. He smiled and nodded as a once again healthy Lisa. However, hadn't noticed a seething Amber who was glaring at the group. Amber felt a muscle twitch in her cheek. She had been proven wrong by that little snowball. The boy had made it in. Not that he knew, considering he thought that he still had 3 more tests to take. Why was this outsider being allowed into the Knights? And why did a little part of her find that okay? She shook her head rapidly, ignoring the sly glance Kia sent her due to her reddening face. She did not find it okay. She needed more information on the boy. A moving traveler with that much power. As if. And then there was that. Snowball. She didn't look like any other villager or being she had ever seen. Where could they have come from? I hate to intrude. Came the voice of Kia. The eye patch wearing man had a serious look on his face, causing Lisa to wipe her tears and immediately stood up. Izuku then also got on his feet along with paimon, who was now floating around the green-haired boy's head, sending a gloating look over at Amber. Amber, swallowing her anger, ignored this look and looked at Kia. I'm afraid to say that the next part of the test will be a bit more deadly. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 10. In the middle of a well-furnished room, a blonde woman was pacing back and forth. Her heels clacking as she walked back and forth, lost in thought. There had been multiple Storm Terror sightings around Mondstadt. The Storm Terror had also been inside the city at one point. It had somehow got scared away, but she would be a fool to believe that it would not try to attack again. She had so many preparations to make, papers to fill out, and the little fact that there was corruption involving money spreading across the city was not making her job any easier. The woman looked up at the clock, which read 2:30. She had called them hours ago. What could be so important to ignore her call? Before she could summon a knight to send another message, the door creaked open. She looked over to see a slightly grim-faced Kia, a serious Amber, a slightly ruffled-up Lisa, and a strange green-haired boy with a little white-haired girl. She didn't know who these two were, but considering that 3 of her most loyal knights had brought them, she would question them later. Jean, I've brought them. Kia said earnestly. The green-haired boy's name is Izuku, and the girl's name is Paimon. They're both knights in training. Izuku looked at the woman whose name has just been revealed. The woman had a tall, athletic build with short gold blonde hair tied back into a ponytail. Her gray-blue eyes were narrowed as she gazed at the lot of them. She wore a white, blue, black, and red strapless shirt with gold symbols and linings, with a blue tailcoat attached to it. Alongside that, she wore white tights embroidered with gold diamond dot patterns, with a pair of snow-white high-heeled boots. The woman adjusted her blue gauntlets as she addressed Kia with two simple words. What happened? Ladies and gentlemen. The fight that you have all been anticipating. A snarking Bakugo and a stone-faced Todoroki walked onto the battlefield. Bakugo growled as Todoroki looked on at him with slight boredom. How dare that bastard? Did he know who he was messing with? He was the strongest person in the whole stadium. A little bit of ice wouldn't stop him from kicking that dual-haired bastard's ass. Meanwhile, Todoroki couldn't help but feel slight disappointment. He had wanted to fight Izuku. While he acknowledged Bakugo for his strength, he wanted to see what Izuku would have said after he had frozen him solid. He would have proven his bastard of a father wrong. In the stands, Hilda looked on in mild concern for his classmates. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Uraraka. The Uraraka looked on in interest. After worrying about Deku for hours, she had finally been comforted by All Might and Izawa that the boy would most likely return soon. While she did not like the most likely part, she was glad that there was a chance she would see the boy again soon. She missed her friend a lot. Yup. Her really close friend. The Uraraka had gained a blush on her face that had gone unnoticed by Hilda. She quickly turned her head and said her opinion. I don't know, Hilda. It's hard to decide. It all depends on their planning. But I bet it will look cool. As Uraraka mimicked explosions and shooting eyes, Hilda looked on at his classmates. While he did not like Bakugo at all and didn't really have an opinion of Todoroki besides his somewhat blunt and rude attitude, he didn't want to see them kill each other over a small medal. He knew that Todoroki would most likely not go all out in order to keep the crowd safe, but the same couldn't be said for Bakugo. Alright. Announced Midnight as Todoroki and Bakugo walked up to shake hands. Shake on a good match, and then we can begin. As Todoroki put his hand out, Bakugo grabbed it and put an unreasonable amount of pressure on it. Todoroki, to his credit however, didn't even flinch as he looked up at the smirking Bakugo. You might just want to walk off the arena while you still can, ice bastard. Bakugo whispered to Todoroki maliciously. Because I'll be walking out of the ring at the end of the match while you'll be in the hospital wing. Todoroki nodded. I see. You're trying to amp yourself up to believe that you'll win. It's a good tactic to make yourself believe you'll win will probably increase your odds of winning to some extent. He then gave a cold glare of his own. But I wonder what will happen if you were to lose after all of motivation. Bakugo snarled as he let go of his bone-crushing grip on Todoroki's hand. Both boys got onto opposite sides of the ring. Midnight raised her hand. Get ready. Get set. Bakugo wore a smile that radiated bloodlust at the boy that stood opposite of him. He was going to kick his ass. Make him wish he had never been born. He was the strongest hero alive. Todoroki, however, had different thoughts. The dual-haired boy's eyes narrowed at the blonde, who had on a look that promised pain. Todoroki, however, couldn't have cared less. This explosion boy was nothing. Nothing but a mere stepping stone to fighting Izuku. If he beat him, then he could beat the green-haired boy. If he couldn't, well, he would just have to amplify his training. Both boys got into fighting positions as Bakugo made little explosions in his hands, as Todoroki had an ice blast at the ready. The crowd held their breath. This was it. Go. And that's what happened. Jean looked slightly irritated as Kia finished. She was not impressed that it took a day for reports of the attack to reach her. Many other knights had returned to her the day earlier, reporting to her the city's conditions and the villagers' health. Amber, Lisa, and Kia, who were three of her most loyal knights, however, had taken their time, with no excuse beside the fact they were help training recruits. Recruits whom she had never before today. One of them, a green-haired boy, had an aura that emitted nervousness and kindness. He looked as though he were a foreigner, due to his green hair and lack of knowledge of the city, when Jean had questioned the boy where he had first went when arriving in the city. The other recruit was a rather strange being. She was a tiny, white-haired girl who had a somewhat brash attitude. She had easily found out that her name was Paimon, due to referring to herself as her own name instead of I. One thing she noticed about the girl was that she was very overprotective about her green-haired friend. She had later found out in the conversation that this Izuku, she had figured out the name thanks to Paimon's story, had saved her life from drowning, and she owed him with her life. Jean had also noticed a lack of noise after Paimon had told this story. Kia and Lisa had looked concerned at this revelation. Due to their reactions, Jean assumed that despite recruiting them, they did not know everything about the recruits' pasts. Even Amber, whom Jean could tell upon entry to the room disliked paimon, refrained herself from making any sort of comment. Had anyone looked closer, they would have seen a tiny bit of pity mixed with worry in the brown-haired girl's eyes. Only when Lisa and Kia had then asked paimon about how she had ended up in the river did paimon cease her storytelling of Izuku's brave arrival. The little girl had gazed at Izuku when she had stopped and Izuku had nodded. Paimon did not reveal anything about herself other than that. After the sudden conclusion of the story, Kia had reported his findings to her, along with Amber and Lisa. "I see," Jean murmured. She then looked at Kia and the other knights of Favonius. "All registered knights, stand up." Izuku was surprised when paimon did not move from hanging off his shoulder in an attempt to get up to join the other knights. He looked over at her to see that her eyes were distant as she clutched onto Izuku's shoulder tighter and let out a sigh of relief. He gave a small, reassuring smile at her as he turned his attention back to the three knights who were standing side by side in front of Jean. "While it is true that the reports you gave me were acceptable, the timing of them were not," she said as Amber flinched. Lisa looked at the Grandmaster with an impassive expression while Kia looked at the wall, chuckling nervously. Jean addressed them all again. "Furthermore, this will be on your records. Do something close to this again, and I will replace you with a more worthy candidate of your current position. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, ma'am." They all shouted simultaneously. Jean nodded in approval before turning her attention to Izuku. "So, Izuku was it? I was informed that you would like to become a Knight of Favonius. But when we begin, I will have to ask you some questions. My name is Jean. I am the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius. Pleased to make your acquaintance." The woman smiled as she held out her hand to him. "The pleasure's all mine," Izuku said as he shook her hand. "He's polite and has a rather tight grip," the Grandmaster thought to herself. "I could tell he wasn't even trying to grip my hand tightly. Should he pass the test, he will become a strong knight. If you paid attention to my words." Jean began again looking at Izuku. "You'd have noticed that I said when we begin. Sadly, we are not beginning anytime soon. We have a problem on our hands and are much too busy to conduct tests. Lisa, if you will." "Sure thing. You see, darling." Lisa smirked a little when Izuku turned a bit redder and heard Amber's breathing get louder. Storm Terror had caused quite a ruckus in this region since its recent resurgence. Basically, Mondstadt's elemental sphere and ley lines are not unlike a yarn ball in the paws of a kitten. For mages, it's much worse. My skin is one elemental particle away from a terrible breakout. That being said, Jean sighed as she pinched the brick of her nose while looking up. "We're stuck. We can't run any tests until this interference is over." Izuku looked over at the rest of the Knights of Favonius who were all looking grim. If he was stuck here, why not do something to make it easier for them? "Anything I can do to help?" "Temples of the Four Winds." That's what she said. Izuku was now walking down a stairwell in town with Amber. After being thanked by a grateful Jean had revealed that the source of this reoccurring problem were these temples, as the Storm Terror was drawing power from these structures. Lisa, Kia, and Jean herself were all going to different temples to halt the power, while Izuku, paimon, and Amber were headed to another, further away temple. "By the way, you should feel honored being in Jean's presence," Amber said, regaining her old, smug personality. "You simpletons should be on your knees thanking her for letting you go to a temple with me. I understand if you won't be able to do much, but I promise that I'll take care of you." Amber grinned at Paimon's furious expression as she attempted to lunge at the brown-haired archer, only to be stopped by Izuku's hand holding her back. Paimon looked at the boy pleadingly, as though begging him with her eyes if she could attack the archer. He sighed as he shook his head and turned his sight back to the bridge ahead of them. He made a sudden halt which caused Amber to face plant onto the green-haired boy's back. Amber's eyes widened when she felt strong muscles beneath the shirt. "He doesn't look like much on the outside, but he's more muscular than I thought. Wait. What am I thinking?" The red-faced Amber peeled herself off of Izuku's back as Paimon snorted at the blushing Amber and Izuku, who hadn't noticed her bump into him. Izuku turned around with a comforting smile, which made the archer's blush deepen, much to Paimon's amusement. "Amber? Do you have a map on you by any chance?" Izuku asked a brown-haired girl. Amber tried to hide her blush as best as she could by turning around the opposite way before addressing him. "I do. I have already read the location of where we're supposed to go. It's quite far, so we'll have to camp overnight," she stammered. Before Paimon could tease Amber about her stutter, Izuku addressed the archer again. "So, you said we have to control my power. Do you think we start training tomorrow?" Amber's slight blush faded as she thought about his question. "I think we should, yes. It's better if we help you shape up now than later. If your ability is anything like my magic, then it still should be the basic principle. What do you call that ability of yours anyway?" Izuku gulped. He had to tell Amber, he had no choice. If she were to teach him, it should be fine that she could know. Besides, no one in this world knew anything about quirks. So, with those main points out of the way, Izuku saw no reason why he couldn't tell her. I call it one for all. As Izuku said his quirk's name, Paimon felt something strange inside of her. As though her blood had given her a slight shock when she heard those words. But as soon as she noticed it, it faded away. Paimon floated there for a second before brushing it off. It was probably the meat she had eaten earlier. After all, she did eat a lot of it. One for all. That's a rather interesting name you chose for it, but okay. Tomorrow, we begin your unofficial training for the Knights of Favonius Izuku, as I will be your temporary mentor. Amber announced proudly. Please refrain from praising my greatness during our training sessions, although I know that will be Hey! Paimon shouted suddenly. Both Izuku and Amber turned to face the little girl, who was scowling at Amber. What's with the sudden change of heart? Yesterday, you bragged about how Paimon and Izuku were never going to make it into the Knights of Favonius. Now, you're fine with it because you're a mentor. What happened to you'll never make it in? At a change of heart. Amber waved her off in a dismissive manner, much to the white-haired girl's fury. Couldn't care less if you made it in, but Izuku has potential. We would be fools to let it go to waste. The witch should care if Paimon gets in. Paimon yelled at the archer. Paimon is a valuable asset to the team. Stop calling me a witch, you snowflake. Amber roared back at the girl, who didn't back down. Izuku chuckled to himself as he, Paimon and Amber made their way across the bridge and towards one of the faraway temples. Jean stared up at the storming clouds. The town had not cleared up since the attack. While the attack did have some benefits, as bandits were now too scared to come near the town, there were many repairs to be made. And the town's fate now rested in the eyes of her hot-headed outrider, somewhat charming ice mage, flirtatious lightning witch, and potential recruits. She couldn't help but feel as though sometimes the gods purposely messed with her. Miss Jean, are you alright? Jean turned her head to the voice. There stood a female maid wearing a priestess hat and a cravat. She wore a crimson dress with two bows, one at the hip and the other near her rear. Wide armor adorned her chest along with a pauldron on her left shoulder. She wore black tights beneath armored boots. Her neck-length lavender hair swung slightly in the breeze as her olive green eyes were filled with concern and worry. I'll be fine, Noelle. Jean addressed the maid as she turned around to look her in the eye. Noelle frowned as Jean gave a tired smile. All in a day's work, I suppose. Not enough people available at the moment, so we had to send out a new recruit. Noelle's eyes widened considerably. With all due respect, Miss Jean. Noelle began. I don't think sending a new recruit to deal with a threat such as this was a very thought-out idea. You could No, I am not sending you out. Jean sighed as Noelle grumbled slightly. You need to look after the village, should the storm terror attack again. I need to run some errands. Take care of the place while I'm gone. And while I know we need more people, do not call anyone else without my permission. Especially her. Good. Take care and sorry for the short notice. As Jean left the room, Noelle grumbled to herself. I am useful. And she's struggling. Why doesn't she send me out? She pondered. Oh well. I know she refused this, but I'm going to call for help. For Jean's sake. Noelle strode over to a nearby table, grabbed a feather and dipped it in ink. She then gently sat down as she began to write. I know, Jean said, especially not that woman. Noelle thought as she wrote. But she would be a valuable asset as of right now. Sorry, Jean, but I'm going to have to disobey your orders. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 11. Aimin's nose twitched as she smelled the fresh morning air. It had been approximately 16 hours since they had left to rid Mondstadt of the storm terror for good. According to Amber, one of the temples were near a location named Falcon Coast. Izuku had asked the archer why no one had gone into the temple before, only for Amber to tell him that the temple was full of traps and tests, and that getting through the entrance alone was an achievement to be proud of. So where were the group of three as of right now? The drowsy Izuku and Paimon had been awakened from their sleep by a jaunty Amber. For what reason? Training. Amber saw potential in Izuku, now all she had to do was awaken it. He had an insane amount of strength for someone of his age, hell, for any age. If she could help him use his power to its fullest extent without breaking himself, then the Knights of Favonius could possibly known across the world as the strongest guild. But to be a skilled warrior required much training. Which was why Amber was now calling Paimon over to heal Izuku, who had broken all the fingers on his right hand to crush multiple boulders. Interesting. Amber mused as Paimon flew over and began to heal Izuku, all the while scowling at Amber for having Izuku injure himself. This had been the third time the brown-haired girl had Izuku break boulders. Thankfully, they had camped right next to a mountain, so finding boulders weren't much on an issue. Although they had to be careful, one false move could cause an avalanche of rocks to rain down upon where they had set up. In the middle of a nearby grassy plain. Right before Amber could give Izuku her thoughts, she saw it again. something the brown-haired girl hadn't seen since the Storm Terror attack. Another spark danced on Izuku's neck and traveled up paimon and merged into her skin. For a split second, Amber swore the green spark had turned a shade of yellow, but it had disappeared before she could make any sort of confirmation. "So, are you going to explain why you keep doing that to Snowflake?" Amber asked Izuku, who sat up and looked at her confusedly. "It's okay, witch. Paimon doesn't mind healing Izuku. It doesn't hurt paimon at all." Paimon puffed her chest out and huffed proudly. Amber's eye slightly twitched at the annoying nickname, but disregarded it. Yelling at the little puffball wouldn't benefit her in any way. "Not that part, Paimon." Amber almost had to force out the name in order to have them know she was being serious. And it worked. Paimon looked at Amber bewildered, shocked that the archer had called her by her actual name. "I meant the part where that spark goes into your skin." Both Izuku and Paimon looked confused. "What are you talking about?" Paimon asked as Izuku began to look at Paimon's arms to see if there were any marks. "I've noticed it ever since the Oakhorn attack. Every time you use your ability and she comes to heal you." Amber gestured towards Paimon. "A spark smaller than the size of an acorn goes into her skin. Do either of you know why?" The duo looked slightly unnerved at the information given. Then, a thought sprung into Izuku's head. Maybe she loses some of her energy and One for All gives it back to her? Izuku suggested as Paimon nodded at Izuku's hypothesis. "Or, the witch uses so much of her magic she can't see right." Paimon proposed as Amber let out a hiss. "I know how to wield my magic, you pipsqueak." Amber growled as she and Paimon had a glaring contest that was interrupted by Izuku coughing. "So, what do you think about my ability, Amber?" Izuku asked tentatively as Amber looked at him before donning a thoughtful but serious expression. "You can use your ability anywhere on your body due to you being able to transfer it to your legs, arms, and fingers as you've demonstrated before." Paimon nodded to Amber's statement, remembering how she had told them about Izuku breaking his legs to save her. "However, I'm going to try and teach you how to control how much energy you put in." Izuku nodded, intent on learning to control his power. Amber beckoned him to come closer, which he instantly obliged. Amber then held her bow out in an attack stance as she loaded an arrow. "Watch carefully." As her finger made contact with the bow, a familiar red fiery magic began to crawl up the arrow until it reached the head, which instantly turned a bright shade of red. She then took aim at a nearby tree, took a deep breath and fired. The moment the arrow made contact with tree, the whole trunk burst into flames. The fire then slowly began to eat away at the tree as it slowly traveled upwards as it lit the leaves on fire as well. Within 45 seconds, the whole tree had been incinerated. "Do you see?" asked Amber as she threw her bow to the side, making it instantly disappear. "Notice how I only used a little energy, yet I still set the whole tree on fire? I'm going to teach you how you can use portions of your strength instead of everything at once." As she turned back, however, she noticed that Izuku and Paimon were both gaping at her. What is it?" Amber asked, turning a little red. "Is something wrong?" Paimon then turned to Izuku, wearing a victorious smile. "See, Izuku. Paimon was right. The girl is a witch." Amber snarled. "What part of that demonstration makes me a witch, Snowflake?" "You threw your bow to the side and it instantly disappeared. I knew you would reveal your true self eventually," Paimon announced jovially. Amber blinked at her as she looked from Izuku to Paimon and back. The archer then began to giggle and snort. When Paimon had finished her little rant about how smart she was for knowing the whole time, Amber had her hands on her knees and was keeled from laughing so hard. "What's so funny? You can't lie your way out of this one, witch." Paimon fumed as Izuku, who had decided to take the best course of action and ignore them, stood up and walked over to a nearby boulder to begin to try and control his power. He grit his teeth as he felt One for All power run through his hand and into his finger. Amber, meanwhile, had just recovered from her laughing fit. She was still wheezing, attempting to catch her breath. She giggled as she wiped a tear from her eye. The girl who wants to be part of the Knights of Favonius doesn't even know how weapon summoning is done. Wow, you guys really are hopeless. She laughed at Paimon's embarrassed red face, who was thinking of a comeback. Boom. An enormous gale of wind rose from where Izuku had been standing. Paimon's cape flew behind her in the wind as Amber's hair bow almost came off before she grabbed it. Trees were rustling and the grass blew with the wind as it died down. They both looked around at Izuku, who was clutching his hand. Instead of coming over to them, however, he kept his gaze locked on his hand, grinning ever so slightly, looking. Amber's eyes made their way over to the boulder, which, instead of being in hundreds of pieces, were in much larger pieces. She then walked over to Izuku and Paimon, who was healing the boy's finger. Izuku was muttering under his breath while looking excitedly at his hand, which was broken and red. But Amber realized why he was muttering a storm. While the hand looked bad and beaten, it was not as disfigured as she had seen it when he had used it before. Izuku, however, had felt something different that time when he had used it. Almost as if his body put on the metaphorical brakes. When his finger flicked out, some of the power had remained inside of him. He couldn't feel it anymore, not knowing whether it had disappeared when he had fired or if it were because his nerves in his hand were shot. Why your hands? Amber stuttered as she quickly regained composure. Alright. That was not a bad first attempt. But you still have much work to do to even come close to half my level. Amber broke off because of the green-haired boy pulling her into a tight embrace. Thanks, Amber. I felt something different that time. You comparing our skills helped me. As Izuku pulled away, Amber was wearing a blank expression. She didn't move nor did her facial expression change. After about 30 seconds of quick conversation with Paimon about the events that had occurred in the last 30 seconds, Izuku noticed this and grew a bit worried. What's wrong with her? Do you think she's okay? Paimon just sniggered as she flew over to the unresponsive Amber. She then made a fist and put her tiny hand on top of her knuckles. With all of her little might, she slammed her hands down on Amber's head. Amber suddenly regained her sense, feeling a sharp pain in her head. She looked up at a grinning Paimon. She scowled, about to yell at the girl again, before remembering what had happened. As she recalled what had happened, her face became slowly redder and redder. Amber, are you feeling okay? Izuku asked tentatively, getting closer to the blushing girl, and unknowingly made things worse. Amber's hold on her magic weakened from the sudden outburst of emotion and lit the grass around her on fire. Izuku yelped as he jumped back from the girl, who had now fallen over, face red and looking dizzy. The fires that had been lit suddenly vanished as Amber's body hit the ground with a loud thud. Amber. Izuku shrieked as he ran over to the girl, ignorant to Paimon's hysterical laughter. Oh no. Something must have bitten her. Paimon, heal her. Paimon looked down at the steaming red face of the archer and snorted. Paimon. Doesn't think she's injured. Wait, really? How do you know? Izuku questioned, looking curious and slightly concerned at the unaware Amber. Paimon tried not to face palm. He was her savior, he truly was, but he was sometimes so incredibly dense. A girl passes out after he hugs her, and his first thought is that something bit her. Just a gut feeling, but Paimon knows she's right. Paimon, heal her. But. Do it now, Paimon. Izuku ordered. He wasn't one for giving orders or for following them, given how he had obtained his quirk, but Paimon's attitude perplexed him. He couldn't wrap his head around why Amber had fainted after a simple hug. Was she just more fragile than she looked? Fine. Paimon gave in, but suddenly gained a slightly evil grin, which she quickly hid from Izuku in order not to make him angry. The little girl then cleared her throat and turned to Amber, who was still as unresponsive as before. Paimon knows an ancient magic, but it is required that those not involved with the spell must turn away. Paimon said in a mysterious, knowing tone. Paimon will have to ask Izuku to turn away. Izuku nodded as he turned away, covering his eyes. Paimon then chanted random words in order for it to sound believable. Eye of Dragon. Hair of Newt. Wake up this girl. From within her roots. She then, with all of her strength and with Izuku covering his eyes, the little white-haired girl reared her hand back and slapped Amber across the face. The resounding crack that followed was so loud it made birds in the nearby trees flew away. There was silence in the clearing until it was interrupted by a painful shriek. Amber had snapped out of her daze, holding her check, glowering at Paimon, who was chortling from what she had done. You. Insignificant. Little. Izuku removed his hand and opened his eyes, turning back to the two women as he did so. He had expected to see Amber trying to deny she needed help, who was supposed to be being teased by Paimon. However, he did not expect to turn around to see a demented Amber looming over a laughing Paimon, not unlike a predator that had just found its prey. Sensing danger, he quickly jumped in front of Amber. Hey, are you okay? You suddenly passed out. Did something bite you? Amber suddenly remembered what had happened and bit her lip while turning a bit red. She would have to lie her way out for this one. Yeah. Something must have gotten in my undershirt. But's okay. I feel great now. It's all thanks to Paimon's healing, right? Which? Paimon asked cheerfully. If looks could kill, then Paimon would have turned to dust under Amber's seething glare. This time, however, Izuku noticed the glare. Hey. He quickly caught Amber's attention, who had yet to regain her composure and was still blazing with fury at the girl, who was finally beginning to calm down. I get that the spell must have hurt a little, but why don't you thank her? She did save you after all. To Izuku's confusion and Paimon's increasing amusement, the green-haired boy has just managed to make things worse. Amber had gone from furious to positively terrifying. The archer was livid, but she didn't have a choice. If she didn't do this, then Izuku would ask why she wouldn't. That would most certainly not end well for her. She then turned to Paimon and forced an unnatural smile on her face as she increased her glare. Thank, why you? Paimon giggled. Paimon was glad to help. But Paimon hopes that the witch will be more careful next time. You never know what could get you in these outlands. If one could read minds, they would have probably gotten a headache from hearing how loudly Amber was screaming in her head. Are we almost there? Yup, we should be getting there very soon. Amber, Paimon, and Izuku walked down the path together, nearing the temple near Falcon Coast. After a breakfast that had been eaten in an uncomfortable silence, they had set off. Amber had let go of the livid persona she had taken on and had cooled off. Paimon had stopped teasing her for the moment, a bit fearful that the witch would die of a heart attack if she got any angrier. Izuku had started a bit of small conversation between he and the rest of the group, most of the conversation revolving around him. Why did you save Lisa? Amber had asked, recalling the fight between the lightning mage and the boy. You shot that attack to hurt her, and yet you still saved her, why is that? Izuku looked up at the partly cloudy sky. He honestly didn't know how to respond to that. After he fired the attack, he saw Lisa's face, which wore a look of both surprise and accepting defeat. She had admitted defeat and that was good enough for him. He didn't want to see her get hurt because of an attack he had launched. While she had gone a little insane in their fight, he knew that she still meant well. She was a loyal knight of Favonius who was willing to take the attack head-on, rather than dodge it, as a sign of defeat and as a sign of respect for the boy. At least, that's what he thought anyway. It looked like she was asking for help, so I helped her. Izuku responded, keeping his eyes on the road ahead. Amber donned a look of confusion as Paimon looked on at Izuku with pride. Paimon not only stayed with Izuku, but also looked up to him. His selfless nature, his willingness to protect others, and his kind attitude made him a respectable role model for the white-haired girl. Amber, however, looked perplexed. He had won, and yet he had shoved Lisa out of harm's way. He had every right to gloat or to brag. Instead, his first thoughts had been to get Lisa help, to heal her. She couldn't comprehend why he had done what he did. They took a sudden turn on the road and came to a massive door that resembled a closed gate. A cross had as a symbol on the structure as the crack in the doors glowed turquoise. This is it, Amber said with a steely glint in her eye. One of the temples. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 12. Now, there's plenty to go around. All Might was outside the stadium in the city, signing people's books and taking pictures. The women around him kept swooning whenever he smiled at them as the men said aloud how much of an inspiration he was. The man let out a hearty laugh as his blonde hair blew in the breeze. The blonde-haired man, in his muscle form, had gone outside to the paparazzi. To anyone with common sense, it looked as though he wanted attention. But that was not the case. He was there as a distraction, a very convincing one at that. He knew that both Bakugo and Todoroki had a large amount of power at their fingertips. It would be very easy for a large explosion to send the surrounding city into a panic. All he had to do was wait. Wait for the match to end and to get back to Izawa to find out if they had any new on young Midoriya's whereabouts. Excuse me, All Might sir? A nearby blonde-haired teenager asked worriedly. I heard explosions and yelling. As ever. Do not worry, civilian. All Might gave the teenager his signature smile. It's only the students fighting in the UA Sports Festival. All is well, I can assure you that. The blonde-haired boy gave a shaky smile. Thank you sir, but it sounds bad from out here. With all due respect, are you sure everything is okay? The pro hero waved him off. Everything is fine, do not worry. They're not trying to kill each other or anything of that matter. The crowd gave a gasp of shock as a huge explosion rocked the stadium. Are they trying to kill each other? Hilda demanded angrily as a pillar of ice shot up from the arena. Bakugo snarled as he spun on one of his feet and ignited his right hand. He then unleashed an explosive punch at Todoroki, who in response, summoned a wall of ice in order to block the ferocious attack. The explosion then backfired due to the sturdy wall, and Bakugo was shot back, quickly regaining his footing by propelling himself forward with little explosions. Both boys looked remotely damaged and tired. Bakugo was covered in his sweat that amplified his explosions. However, it could also stop them or backfire if he were drenched in it. Todoroki didn't look much better, his teeth were chattering as the ice was beginning to spread towards the other side of his body. Bakugo let out a growl as he spat blood onto the ground. He wiped his sweaty forehead as he seethed at the dual-haired boy that stood opposite of him. How dare he? He thought he could blow him off like the rest of his opponents. Oh, how the explosive boy would prove him wrong. He had the best, mightiest quirk alive. Not half and half bastard, not Deku. Him. Katsuki Bakugo. He would beat them all and prove himself the strongest. But, despite all the anger and rage, Bakugo found himself slightly irritated and concerned. If Deku never came back, how the hell would he be able to kick his weak ass? As much as he hated to admit it, Deku beat him in a one-on-one fight. If he didn't beat him, then how could he call himself the strongest? He could never become the #1 hero with the fact that Deku beat him hanging over him for the rest of his life. The blonde snarled as he threw himself at his shivering opponent, who in turn summoned another wall of ice, which further spread the ice on his body. Bakugo sneered as he propelled himself over the wall of ice and over Todoroki. He spun around in the air before delivering a harsh uppercut to Todoroki, who was thrown back. In response, the dual-haired boy summoned another wall of ice as he used it to stop himself from falling out of the ring. Todoroki stifled a groan as blood dripped from his nose onto the ground. He was trying his hardest, yet Bakugo wasn't giving up. But no matter how much he pushed him, Todoroki knew that he wasn't going to use his quirk. If he did use his quirk, he could win this in an instant. But no. He would win with his mother's ice. This is nothing, Todoroki stated as he looked over at Bakugo, whose chest was heaving. You are nothing. Midoriya might be able to. The door key was cut off as Bakugo let out a feral roar as he lunged at the dual-haired boy again, who in turn took a fighting stance. Both boys were fighting for superiority. One of them would emerge victorious. For the first and last time. Bakugo roared as his exploding fist smashed through Todoroki's eyes and attempted to blast the boy with a bigger explosion. Stop comparing me to that weak ass. He's not even here. Izuku, is something wrong? Aimin looked over at Izuku, who was silently gazing at a nearby tree, completely unfocused and unaware of Amber's grumbled swear words as she attempted to open the gate-like door. Izuku had been completely silent, thinking while thinking about his world. He had almost forgotten completely about Bakugo. How he declared that he wouldn't be beat by the green-haired boy again. How he would surpass All Might. How would Katsuki rival him when he was in another world? The words that Bakugo had said that moment Izuku had chased after him after school had stuck with the boy ever since. While it was rude, Izuku translated it as Bakugo's way of finally accepting him for not being a stepping stone anymore. How it was his way of saying that he accepted Izuku. Had Izuku told anyone else in his old world this, they would have asked him if he were alright in the head. Izuku, please say something. At this point Izuku looked up. Both Amber and Paimon looked on at him, slightly worried and unnerved. While Izuku had been quiet before and had been somewhat unresponsive, he had never gone this long without saying something. He had been sitting at the entrance to the temple for an hour and a half, staring off into the distance. Aimin had seen something she had never seen before in his eyes. Sadness. She had thought Izuku had been someone who always smiled, someone who understood and would console you. To see sadness in his eyes, in her perspective, was saddening and strangely consoling. While she was not at all content with how Izuku was behaving and how he was feeling, it was comforting to know that he understood how she had felt back in her village. How he was still human, and a boy at that. It made her feel better to know that she hadn't suffered alone. Sorry. I was lost in thought. Izuku responded sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head as he stood up and stretched. What were you thinking about? Paimon asked curiously. Things? What kind of things? You know. Stuff. What kind of stuff? Izuku stifled a groan as Paimon grinned victoriously. He knew she would keep pestering her until he told her. Well, I guess you can say I'm feeling a little homesick. Izuku stammered slightly. Both Amber and Paimon noticed the stutter. While it was quite common for Izuku to stutter and stammer in front of new people, especially women, he had mostly gotten rid of it when talking to them. Both of the women, however, quickly figured out that he missed his homeland. Oh, maybe I can help. Amber suggested cheerfully, removing a book from her back pouch and skimming through its pages. She then stopped at a certain page. Where are you from? Dragonspine. Animoculus. Geoculus. None of those. Izuku said, not meeting their eyes. A sudden chill ran up his spine. Should he tell them? Maybe this world had its own version of Japan. And even if they didn't, he could just tell them that he's from somewhere far away. That wasn't technically a lie. What's the worst that could happen? Izuku turned back over to Amber and Paimon. I'm from a faraway place called Japan. Both Amber and Paimon's eyes widened at this. Japan. But then that means they know Japan. Thank goodness. Izuku thought, content and relieved. But you're a foreigner from an undiscovered location. Amber squealed delightedly as she pulled out a pen from her pouch. Aimin bobbed her head up and down, excited to hear about her hero's homeland. So, what's this? Weapon like? Amber asked excitedly as she got right into Izuku's face, who was now too worried about keeping his secret to notice that there was a pretty girl in his personal space. Damn, they don't know. Looks like I'm back to square one. Izuku thought as he turned to Amber. First of all, it's Japan, not Weapon. And it's a very nice place. Lots of buildings and nice people. Izuku said as he noticed Amber writing in her little book. He needed more information about this world before he gave all the information of his own. Izuku then expertly dodged a bullet by focusing their attention on something else. But let's get back on track. Why isn't the door open yet? Amber's happy grin was replaced with a scowl as she put her book and pen away, stood up straight, and walked back over to the door and kicked it. I don't know why. I've done everything Jean told me to do to open it, and it still won't budge. The brown-haired girl frowned. Maybe it's because this is one of the temples related to the Storm Terrors. Yes, that would make sense considering the dragon is busy destroying Krut and this door won't open. Wait. Izuku turned around, bewildered. The Storm Terror's temple. As in the same Storm Terror who attacked the village. The very same. Amber commented as she looked back at the temple to see if anything had changed. Storm Terror was once part of the Four Winds, believe it or not. The HHH. Paimon shouted, her eyes bugging out. When? Why? How? Careful snowflake, or your eyes might pop onto the ground. Amber snickered as Paimon huffed at her, but still looked fairly bewildered. Right before she could enlighten the young girl, they heard a fierce murmuring coming from beside them. They both looked over to see Izuku, starting at the temple, whispering to himself. Storm Terror was once part of the Four Winds. It doesn't make sense. The people of the village seem to find to paint the Four Winds will it south or at destroying their village it isn't moccasins after sequel because. Amber stared at Izuku strangely as his muttering increased the more he looked at the temple. She then took a few cautious steps back from the boy, just in case. Wow. I mean, I know it was a bit shocking information, but he seems to be going insane. He's talking to some invisible person. Amber thought, staring at the boy who had yet to cease his muttering. Amber then walked over to him and waved her hand in front of his face. She then charged her hand with a bit of her fire magic, causing it to immediately start burning and turned a shade of red and orange. Whoa. Paimon shrieked as pushed Amber over, her fire magic vanishing as she hit the ground. What are you doing, witch? Amber looked confused. I think he's possessed by something, so I'm going to. No. Paimon shouted. He does that a lot. Amber looked over at Izuku, who still hadn't noticed the situation. He was still muttering to himself, enough to make a person like herself to think that he had gone insane. Paimon saw Amber's questioning look and sighed. She then flew over to Izuku and punched him in the back of the head. Izuku immediately winced as his head throbbed from the impact. Strange, he didn't think Paimon had that much strength. It felt as though Uraraka had hit him on the back of the head and not a little girl. Why was that? Izuku dismissed this thought as he rubbed the back of his head embarrassedly. Sorry. Won't happen again. That's a lie. Paimon chirped up, causing Izuku to laugh a little. Amber snorted at the strange boy before she suddenly donned a serious expression looked away. Paimon and Izuku immediately stopped talking when they saw the look on Amber's face. Something's off. I don't know why, but something feels different. She looked over at the temple, the stars shining above their head. The temple was glowing a bit, almost as if. Hey look. A full moon. Paimon shouted excitedly as she gazed at it wonderingly. Izuku looked over at Paimon and smiled. Paimon's hair matched the moon's glow, he had just noticed that. Paimon looked over at Izuku before floating up and down excitedly, all while pointing at the white ball in the sky. Izuku? Do you think that people live up there? Do you think the moon's made of cheese? Do you think? Paimon rambled on, staring at the moon happily. Amber was reading over the note Jean gave her. Let's see. Wait until night. Be there at all times in case. Okay. That's great, but how do we open it? The gust of wind blew along the landscape, ruffling Paimon's hair and causing Izuku to laugh. It also caused Amber to drop her note, which she picked up confused. Wait, there's a backside. She immediately realized the mistake of saying this out loud. She had been so focused on the first set of instructions that she hadn't bothered to see if there were more. Both Paimon and Izuku ripped their gazes away from the moon and were now starting at her. Paimon's gaze was full of anger for being held there for so long for such a stupid reason, and Izuku looked on at her with a deadpan expression. Amber coughed, blushing before she read the instructions. After about 30 seconds, she frowned while looking up at the starry sky. She looked back down at the note before she looked back up at the sky again. What Izuku and Paimon weren't expecting was for Amber to grab them and throw them away from the gate, diving with them. Immediately after this, a blinding light filled the area. Izuku squinted while looking back while Paimon screamed, thinking they were under attack and holding on to him for dear life. Amber, however, looked on in awe. Then, after a few seconds, the light died down, revealing the temple in all of its glory, glowing and open for the world to enter. Izuku and Paimon looked over at the blushing Amber. So, I missed the backside, and it said when the moon was right over the temple, it would open. But, you had to be further away from the temple so you don't go blind. She whispered. Paimon was furious that they had sat there for hours for no good reason. Right before she could give the red-faced archer a piece of her mind, Izuku grabbed her shoulder. She looked over at Izuku as he sighed and shook his head as he leaned over to the floating girl's ear. "We all make mistakes," he whispered to Paimon as Amber turned to them, still red-faced, and bowed. "I apologize for wasting your time," she said, although it sounded a little forced. Paimon looked at her unhappily before waving her off, causing Amber to nod, and began to walk towards the temple. "You might not like Amber that much, but she just did something unbelievably hard for her," Izuku whispered as he continued. She owned up to it. She knew what she did and didn't make an excuse. She seems to have a lot of pride in herself, so it must have been especially hard for her. I could tell she wanted to make an excuse, yet she didn't. "Let me tell you something, Paimon." He then noticed Amber standing a fair distance away, tapping her foot. He then turned to Paimon and murmured, "Pride is the mask of one's own faults." I had fully expected Amber to make an excuse. Maybe, if this were the Amber we had first met, she would've. But she sacrificed a bit of her pride for us in her town. She's changed a bit, not too much, just a little bit. But you've got to give her some time and room. Okay. Paimon nodded at Izuku's words as he smiled at her. They both then turned as Izuku walked back over to Amber with Paimon floating above him. He then nodded and Paimon who looked at Amber and muttered a quick thank you. Amber looked on a bit in surprise before nodding. She then beckoned them to follow her, and the trio entered the Shining Temple, ready to face whatever may lay ahead. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 13. Izuku looked around the wet closed dark interior as Paimon slightly shivered from her spot on his shoulder as Amber silently treaded alongside him down the long staircase. It had been at least 30 minutes since they had opened the gate and had entered the temple. And Izuku was less than impressed. Amber had rambled on about many different subjects. Weapon summoning, the rumors surrounding a temple, how every time the gate opened the temple changed, about the monsters that lurked within, and about the mind-boggling puzzles that the temples were rumored to have. Paimon had been doing alright up until the mention of monsters. When the rumors of the creatures of the temple had been brought up, Paimon had latched herself onto Izuku's shoulder and had refused to move from her position. Amber had found amusement in this at first, but soon began ignoring it when they had hit the 15-minute mark. The green-haired boy couldn't help but wonder if had entered the wrong temple, or had maybe they had came at the wrong time. "So?" Izuku suddenly spoke up, making the archer and little girl slightly jump from the sudden spark of conversation. "Do you know how long it takes to get to the main interior of the temple?" Amber huffed as the trio stopped and pulled out her little book, throwing a bit of her fire magic on nearby moss as a source of light. She then flipped through the book, progressively getting more annoyed the more that she read on each page that she stopped on. "Nothing," she responded impatiently as the fire on the moss became wilder larger due to her annoyance. "I thought this book would have more information on the temples, but there's still nothing." "Has anyone ever been in this temple?" Paimon asked as Amber flushed a little. The archer spun on her heel and looked over at the wall, refusing to meet Paimon's questioning gaze. Well, someone once went into another temple, so it's the same thing, right?" Amber mumbled as the flames on the wall became even wilder due to her emotions. Hey guys," Izuku said, gazing at the wall that Amber had thrown her fire on, which continued to burn brightly. Paimon seemed to be visibly restraining herself from making a comment. So she decided to choose the best option and turned to Izuku. "What is it, Izuku?" she asked, her voice tinted with a bit faux her annoyance. "Look at the wall, Amber's burning," he told them, his eyes not leaving the wall to check if they were listening. Both girls turned to the wall to see a surprising but welcoming sight. While the moss continued to burn and shrivel, it had begun to melt away, revealing sunlight streaming through the flaming moss. But they were too far underground to be close to the surface, meaning since there was a sunlight opening, which meant there was probably a cave nearby. Amber grinned. "See? That's probably it. Ha. All thanks to me. You're welcome, you too. Man, the things that would have happened if I weren't here." Paimon was trying to quickly think up a plan so she wouldn't have to listen to the outriders boasting. She looked over at the fire, which was still slowly eating away at the moss. An idea suddenly popped into her head. She smiled and began to taunt the brown-haired girl. "So Izuku, the witch back at the knight's headquarters really appreciated you, huh?" At this, Paimon knew she had struck gold. While Izuku was naive to what she truly meant, Amber was not. Amber grit her teeth and clenched her fists as the fire on the moss burned so wildly that it began to catch a few of the surrounding rocks on fire for a few seconds. Soon, the fire ate away at the moss completely, but the group still couldn't see anything because of the dancing flames. Amber still hadn't calmed down yet. "Did Izuku go check if Amber is okay?" Paimon asked Izuku with a little bit of concern. Izuku nodded as he turned around. Amber now looked a little insane, her eyes wide as she was stuttering something under her breath. As Amber was whispering to herself something Izuku couldn't make out, he looked at Paimon tentatively as she nodded. He then placed his hand on her shoulder. "Are you okay, Amber? You're being a little weird." Amber felt the weight on her shoulder and felt the blood rush to her face. She immediately snapped back to reality and got rid of her fire. Yup. I feel great. A-okay. Let's get going. Izuku was a bit taken aback by her quick recovery and continued to become more concerned as she smacked into the stone next to the opening in the wall. Amber recovered quickly as she shook her head, not allowing Izuku nor Paimon to see her blushing face. What was that all about? She didn't even know. Was she getting sick? That must be it. Why would she care what he thinks about her and Lisa? What was up with her? She disregarded these thoughts as she entered the slight opening in the wall and squeezed her way through, the light getting brighter and brighter until she reached the other end. There were stalagmites coming down from the rocky ceiling in the cave. There were multiple openings in the ceiling which allowed patches of light to enter the cavern. There were strange stone structures which looked as though they hadn't been touched in centuries. This was it. One of the 4 temples. Todoroki's back hit the ground as he let out a gasp for air and quickly got back onto his feet. Both boys had been fighting for quite some time now. Neither one looked good. Both were covered in minor cuts and scratches. Bakugo's index and middle fingers on his right hand had been frozen together. He couldn't make an explosion anymore, mainly due to the fact that he was now so drenched in his own sweat that even the slightest spark could blow him up. Todoroki was now shaking where he stood. The ice nearly took up his whole body. Both boys were now brawling, unable to use their quirks. Bakugo threw himself at Todoroki and then tried to go for haymaker. Todoroki ducked out of the way at the last second and slammed his knee into Bakugo's abdomen. The blonde wheezed as he then tried to hit Todoroki with his airborne right leg, but the dual-haired boy ducked and smashed the other boy in the back of the head. Bakugo was sent to the other side of the ring, gasping and swearing under his breath, blood beginning to trickle down onto his face. Todoroki looked over at Bakugo and addressed him once more. I misjudged you. I thought you would be a mere stepping stone to fighting Izuku. You are a W-worthy opponent. He finished, his teeth chattering from the cold. Bakugo gave a crazy grin as he wiped blood from his mouth. You ain't bad either, half and half bastard. You pack a good punch, I'll give you that much. But you're not gonna win this fight. I will be the #1 hero. Everyone will admire me. My quirk is the strongest. He put his hand together and took a deep breath. He then shouted. I won't let you take away my win, my victory, you bastard. Todoroki looked at the boy opposite of him and heard multiple words. Most of them didn't matter to him. But a select few stood out to him. I. Me. My. He really doesn't think about anyone else, does he? Todoroki thought to himself as he stifled an eye roll. It was like hearing a broken record. You'll be a great hero one day. Came a new, sudden female voice. Todoroki stopped. Stopped thinking, moving, even breathing for a second. That voice. He gazed around the stadium wildly, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Where was she? She had to be close. Did she manage to come after all? But how? Do you think that I can be even greater than All Might? Asked the young Todoroki. Of course, sweetie. You can do it. You have a great quirk and strength. The woman had responded, cheering him on as he puffed out his chest. Thanks, Mom. I love you. I love you too. Why am I remembering this now? Todoroki thought to himself. Why now? That memory has nothing to do why. Todoroki looked back at Bakugo, who now seemed to be charging up and didn't care. All he could think about was what was said to him. I will be the #1 hero. My quirk is the strongest. And then, one final memory entered Todoroki's head. You have a great quirk and strength. You. The one word. The one, single, normal word that made all the difference in the world. She didn't compare him to his father. He looked like his father. He didn't deny that, but they were different people. The thought of creating his own legacy, free of his father's influence. If I give up now, I let her down. I can't do that, I can't let that happen. She's probably still rooting for me. Be the hero she wanted me to be. Todoroki chuckled a little as he thought of that last statement. That sounds like something Midoriya would say. Oh well, now or never, I suppose. Bakugo had a demented grin on his face. This was it. He was going to win. He was the strongest in the world, and he was going to prove to everyone how strong he truly was. Though it's he began, and then took aim at Todoroki, you still had yet to notice, and launched his attack. Impact. A truly deafening explosion rocked the stadium. There were gasps, cries, and screams as the massive explosion shook the structure. Many of the students were looking around in alarm, in case anyone could try to pull a stunt in all of the current chaos. This is a fight. Gasped Class 1B Satsuka Kendo, who was looking at Bakugo in shock. Is he seriously aiming to kill him? He's crazy. What was Bakugo thinking, launching an attack like that? Yelled Denki Kaminari, who was holding onto his seat for dear life. As the explosion dialed down and the stadium stopped shaking, there was smoke coming from where Todoroki had been standing. Everyone leaned forward in their seat, seeing if the boy was okay. Bakugo was on the verge of unconsciousness, his arms burned and bruised. Considering he had unleashed the attack at full power without his gauntlets. Hell, it was a miracle he didn't blow himself up from the attack due to his sweaty body. There. The blonde-haired boy said to himself as he fought to stay on his feet. That should do it. Should be incapacitated, meaning I won. Told you so, half and ha. And then, from where Todoroki had been standing, emerged a great light. The watchers squinted their eyes against the glaring light until a wildfire sprang up out of the smoking crater. Everyone was taken aback. Where had it come from? Where was Todoroki? Bakugo looked on in disbelief as Todoroki walked out of the fire, half of his body flaming, while the other side was shooting out icy wind. The signs of fatigue he had showed against Bakugo earlier in their fight seemed to have miraculously vanished. He grinned at Bakugo, unnerving the blonde boy. I want. No. I'm to be a hero too. Todoroki said, smiling as his full power was unleashed. He no longer was holding anything back. All of his power, strength, and emotions all pouring out in the form of his quirk. From the stands, where many people sat awestruck at the sudden turnaround, Endeavor stood tall and proud. He raised his eyes and felt something he didn't know he could feel, pride. Not pride in himself, but in someone else. His son would become the #1 hero, and he would help him along the path there. He raised his head high as he looked at Todoroki approaching Bakugo, which could have easily been interpreted as a predator stalking its prey. He felt his chest swell as he shouted to the heavens. Shoto. Everyone looked surprised at the sudden outburst from the pro hero. Endeavor strode over to the edge of the stands and began to descend the stairs, surprising many bystanders. So, have you finally accepted yourself? That's it, good. Endeavor shouted at the boy who he knew was listening, although he didn't show it. It all starts from here with you. With my blood, you will surpass me. ANF fulfill my desire. Although no one except Bakugo could see Todoroki's full face, Endeavor could have sworn he saw a tear fall from his son's eye. He wasn't sure though, as the fire and ice grew stronger and prevented the pro hero from seeing his son. Wow. Encouragement from Endeavor. Unexpected, but it seems to have motivated Todoroki. Will he have what it takes to end the fight? Bakugo looked up at Todoroki. To the dual-haired boy's surprise, there was no fear or shock in his eyes. He wasn't even wearing his usual snarl. He looked on at Todoroki impassively before he raised his right hand, grimacing from the pain when he ignited it in explosions. You may have gotten a boost in power, but that means nothing. He looked on at Todoroki without a sneer or a snarl, as though what he was saying was a fact. I will be the #1 hero. And you don't have a say in it. Todoroki shook his head. Good grief, you love to hear yourself rant, don't you? But don't blame me for what happens next. They both stared each other down, complete unaware of the roaring crowd. This was it. The final attack. Bakugo leaped forward, his fist burning with his quirk. Todoroki could have made an ice wall, but he wanted it to be a final clash. A fight for the strongest man to emerge victorious. Todoroki brought his hands back as he charged them with his quirk, one hand with ice and the other in fire. He then smashed his hands together, mixing the elements, creating what appeared to be a ball of his own quirk. He then grabbed it with his left hand, ignoring the pain that he felt from the fire and ice. He reared his fist back. Bakugo let out a roar as he threw his fist forward at Todoroki. Hotzer nuke. Todoroki threw his fist at Bakugo. As his fist traveled through the air, he thought of everyone who had tried to help him. Fayumi, Natsuo, Mom, Izuku, All Might, even you in a way Bakugo, thank you. The two moves collided, and both fighters were engulfed in a huge explosion. At this point the stands looked as though they were going to fall apart. Pieces of concrete fell out of the walls and from the stands. Mina Shido melted the rocks away with her quirk acid as Itsuka protected her classmates using her quirk big fist. The arena was smoking. No one could make out a person or a movement. The attack had been so big and devastating that the smoke covered the arena for minutes. Finally, the pro hero present Mick announced. I see movements down there, so now we find out. Who has won the tournament? The smoke began to clear as a shape was seen standing up while the other shape was on the ground, outside the ring. The shape that was standing up was swaying, as though they were fighting to stay conscious. The crows looked closer and gasped, recognizing the boy who had fallen. Itsuki Bakugo has fallen out of the ring. The winner. Shoto Todoroki. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 14. Izuku glanced back at the crack at the wall from where the trio had emerged before continuing after the two girls. The cave was dark, wide, and tall, the only light coming through cracks in the ceiling. Paimon, who had a slight case of insaidophobia, grasped onto Izuku's shoulder and didn't let go. The dark nor weird sounds coming from the cavern didn't seem to faze Amber, who kept skipping, her bow on top of her head bouncing as she did so. She was humming under her breath, waltzing across parts of the aged structure without a care in the world, while her hand was alit with her fiery magic. She then pulled out her journal from her backpack and began to note everything she laid eyes on. "This is incredible," Amber exclaimed giddily as she dismissed her fire and wrote symbols of ancient text down in her notebook. "To think that this is a completely undiscovered temple. The Knights of Favonius are going to be ecstatic when they see this information." Paimon, however, was not having as much fun as Amber. She stayed right on Izuku's shoulder, jumping every time she heard a drip of water coming from a stalagmite. In Paimon's perspective, they were somewhere that could possibly be one of the most dangerous places in the world. When Paimon was younger, she couldn't read at all, since Izuku was willing to be the first one to teach her to some extent. This setback, however, didn't prevent her from hearing others talk about places like this. While she had put on a brave face at first, the facade had crumbled away when they had entered the staircase. Izuku looked a little tensed as well, which made her a bit more nervous. The strangest thing about the situation, however, was that Amber was making her feel the most comfortable. Even though Amber could be Amber, she was also a Knight of Favonius, meaning that she knew how to defend herself and others, which made Paimon a little happier. Izuku looked up and around the area. "So, what exactly are we looking for again?" Amber paused from her writing to gaze around the uninviting cavern, her gold eyes narrowing to try to see into the darker parts of the area. It wasn't specific, although if I were a betting woman, we would probably recognize it. It probably looks different than from the rest of the cave. Izuku nodded as he looked cautiously at the ground in front of him. Amber rolled her eyes from across the room. "Come on, I've already ran all the way over here to write this information. You'll be fine." Izuku had taken a step forward while she had said that and had pressed his foot down on the stone, causing it to sink slightly while making a slight click. Izuku leaped back right when the floor gave away a foot away from him, causing a nearby rock to fall into the abyss. Had he kept walking, he would have died. The green-haired boy looked up at Amber with slightly sarcastic eyes. Amber's eyes were the size of dinner plates, while Paimon, who usually would have started yelling at the outrider at this point, was frozen on Izuku's shoulder, having gone completely pale. "Oh, on second thought, maybe come on the exact path I took to get here," Amber squeaked out. Izuku nodded as he carefully jumped from plate to plate over to where Amber was. It had not been fun trying to remember such insignificant details, especially when he had almost tripped on one of the plates, causing Paimon to faint. Eventually, he had made it over to Amber, where a path lay behind her. Amber then walked over and hit Izuku right on the head. "That's for almost screwing up this whole thing." Izuku looked at her confused. "Weren't you the one to tell me that I'd be fine?" Amber blushed, turning her head while coughing to try and cover it up. I guess I did. Wake her up and let's go," she finished as she relit her hand. Izuku looked down in his arms to see a knocked-out Paimon, who was still completely pale. He put his head to her chest to hear her tiny heart pounding. "Well, she's okay. I don't blame her for fainting, I did almost kill us on accident." Amber gave a snort of amusement as she continued to walk ahead, Izuku running to catch up to her as he put the other sleeping girl over his shoulder. It was quiet for a bit as they continued through the cave, the only sound being the dripping of water, the crackle of Amber's fire, and their own footsteps. Izuku then realized that they were completely alone, which was a perfect time to gain more knowledge about the city that they were saving. "So, Izuku began, catching the archer's attention. "Are there any holidays here that I should be aware of? I'm foreign, so I wouldn't know." Amber blinked at him owlishly before she snapped back to reality. "Oh. Well, there are a few. There's actually one coming up really soon. It's called the Windbloom Festival. It's got games, music, competitions, and the storytelling there is amazing. There's this one guy who comes every year. He's pretty young, but man, are his stories good." "Oh, cool." Izuku beamed. "If that's the case, do you mind if I come with you to it?" Amber's grin was frozen on her face as her mind raced with thoughts. "Wow. I've never had someone to spend the festival with me. Wait. Is he asking me out? No. He's new. He just needs someone to show him Arrow. It's okay if you refuse," Izuku suddenly said, noticing her lack of an answer. "I could ask Lisa or maybe Jean to show me around if why." "Of course you can come with me," Amber blurted out. I mean, Jean and Lisa are always busy. And I don't want you to make a ruckus or anything of that matter, so I guess I don't have a choice, do I?" "Of course you do," the green-haired boy responded cheerfully. "If you have a lot of work to do, Amber's golden eyes now looked strangely creepy in the dark, the flame on her hand beginning to dim. "I said, I guess I don't have a choice, do I?" Amber growled at the poor boy. "And no. I guess you don't," Izuku responded meekly, turning his head right to avoid making things worse as his head smashed against a stony wall. "Hey. Are you alright?" Amber grabbed Izuku by his shoulders to stop him from falling. Izuku had recovered but had a busted lip. "Don't worry about it, Paimon will fix me up." Izuku told the girl as he wiped his bleeding lip onto his sleeve, turning his gaze towards the giant wall. There was no getting around it, but Amber had noticed his confused gaze. Amber then addressed him. I guess we have to fly up there. We'll use our gliders, okay? Izuku blinked, looking somewhat bewildered. What are you talking about? I never got a glider. Amber looked over at him confusedly. Yes, you did. I gave you one, remember? Right. Before the storm. Amber's eyes widened as she remembered what had happened right before the storm terror had attacked. Anyway, Amber said, gesturing towards the nearby machine. If you're thinking about becoming a knight, which, may I add, you have almost no chance of becoming, you'll need this. Amber then tried to reach towards the contraption, but it blew away. Oh no. Amber gulped as she looked at Izuku. That contraption I was going to give you was the glider. It blew away because of the attack. Izuku looked on at her impassively for a few seconds before looking back up. How were you going to get up there, Amber? He queried. Amber looked over her shoulder to another crack in the stone. Well, there's moss between those rocks, so I can use that to start a fire, which I can use the wind current produced by the fire to propel myself upwards. Although it probably won't be enough. Izuku looked up at the top of the wall before looking back down at his own legs. He knew that Amber could probably get up there if she started a current, but it was too much of a long shot. He knew what he had to do. He muttered a word under his breath that would have had his mom punish him for saying, and looked over at Amber. Do you have any rope or string? He asked her as Amber looked at him weirdly. Well, I have both. Rope because you always need to be prepared, and string in case my bow breaks. Why? Amber asked, giving Izuku a curious look. I have a good idea. He stammered nervously. Amber had heard the stutter, however, and wasn't fooled. She knew whatever idea had popped into his head involved himself getting hurt. Since Paimon was still unconscious, which had been a nice change of pace for the archer, there was no healing at the ready for him. Whatever you're gonna do. Amber began, giving Izuku a serious stare as she reached into her backpack. Be careful. I know you well enough by now to know that your good ideas usually end up with broken bones and torn muscles. Izuku hesitantly nodded, which the outrider knew would have to do. She then pulled out the rope from her bag. Whatever you're doing, I'll help out. I'll give you the rope. I need the string for my bow. She then gave Izuku the rope, who grinned at her. Amber, I'm going to need you to hold still. Izuku said as he approached the confused female. Why do you want me to hold still? What are you doing? Amber asked as she took a cautious step back. Izuku groaned internally. He knew that Amber would kill him if he did this, considering he didn't have control over his quirk yet, but he didn't have a choice in the matter. If they wanted to save the village and possibly find a way for Izuku to get home, which he had not told anyone yet, and for the reason being that he would sound insane, then he would have to jump it. Whoa. Izuku exclaimed, looking a little over Amber's shoulder. Ms. Jean. What are you doing here? Amber jumped a few feet in the air. Jean. I can explain. I'm sorry we took so long, it's th. Amber had turned fully around and was staring into the dark cave, without a trace of Jean in sight. Where's Jean? Didn't Izuku say? Amber frowned. Did he? Lie. Weird, why would he do that? What would he gain? Amber's eyes widened as she tried to turn around, but found herself unable to do so. The rope she had given Izuku was now tied around her waist, with Izuku next to her, who was now tying the rope around his own. Izuku, what are going to do? Amber positively screamed, ignorant of the blush on her face due to the close contact. She tried to grab the boy, but missed as he finished tying the rope and ducked. Sorry Amber, it's the only way we're going to get up as of right now. Don't move, okay? The green-haired boy gave her an uneasy smile, which unnerved the girl to no ends. Izuku then moved Paimon into his arms, where he held her bridal style. He inhaled deeply, one for all beginning to charge through his legs. He raised his head. Izuku, don't do it. Amber yelled, as she went to grab her friend to break his concentration. But it was too late. Manhattan leap. The boy roared as he, Amber, and the unconscious Paimon shot into the air. Amber couldn't hear herself scream, they were going so fast. The trio kept shooting up, surpassing the wall's height and continuing to travel upwards. Amber managed to look down as panic overcame her. He had jumped too high. Maybe, he would redirect them. Amber looked over to Izuku and grimaced. Izuku was now on the verge of unconsciousness himself, unable to get much air with his legs flapping uselessly in the wind. She then looked over to Paimon, who was still limp in Izuku's arms. Her eyes widened as she realized they were coming to a standstill. They had reached the max height for Izuku's jump as they began to slowly descend downwards. Amber grit her teeth. They would soon be traveling too fast downward for them to redirect in the air. Amber suddenly gasped as an idea popped onto her head. She quickly summoned her bow in her hand and began to charge her magic into it. Just as she had demonstrated to Izuku, the arrow had turned a bright shade of red. She bit her lip so harshly that it drew blood as she charged even more energy into the arrow, which caused the head to go from a blood red to a shade of crimson. She then turned around so that her back was facing the direction she wanted to travel. She looked down, they were picking up speed again. She rotated her head to see how close they were to the top of the wall, which was getting extremely close. She looked around, begging whichever god was listening to help her. And there it was. A stalagmite hanging from across the top of the wall, as if its sole purpose in life was to be there to help her. She took aim and then yelled to the heavens. Pyro-propel. The arrow was fired, whistling as it traveled through the air as it hit the nearby rock, causing a massive explosion. The force of the explosion launched Amber and the duo onto the top of the wall. Amber hit the ground, landing awkwardly on her shoulder as she snarled from the sudden pain. Izuku hit the ground as well, landing flat on his back with paimon on his chest, signaling he was alive with a groan. Amber tried to move her shoulder, but to no avail. It was either broken or dislocated, either one being bad. They were so close. All of a sudden, a shrill childlike scream filled the air. What happened? Amber rotated her head to the side as she saw paimon, who had snapped out of unconsciousness and was already healing Izuku, who sighed in relief as his cut lips sealed and legs cracked and fixed themselves. Izuku cracked open an eye and smiled anxiously at Amber, who was glaring at him. If you ever do anything like that again, I'm letting you fall. Do I make myself clear? Amber huffed as paimon was now healing her as Izuku got up and dusted off his legs. Yes ma'am. It won't happen again. Izuku lied as he began to walk forward once more, knowing that if they were to explore any other temple like this, he would probably do it again. Amber groaned as she got back on her feet, flexing her shoulder before curtly nodding at paimon, who stuck her tongue out at the archer in response. Amber dismissed this with a growl, before she and paimon caught up to Izuku. The trio then walked together for a while, which mostly consisted of Amber yelling at paimon for fainting, with paimon's excuse being that the outrider would have done the same thing had she been in her position. Right before they could go to fists, however, they noticed Izuku staring ahead at something, before he started grinning. The eyes, is that the thing we're looking for? He asked as he gestured towards the object he had been staring at. Paimon and Amber's eyes landed on what Izuku had been talking about. A glowing, mystical stone stood in the middle of the room, which seemed to be emitting energy. Dragon's breath. Amber exclaimed, all of her annoyance at paimon now nothing more than blimps on her radar, as she ran down a set of stone stairs leading to the stone. This must be where all of the power is coming from. We did it. Guess we should destroy it now. As Amber pulled out an arrow and summoned her bow, Izuku got closer to the stone. It seemed to be calling to him. As he got closer, he heard voices. He got right next to the rock, unaware of Amber and paimon, calling for him to get away from the rock due to the arrow Amber was about to launch at it. Izuku stared into the rock. He suddenly heard voices, and familiar voices at that, voices that made him temporarily stop breathing, his eyes widening. I want. No. I'm to be a hero too. I will be the #1 hero. And you don't have a say in it. Ayumi, Natsuo, Mom, Izuku, All Might, even you in a way Bakugo, thank you. At this, the rock glowed one final time, before shattering to pieces, an arrow piercing through it. Izuku stared blankly as the arrow clattered against the ground, as the pieces of the rock began to fade away from existence. Amber and paimon looked at Izuku with a bit of worry. Is Izuku alright? Paimon asked concerned, right as Izuku got up. He then turned towards his new friends and gave them a genuine smile. Amber and paimon were taken aback as Izuku then turned around and began to walk back from where they came. Hey Izuku. Amber called out to him, causing him to pause. We're going to stay here a while, I need to gather some more information on these texts. Izuku turned around without saying anything and sat down on one of the stairs Amber had ran down. Paimon flew over next to Izuku as Amber wrote in her notebook with one ear open. Did you see something? Paimon asked excitedly. Did you see something cool? Izuku looked down at the little girl and nodded while smiling. For the first time in days, he felt hope. That stone had been proof that there could be a way for him to get home. He heard Todoroki and Bakugo. He had heard Todoroki's proclamation and was internally thrilled. He had finally accepted himself for who he was, not who his father was. And Bakugo was still Bakugo. That did raise the question though. Who had won the match? Izuku disregarded these thoughts as he quickly spoke to the white-haired girl. It's a secret, Paimon, sorry. While Paimon huffed and began to cautiously look around the room, Amber frowned. Due to his reaction, it must have been something important to him, perhaps something of his past. It would explain why he looked so ecstatic. She would eventually have to confront him about this, or else he could never become a trusted member of the Knights of Favonius. Amber shook her head free of these thoughts as she continued to take notes. Izuku propped his head back on the stair behind him, closing his eyes and waiting for Amber to finish. The day had been an eventful day. A very good eventful day. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 15. Hey you. Yeah, you kid. Get out of our wa. Move it. Beep. Itachi Shinso scowled as the two rude bystanders quickly scurried out of his way, frightened due to the purple-haired boy's expression. One of them, in their haste, slammed into the wall in the tight hallway they were in and let out a groan of pain. The boy had been listening in on conversations against his former opponent, Izuku Midoriya, the teen who was one of the first people in his life to look at him with pride and amazement. Shinso had not seen the rest of the matches, he was too busy trying to figure out what had exactly happened to Midoriya. He had gathered enough information to find out that All Might and Eraserhead had caught the man that had gotten rid of Izuku, but he had heard his name mentioned in the story. How did he relate to Midoriya's disappearance? If he were the reason of his disappearance, could he also make him reappear? Shinso's scowl deepened as he walked out onto the field for the awards ceremony. He and the other students who had lost were required to go onto the field and congratulate the winners. While he had nothing against the winner, Shadow Todoroki, he would not congratulate the runner-up. Even in the faraway hallway he was in, he had heard Bakugo's speech about how he and he alone would succeed. That went against everything Izuku had shown him. If he kept working with that mindset, then nothing good would come of it. As Shinso trudged his way towards his position on the field, Todoroki stood on the first place stool emotionlessly, despite a certain blonde-haired boy growling next to him. Todoroki then allowed a small smile to cross his face as he heard the crowd's cheers. What an amazing quirk. I gotta recruit that first place kid. Good job first place man. You're only going up from here. Isn't he Endeavor's son? No wonder. The dual-haired boy's small smile got wider at the praise, disregarding the comment concerning his father. He had won with his power. Katsuki had unwillingly and unknowingly saved his stoic opponent. Speaking of which. Said boy was now screaming and yelling, tied to a post with a furious expression on his face. After the match had ended, it had been quite strange in a way. Bakugo had been oddly silent in the locker rooms after Todoroki's victory. When Todoroki had passed him, they had made eye contact. Within his orbs, there was anger, bitterness, and just a little bit of respect. Respect for the opponent that had beaten him, fair and square. Todoroki thought that this loss might have changed him. But in the end, Bakugo was still Bakugo, and his loss hit him full force when walking out to the second place stand. He couldn't process that someone could have a better quirk than he did. Which also explained why he was now attempting to use said quirk to free himself while spewing curse words and unintelligible shouts. What a vulgar creature. Remarked Class 1B Esabara Shiozaki, who looked on at the screaming boy with disgust. Not my choice of words, but you're not wrong. Kendo agreed. He's embarrassing himself along with the rest of us. You'd think at his age, he'd know how to take a loss. I can hear you Orange. The explosive boy screamed back, pulling at the chains with all of his might to try and get at the martial artist. If you hear her, then take her advice. Yelled back Denki Kaminari from within the crowd. Shut the hell up Pikachu. Roared Bakugo before a muffler was put on him by Aizawa. Shut up. The awards ceremony is starting soon and we're very busy. He said, turning around. If looks could kill, Eraserhead would have ceased to exist right then and there. Before Bakugo could struggle more, Midnight strode onto the field with a microphone in her hand. She smiled and turned to the crowd, her voice echoing throughout the stadium. Ladies and gentlemen. These are our 3 winners. Let's give them all a round of applause, along with the rest of our competitors. The crowd cheered, whistled, and shouted encouragement to contestants. From within the crowd, Endeavor could be seen looking down at his son, who still had a small smile on his face. A smirk graced Endeavor's features as he nodded to his son and walked out of the stadium, many smaller people jumping out of his way. But, before we give medals and words of congratulations, I would like to bring this up. Both the crowd and students looked confused at the female pro hero except for Bakugo, who was still trying to break free of his chains. In a nearby room, Aizawa and Toshinori looked down at the crowd and competitors with impassive expressions, despite the intense interrogation the police were giving the portal man next door, which both could mostly hear due to the man's flamboyant manner and loud tone of voice. Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya has been disqualified. He was not caught cheating or anything of that caliber. Well, it is hard to say, I must be the one to break the ice. He was kidnapped. The crows gasped and immediately began to whisper among themselves, while the rest of the classes on the field began to also talk amongst themselves, with Class 1A being the exception. The class of 1A looked around in confusion, this wasn't what was told to them. Even Bakugo stopped trying to break free for a few seconds to look at the M-rated pro hero like she had grown another head, who in turn was looking grim. Only 2 boys in the whole stadium figured it out. I see. Shinso thought to himself while staring at Midnight, looking more alert than usual, unnerving some of the kids standing around him. If they told the crowd of Izuku's true status, they might think we were crazy. On top of that, we can't let villains know of this man who can make people disappear and reappear. Todoroki looked on at midnight as did the rest of the stadium. The cover story. Smart, but how many people will actually buy it? If I were to bet, some villains have already seen through this lie. Guess I'll have to up my training to make sure they don't pull anything. And now, with my fire. The dual-haired boy had regained his tiny smile, thinking of how long he could use his quirk without problems, now that he knew it was his own. He was so caught up in his own thoughts that he almost missed what Midnight said next. Do not worry everyone. We already have a countless amount of heroes working to find him. He'll be back to us in no time. This seemed to ease the crowd as they became quieter, but there was still a few whispers flying around the stadium. Midnight coughed to catch everyone's attention and then smiled. "We will be fine, us teachers and staff of UA will make sure of it. And now, the winners. Journal entry number 08. The mission went very well, almost flawlessly. The two potential recruits did good jobs, although our main interest did much better than the other one. We will be arriving at the city shortly and give our reports to the Grandmaster. After that, I will accompany our main interest to the Windbloom Festival in order to gather information for the knights, and for that reason solely. When we are done with that, Perha." "Amber, what are you muttering about?" The outrider jumped up from her writings to look up to Izuku, who was looking at her from where he was sitting, roasting something over a fire they had made. It smelled delicious, and Izuku was using one hand to turn the what appeared to be animal, while the other hand held back a wild paimon, who was trying to reach the cooking meat, much to Izuku's displeasure. "Why yeah. I'm fine. I was just writing something in my notebook," Amber said as she put her notebook in her bag and shifted her body so that she was lying on the log near the crackling fire. It had been almost 1 day since they had left the temple near Falcon's Coast, and the brown-haired archer had left the temple with more questions than answers. Who had built such old structures? Could they access it again, or give the rest of the Knights of Favonius access to it? And what exactly had Izuku seen in that crystal? Did it have to do with his strange bone-breaking ability? All of these were questions that she required answers to, but she only had access to one of the questions' answers. There was also the matter of the Storm Terror, which had been the main reason behind their journey. She had yet to receive a message from Jean, despite them being closer to the town. Since the sun was still shining brightly from where they sat under tree, she figured that Kia and Lisa had already reached their locations and had already reported back to the Grandmaster. Since that was out of the way, she could finally figure out how she could get answers out of the green-haired boy. What she was going to ask Phi. "Izuku. Why isn't the meat done yet?" A small, impatient voice interrupted these thoughts as Paimon had grabbed a nearby stick and was trying to poke the roasting meat off its bit. Izuku groaned as he grabbed the other half of the stick and bent it the wrong way, causing the branch to snap. "Paimon," Izuku began, his voice trying to remain calm and polite, although Amber could hear how much he was forcing it. "You have to wait another minute or you'll get sick if you eat it. How can you fulfill your night duties if you're sick?" Izuku knew he had convinced her the moment the words have left his mouth. Paimon had stopped trying to get past Izuku to the meat and sat down on the log next to Amber. "Are you hungry?" Amber decided to taunt the white-haired girl. Woe's stomach growled as she glared at the archer. The Knights of Favonius work no matter the conditions. If your hunger causes weakness, then maybe you shouldn't be. Grggggg. Paimon blinked as Amber was stuck with her mouth open, with no words coming out. Her face began to slowly redden as Paimon snorted. Paimon seemed to be trying to stifle her laughter. Amber huffed, her face as red as her bow on her head. Well, it's been a much longer time since I've eaten. I barely ate anything while yo. Grggggg. Amber's face flushed even more as Paimon's serious demeanor broke down into nothingness as she broke into laughter. Izuku snorted as well, but was able to disguise it with a well-timed cough. Amber's mouth moved, but no sound came out. She then looked at Izuku pleadingly, who had just begun to take the meat off its revolving spit. Izuku then looked over to the hungry women. He ripped off 2 of the juicy pieces and gave them to both girls. Paimon pounced on hers as she began to rip it apart like a feral animal. Amber looked at her steaming chunk of animal. She suddenly looked at both Izuku and Paimon. "What we do here, we say to no one. Understand?" Amber looked very serious, causing Izuku and Paimon to nod, thinking she was about to tell them a very important piece of information. Amber then took a deep breath. And began to eat the meat in the most unladylike manner Izuku had ever seen. It was so messy and bad that even Paimon paused from her meat to look up at Amber in awe. Small pieces of meat flew in every direction, along with little droplets of meat juice. Amber's teeth ripped into the meat, chewing with her mouth open as she gazed around the forest. Izuku looked at her in slight disgust and was quite taken aback. Not wanting to seem like he was staring, he began to dig into his own meal. By the time the meal had ended, it looked as though a pack of wolves had rampaged through their eating zone. With the combined force of paimon and amber, the eating space seemed to resemble a war zone. Chunks of meat lay across the camp as if they were fallen leaves. Izuku bit his tongue as he poured Amber's canteen of water onto the fire, not voicing the internal disgust that he felt. He nodded at the slightly red Amber and paimon, who was wiping her mouth on her sleeve. They both then got up and followed Izuku back onto the path that led back to Mondstadt. The trip seemed to take much less time than the first trip as the trio marched onwards. The cool noon air blew around them as they continued their trip, the sun shining brightly, though the clouds that littered the sky. As they continued on, they eventually saw the city. "We're getting close now," Amber exclaimed happily as paimon poked a nearby bug with a stick. The group continued onward as the tiny city grew closer and bigger until they had reached the gates. As they approached the gate, a woman was cooking something delicious, with a boy sitting nearby, helping herself to some of her cooking. "Ah, Amber. Good to see you again," the woman greeted as Amber waved. The woman opened her pot and began to stir it after grabbing a nearby ladle. "I know you must be busy, but you must help yourself to my cooking sometime. I'll be opening a stand at the festival, so make sure to stop by." Amber gave her the thumbs up as she continued on, but Izuku was busy staring at the boy who was eating some of the lady's cooking. The brown-haired boy seemed unhappy despite eating the delicious cooking. He seemed to emit an aura that radiated sorrow, as if it was all he had known in his whole life. The lady seemed to notice Izuku staring as she made her way over to the green-haired boy. "His name is Timmy," the lady whispered to Izuku and paimon. "You must be foreigners, so I'll enlighten you. He's quite the depressed boy, but I'm taking him to the Windbloom Festival to hopefully raise his spirits." Timmy said nothing as he helped himself to another serving. Izuku's feelings kicked in. He had been in the boy's place at one time, depressed and sorrowful. If he was able to come out of his depressed shell, then the boy most certainly could as well. Paimon tugged his shoulder. He looked over at the girl and understood the message she was trying to send. She knew he could help the boy, but now was not the time. They had a mission to report. After bidding them a quick farewell, Izuku and paimon ran to catch up to Amber as they made their way through the gates of the city. They had returned from the mission successfully. Amber turned to the duo. "Okay. I need to go report these findings to Jean. So until then, do whatever you two want. Just don't get lost, as hard for you two as that might be without me. Later." Paimon scowled as Amber skipped away, her red bow on her head bouncing every time her feet made contact with the ground. Paimon looked back over to Izuku, quickly getting rid of her scowl. "Paimon knows what we can do to pass time. Let's go clothes shopping." Izuku blinked before looking down at his sweaty UA uniform. It had never gotten dirty. Strange. He had been living in the forest for almost a week before he found paimon, and yet his uniform was still quite clean, although it was starting to smell. How odd. Right as Izuku nodded, a squeaky voice came from behind them. "Wow. You two must be the new recruits. Who would have thought that I would run directly into you?" Izuku turned around, but paimon had not done so yet, still floating forward, unaware of the person. He turned to the newcomer, but was surprised to see no one there. He turned his head right and left, but still couldn't see anyone. "Down here," came the little voice. Izuku looked down to see a little girl, about paimon's size, staring up at him with wondering eyes. She had pale skin along with pale blonde hair that was tied in pigtails. She wore a dark red coat with keyhole shapes in the hem over a white dress and shorts, with a fluffy scarf, gloves, knee socks, boots, and a brown messenger bag. A strange animal plush hung from her bag, but the strangest thing about her attire was the red, large newsboy cap that featured a clover insignia. She looked up at Izuku, her red eyes gleaming in the sunlight. "I heard you two were at the temple. You must be the ones who restored the sun to Mondstadt. Nice to meet you." She then reached her tiny little hand up and began to shake Izuku's hand at an accelerated pace. "You're probably wondering who I am." The tiny girl grinned as she attempted a pose. "I am the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius. I am the most powerful woman in the world. So dangerous and threatening to our enemies that Jean herself has sent me to Solidarity." Izuku was now feeling very uncomfortable with someone who had been to jail shouting in his face. "The master of magic. The strongest of the strong. The one, the only, K. Izuku. What's taking you so long?" Izuku turned, thankful for paimon coming to his aid. Paimon floated up to him and huffed at the girl. "Paimon doesn't know who you are, boo." Paimon suddenly blinked, looking the girl up and down, analyzing her. The white-haired girl's eyes widened. "K. Klee." The girl, whose name was now apparently Klee, looked up at Paimon with pride. "So, you two have heard of my explosive Lega." Klee suddenly looked shocked, looking up at the snow-color-haired girl, who in turn was looking just as surprised. Paimon. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 16. Paimon. Klee stared at the other girl with shock and surprise. Izuku looked from Klee back to Paimon, who was looking quite taken aback herself. Klee realized her reaction was causing quite some stares from throughout the area, so she quickly tried to go back into her character that she had been mere seconds beforehand. "I see that I have inspired you," Klee declared triumphantly, Paimon's face falling into a frown. "I have inspired you to go out to see the world, just as I have done. I know that I made quite an impact on your life, but I never imagined." The little girl blinked, realizing that Paimon was directing Izuku away from her and trying to change the subject. "Hey." The blonde-haired girl whined as she ran as quickly as her tiny legs allowed her to after the duo, tripping over a rock in the ground as she did so, landing on her face, which resulted a groan of pain coming from the tiny girl. "So, Izuku looked back at the girl, who was reaching to pick up her fallen hat. "Is she okay? Does she need help with something?" I'm inside as she looked back at the fallen girl. "No," Paimon knows Klee. "Very well, actually. She was raised in the same village as Paimon." Paimon's gaze hardened as she seemed to reflect upon forgotten memories. Izuku put a hand on her shoulder and gave her an all-might smile, which elicited small giggles from the girl. "Those days for you are over," Izuku thought as Paimon was now grinning from the face he had made. "I promise I'll protect you from here on out." "Hey. Stop ignoring me." Izuku and Paimon looked back over at Klee, who was breathing heavily as she coughed. She then attempted to go back into character. "My explosive legacy knows no bounds," she declared once more, trying for Izuku to focus upon her. "I am the Knights of Favonia's secret weepo." "What are you doing here, Klee?" Paimon asked the red-eyed girl as Klee bit her lip as though deciding between something and then completely broke her character. "Why am I doing here?" Klee huffed. "Paimon, you promised me that I would explore the city and you would go to another city." "That was 3 years ago." Paimon deadpanned. "Paimon thought you went back to the village." "Why would I, the Spark Knight of the Knights of Favonius, go back to that place?" Although Klee seemed to be hiding it rather well, Izuku heard a hint of fear and pain in her voice. Although she was prideful, a bit egotistical and demanding, she seemed to know Paimon rather well. This made Izuku wonder if Paimon had a troubled past, then did Klee have something similar? Questions for later. He thought to himself once more as Klee got right into Paimon's face. Red eyes glaring into dark purple. Paimon then sighed as she turned around and floated away. "Come on, Izuku. You and Paimon are going clothes shopping for the festival." Paimon squeaked happily, a certain blonde-haired girl behind her gaping at her incredulously. "What happened?" Klee thought to herself as Paimon began to discuss the festival with Izuku. "This isn't the Paimon I know. The old Paimon would have come chasing after me, trying to get my attention. Wait. Did she grow up? I don't get it." Klee then puffed out a cheek in annoyance as she puffed out her chest. "So, she wanted to play the hard way, eh?" "Alright, Paimon," Klee announced in a flamboyant manner, which reminded Izuku of a certain realm man. More people looked over confusedly, making a small crowd form around the young blonde-haired girl and the duo. "If you think you can walk into my city, you're sorely mistaken. I challenge you to a duel, Paimon. Only the best will win, and with my explosive." Paimon was now stifling a smile, trying not to laugh as Izuku's eyes widened a considerable amount at the sight behind the red-hatted girl, who did not seem to see what was behind her yet. "Magic, you won't stand a chance. Soon, I'll be the most powerful knight that there is, that even Jean herself will feel awed in my presence." She finally realized that they weren't staring at her, but rather at a sight behind her. The explosive girl frowned as she turned around. Hey, what are you guys Lou?" The words died in her throat as Jean herself stood over the small girl, who was feeling rather insignificant at that moment compared to the woman standing before her, whose eyes were closed with a friendly smile on her face, one that did not fit the situation at all. Lisa, who had come up behind her with a notepad and writing utensil in her hand, smiled slyly. "Care to repeat what you just said, Klee?" Jean asked politely as Klee began to shake in place. "Well, I. Don't be shy now," Jean said cheerfully. "I heard a lot of that conversation just now. And I must say, challenging an unofficial duel and disrespecting the Grandmaster of this city at the same time is quite the admirable feat." Klee looked positively terrified. Jean then opened her eyes, which revealed her grey-blue eyes, giving the girl an icy glare, which did not match the rest of her face's expression. "So, is there anything else you need to say?" Jean asked in fake concern, her eyes penetrating into the little girl. Suddenly, Klee's eyes widened as she gave a slight smile. "Well, you see, Grandmaster," Klee began, knowing this was her only way out of more jail time. "I cannot condone my actions, but I was trying to show my old friend Paimon around the ropes for, when she becomes a Knight of Favonius." Everyone standing in the area knew it was a weak excuse, but to their surprise, Jean's smile widened as her eyes lost their hostility. But of course. Jean said pleasantly as Lisa giggled from behind. I completely understand. After all, since she and Izuku finished the quest, that means they're official knights now. I'll have to set up a ceremony, an extra special one at that, considering they helped fix our village. Oh, and Lisa, add a note that says that Amber's getting a raise. Lisa nodded as Klee looked gobsmacked. The Knights of Favonius was her group. She had made the excuse off the top of her head, and Paimon was going to be joining her as a knight. Actually, I didn't have an excuse. Klee admitted, hating this prank that they were playing on her. I understand, send me ba. Oh no Klee. Jean allowed a real smile to adorn her face, terrifying the young girl. You are, of course, correct. I hereby give you permission to show Paimon our headquarters. And Izuku, we will happily guide you back to headquarters as well for your reward. Oh. You don't have to do that, Ms. Jean. Izuku said sheepishly. I just wanted to make sure everyone here stays safe. That is indeed very admirable. Jean nodded politely at Izuku as Lisa paused her writing on her notepad to giggle at the horrified Klee and the smirking Paimon. Jean then fake smiled again at the explosive girl, who was shivering from the look on Jean's face. Now, Klee. You have fun showing your friend around the grounds. And if you ever lie to me again, it's on your life. Klee let out a terrified squeal as she grabbed a confused Paimon by her cape and took off running the opposite direction. From where she was running, the group heard her yelling in a high-pitched tone. Off Kersegian! Yelled the retreating figure as Paimon floated above the ground after her, as Klee had grabbed her cape. Anything for you have if you know me ham sorry KB. See you in a bit Izuku. Paimon called out to the green-haired boy, who waved to her in response as Klee ran around a corner, causing both she and Paimon to disappear. The crowd laughed openly at the events which had just taken place before they dispersed, going back to their daily tasks. Damn. There goes by chance for clothes. Izuku muttered to himself, which was heard by Jean. By the way, good to see you again cutie. Lisa exclaimed happily as she picked up the boy and held him like a teddy bear, causing said boy to light up like a Christmas tree. Jean gave an amused smirk at the sight before she coughed and got their attention. Lisa put Izuku down with a smirk as Izuku turned his head the other way, trying not to show off his blushing face. Lisa, I need you to go back to headquarters for now and prepare the legal documents for the entry of both Izuku and Paimon into the Knights of Favonius. You'll also have a title, but we'll decide that later. Now get going Lisa. Lisa gave a little pout before giving Izuku one more squeeze, causing his face to resemble a tomato, like a certain archer we know. Smirking at the color in his face, she put him down and gave them a salute. Sure thing Jean, and I'll see you later darling. She finished her salute as she grinned at the both of them before walking away, humming a tune under her breath. Jean then turned to Izuku. Now, I heard you needed new clothes. Since you saved our city, I can provide you with the clothes. It's about time that you get some, you stand out quite well with your current attire. Come with me. Without waiting for a response, Jean turned around and began to walk down the road, leaving Izuku to trail after her. As Izuku gazed around, it was quite obvious that people recognized that Jean was a higher position. Civilians that saw her immediately got out of her way, while bowing and wishing her a good day. Nearby children looked on with awe from behind boxes in their parents, making it obvious that the Grandmaster did not leave her workplace often. Crowds murmured as they looked on at the Grandmaster, their whispering getting louder as they saw Izuku walk with her. What's the Grandmaster doing here? Came a hushed voice from within one of the crowds that had gathered to stare. It's probably for preparations for the festival, to make sure everyone's doing their part. A female spoke up. Yeah. I mean, it's tomorrow, isn't it? Who's that boy with her? He looks familiar. They walked onwards, ignoring the whispers and pointing from the younger kids. Until they eventually reached a building with a red roof and awnings. They walked inside, a little bell near the door ringing, signifying that they had entered. The store seemed crowded, with many people inside shopping, all of whom had immediately seen Jean and had gone into a bow. Izuku felt nostalgic as he watched this as Jean marched to a specific section of clothing. He felt as though this store could have fit in back in his world perfectly. It had been a while since he had thought about it. Was All Might going to choose another successor? Was his mom worrying? But there was a way home, that was for sure. Izuku had seen figures in the rock, mainly Bakugo and Todoroki. If he could see them, as well as hear what they were saying, then there could be a good chance that he could go home. Izuku suddenly looked slightly downcast. He had just remembered all the friends he had made here. Amber, Lisa, Paimon, and many others. He still had so much to do, and he was good friends with them. How could he tell them all that he was of a different world, or that he had to leave forever? Izuku's thoughts were interrupted by a loud clacking of heels as a pretty woman with brown hair and a kind face came into the room. She walked into the room and smiled at Izuku. Hi there. How can I help you, young man? The grown woman asked kindly. These with me? Came Jean's authoritative voice from across the room as she approached the woman at the counter and plopped the clothes down. The woman gasped as Jean did this and quickly went into a bow. "Ms. Jean, you honor us with your presence. If there's any. This will do, but thank you." Jean nodded as she took a step back as she gestured Izuku to go forward. He complied, meeting the woman's gaze from behind the counter. "Alright." The woman beamed, causing Izuku to crack a smile. "Go into the changing room and try it on. I'm sure that these clothes will meet your standards." Izuku nodded and did so, walking into a nearby changing room while the women talked and the crowd began to talk one more. The green-haired boy then began to strip out of his old UA uniform. He paused while reaching for his new clothes, wearing only his boxers. He hadn't even been here for long, and he had made a huge difference already. He had saved a town, and he hadn't even been here for a month. He had made brand new friends, had helped them, and he was now becoming part of the town's defenders. It was interesting how this world worked. Izuku stared up at the ceiling of the shop. He had a lot on his mind. Paimon, the festival Timmy. The depressed boy who had been with a woman just outside of town. Izuku could relate to the boy on many levels. Hell, he would probably have been that boy had he not had his goal of being a hero. But he was going to the festival tomorrow, so maybe he could spend time with him. Maybe he could help him or do something to make him happier. No matter what he had to do, Izuku Midoriya was not one to give up. Izuku's thoughts were interrupted when the stern voice of Jean came from outside his door. "Ma'am, is it okay if I take this changing room? I need something to wear to the festival." "But of course." Came the voice of the woman at the counter. "You're turning 20 this year, right Jean? That's an appropriate age for your current weight and size, so. Alright. Here's the right size for the clothes you're holding, try them on." Izuku heard a shuffling of clothing and a murmur of thanks from Jean as he heard the woman walk away. He then heard and saw the doorknob to his changing room turn. There were no locks on these doors. He looked down to see himself in nothing but boxers. "Wait." He yelled, but to no avail. There were too many people in the shop talking, and the door was already opening. "I'm in he." Jean had opened the door fully with her clothes in her arm. She blinked as her gaze moved to Izuku's eyes and slowly inching downward, her gaze eventually focusing on his chest and abs. Jean's face turned a shade of scarlet as she seemed frozen, not moving so much as a muscle. "You Izuku began as he reached for his clothes, his face as red as an apple. I was trying to say that I." When she seemed to hear Izuku's voice, Jean snapped out of her trance and immediately shut the door with her free hand, blushing. I apologize for that, forgive me Izuku." It's fine." Izuku slightly stuttered, still slightly taken aback. "Let's just try on these clothes for tea tomorrow, Ms. Jean." Jean agreed in silence as she took the room as far away as possible. She put on her clothes, her face still red, trying to focus on her job, her duties, her responsibilities. But all she could think about was what she had seen mere seconds ago, causing her face to turn an even brighter shade of red as she donned her new clothes. A few minutes had passed, and no words were exchanged as both Izuku and Jean changed. The woman then came back to the changing rooms, having dealt with a few of the many customers in her shop. "Are you two ready?" she asked in a pleasant voice. "I think so." Izuku's voice came from one of the stalls as Jean said at the same time. "I'm ready." Izuku walked out first. Gone was the dirty UA uniform. Instead, he now wore a green shirt that had the chest area covered by what seemed to be chainmail. His pants were now a dirt brown, and he had kept his normal shoes on. He also wore 2 white gloves and a shoulder plate on his left shoulder. Simple, but I like it. Izuku thought to himself as he shifted around in the clothing and smacking the shoulder plate, causing a clank to echo around the room. Not bad. Jean then came out of the other changing room, her normal clothes in her arm. The only thing left of her normal attire were her blue gauntlets, as the rest of her clothes had been changed. She now wore a white, sleeveless shirt that covered most of her cleavage, as well as blue leggings and black heels. She nodded in approval, before striding up to the desk, placing money on the counter, and walking out, Izuku following her as the bell near the door rang as they left the shop and began to walk back towards headquarters. "So, where is your old clothing, Izuku?" Jean asked curiously, trying to forget what she had seen in the shop. Oh yeah, I sorta got rid of it," he said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's alright. I got some new ones, and I'll get more once my ceremony is over." Jean nodded in understanding as they made their way in front of headquarters, their first view being Amber looking up and down the street before her gaze landed on Jean and filled with delight. "Jean!" Amber yelled excitedly, running over to the current duo, her bow bouncing on her head as she did so. "I just wanted to say your mission was a success." Jean smiled as Amber looked at her in surprise. "I expect nothing less from the Outrider and our newest recruit." Amber blinked her gold eyes in surprise as she looked to the side of Jean, revealing a waving Izuku. Oh. Hi Izuku. Amber exclaimed cheerfully. Izuku was slightly stunned by seeing this side of her, but then remembering that Jean stood in front of them and that Paimon wasn't there for the moment. Got some new clothes. They. Look nice. A slight blush appeared on Amber's face as she complimented the boy. Strange, he was just another guy, but this isn't how she felt when hanging out with Kia. What was wrong with her? Thanks. Izuku responded cheerfully as Jean stepped up once more. You will also be getting a raise, Amber. Did you happen to get your festival clothes? Amber's eyes widened as she beamed in happiness, causing Izuku to turn redder. Thanks, Jean. I did, actually, manage to get my clothes, but no spoilers. The Outrider's grin widened. I know that you want to know what I got, but you'll have. Izuku. Paimon came flying from out of a nearby alleyway and latched herself onto Izuku, scaring the poor boy to no ends. Paimon was quickly looking left and right before letting out a relieved sigh. Paimon is safe. Thanks, Izuku. Izuku nodded, still quite startled before Paimon huffed as she plopped her head onto Izuku's hair, her body floating being her. She's annoying. Paimon growled. She kept challenging Paimon. Staring contests, holding breath contests, eating contests, that Paimon won lol, every kind of contest. Paimon wishes she would leave Paimon alone. Amber made an annoyed expression as she continued her story with Jean, who now seemed quite interested in Paimon's sudden entrance. Izuku then patted her on the head. Give her some time, Paimon. If she annoys you, you can stay with me. Izuku comforted the girl, who grinned in response and began to play with a curl of Izuku's green hair. I must interrupt you, Amber. Jean suddenly said, interrupting the archer once more, who signified this with an eye twitch. We must head inside and get ready for tomorrow, as everyone is preparing for the festival. We will hold your 2 official ceremonies soon, but we must wait until after the festival. Noelle will have already prepared the decorations, but I'll have to have a word with her about listening to my orders. Jean had muttered that last part as she walked inside, the trio quickly following suit as more decorations went up in the street, the sun beginning to fall as the moon started to come up, signifying the day's end. The young boy looked over the city as the sky turned a shade of pinkish red that bleed throughout the darkening sky. The festival's tomorrow. He said to himself pleasantly. I'll be able to tell them all about the Stormterror's true nature, so they won't have to worry, and neither will it. The boy sat down as a frown graced his features. He thought of the peaceful dragon, and about he had almost headed until that sound had came and distracted it. He still hadn't been able to find a source, despite him searching the whole area up and down. The boy then rolled over and fell asleep. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. The man sat in a lone room, watching the awards ceremony end, and the next program came on. The man grinned and stood up, the TV he had been watching disintegrating into nothingness. Kidnapped. The man laughed. Kidnapped. That's a good one. I've asked every source I have, and no one has kidnapped that specific kid. However, that does pique my curiosity. He turned around, a creepy grin growing under his mask, as he strode across the room and opened the door right before he walked through it, he spoke. What did happen to that kid? A heroic impact. Chapter 17. Mr. Izuku, you must wake up now. Izuku opened his eyes to meet a woman standing over him, her lavender hair contrasting with the ceiling of the room he had fell asleep in. He didn't recognize her, but she seemed to know him. He looked over to the window and squinted, where he saw the slightest bit of light leaking through the windows. The sun appeared to be barely up in the sky, and yet she was waking him up. Glad to see you're awake. The woman gave a calming smile. My name is Noelle, and I'm the official maid of the Knights of Favonius. You must get up now, as everyone is awaiting you so you can all go to the festival. She smiled before turning around and walked over to the table and began to clean it up, taking items that had been there while Izuku had slept and putting them on a tray. Hold on. Izuku began hoarsely, as his voice was being used for the first time of the today. What time is it? And isn't it a little early for us to be going to the festival? Noelle turned around, an expression on her face Izuku could not make out due to the darkness of the room. As of right now, it is currently 5 in the morning, Mr. Izuku. The festival begins at 7, so I woke you up in order for you to prepare. Please dress yourself and eat something, as food will not be arriving at the festival until noon. As Noelle turned, Izuku felt his mouth move on its own accord. Are you coming too? You're still part of the Knights of Favonius, so. Noelle stopped as she spoke tersely. No, Master Jean requires my presence here. As always. Noelle had murmured that last part to herself as Izuku gave her a tired smile. I think you should go. He said excitedly. It only happens once a year, right? If anything, you probably deserve it. Noelle turned away from Izuku and spoke again. I appreciate your concern, but I must refuse. I serve under Master Jean, and I must please her. This time when she spoke, she had sounded slightly conflicted. But before Izuku could say anything else, a crash came from the other room, along with a loud noise. Noelle took this distraction and used it to change the subject. Anyway, your companion is in another room, trying to steal food. I think Ms. Amber has been shouting at her for the last 30 minutes, Mr. Kia has been stuck in a fit of laughter, and Klee has been trying to steal more food than your companion, shouting something I could not make out. Master Jean is still asleep, but I must ask you to hurry, Mr. Izuku. Your companion might be in trouble if Jean wakes up to another loud noise. Noelle then bowed with her hand staying in the same place to prevent the tray from falling and walked out the door, clearly in thought and looked conflicted. The shouting and laughter then got louder for a few seconds before the door closed, making the sounds become muffled again. Izuku yawned before looking down to see his new clothes on his body. That's right. He was so tired last night he had collapsed on the bed while Klee had been challenging and annoyed paimon once more. As he began to stretch, he heard another loud noise, followed by shouting. He could clearly hear a loud feminine yell. What is all of this racket? Due to the sudden hush of noise that followed, it seemed as though Jean had finally been awakened from her slumber. Izuku winced as he heard another loud boom, followed by another shout from Jean. If anyone does anything of that caliber again, you are banned from any upcoming festivals. Do I make myself clear? Izuku groaned as he made his way over to the door. He fumbled with the knob as complete silence came across the room once more, the only noise being made coming from the doorknob his hand was on. He then opened the door to another shout and saw everyone staring at a messy, tired Jean, who was clad in a nightgown and a blue nightcap, with either disappointment or fear in their eyes. I will not tolerate this behavior. Do this again, and there will be consequences. Do I make myself clear? As everyone nodded, Izuku quickly grabbed a nearby seat. Everyone else was unaware of his arrival. The only ones beside himself who were wearing normal clothes were paimon and Kia, the latter now slightly smiling at an annoyed Jean. Amber, who was bowing her head in shame, was still in her pajamas, which looked like it was made out of some sort of fuzzy material. Lisa, also clad in purple pajamas, was looking unusually serious due to Jean's reaction. Klee, who was clad in red pajamas although she still had her hat on, was mumbling to herself, sending Jean a mixed look of fear and anger at being interrupted. Jean huffed before turning around to Noelle, who was now putting the tray away in a drawer. Noelle, we will all be changing, so please do not enter our rooms just yet. Paimon and Kia, you two wait here for my next order. The two nodded as Noelle continued her work and Amber, Lisa, and Klee got up to leave. Izuku decided then to speak up. So, when are we leaving? It was obvious that no one had realized that Izuku had entered the room, and everyone except Noelle looked startled at Izuku's sudden appearance. Kia looked over in surprise and then grinned as paimon squealed happily as she flew across the room and landed on the boy's hair. Klee snorted at this behavior before she walked into her room, thinking of competitions to challenge paimon with when they were to arrive at the festival, to prove her superiority to the white-haired girl. Amber, Lisa, and Jean all jumped. Jean recovered the quickest and turned to Izuku, blushing slightly. Pardon me, Izuku, she flushed from embarrassment. I wasn't aware you were up yet. This is unusual for my knights to behave like this, I assure you. It's alright, I'm just glad I was woken up before the festival started. Izuku said cheerfully as paimon began to play with a curl of the green-haired boy's hair. Amber blinked as she looked down at her fuzzy childish pajamas, her face turning red. She quickly got up out of the position she was sitting in before bowing respectfully to Jean. I think I will go change now as well. Thank you, Jean. And Judmaning Izuku. Amber quickly mumbled the last part as she brushed a stray lock of hair out of her face, remembering that she hadn't done it yet. Her face flushed from embarrassment as she shot out of her respectful bow to Jean and bolted into her room, the door nearly coming off its hinges as it slammed behind her. Lisa, Kia, and Klee openly laughed as Jean cracked a smile at the archer's antics. Right then, the festival will be beginning soon, so I must ask the rest of you who are already changed to wait outside. She concluded as she opened the door to the darkened world. Izuku nodded as he stepped through the doorway and into the outside, hearing crickets chirping coming from nearby bushes and trees. It was beginning to lighten outside, with the light coming from stores and the sun, which was barely beginning to touch the sky, causing a red and pink light to be distributed throughout the sky. Izuku stared at this for a minute before realizing that, despite the darkness, it was quite crowded outside. Many people were in conversation with each other, as others were beginning to set up stands and even sell some products. Many squeals of children were heard as their mothers yelled after them. Izuku was quite surprised that even the children were up at this early in the morning, and that he did hear them from inside headquarters. He too stepped out of the doorway and took a deep breath of the morning air. He looked over to Izuku and cracked his famous grin. Festival's gonna be fun, the whole village participates. There are going to be a lot of games, singing, food, and girl. He quickly realized what he was saying and immediately changed gears, a bead of sweat trailing down his face. Grills. Yup, you know what they say around here. Best grills make the best food. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the sad attempt to change the words coming out of his mouth. Unfortunately, Paimon fell for the attempt. Her eyes widened before she flew off of Izuku's hair right into Kia's face. Really? She exclaimed as Kia looked slightly taken aback on how she had gotten in his face so quickly. What are the best grills? I need them. I need them all. What kinds of food do they make? Kia looked slightly frightened at the overexcited, hyper little girl. Oh. Well. The first one is called Sorry for taking so long. Amber's voice interrupted the eye-patched man, who gave a sigh of relief at the sudden distraction. He, Izuku, and Paimon turned over to the source of noise, where Amber, Jean, and Lisa all stood, while Noelle closed the door rather loudly behind them. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise when he laid eyes upon Amber and Lisa. He had seen what Jean had been wearing, as he had been with her the day she had bought her new clothes, but he had yet to see Amber and Lisa. Amber's new clothes now consisted of a red piece of clothing that covered her chest, but exposed her skim body. She also wore white sleeves on her wrists that were separate from the chest piece that she wore, so that her bare shoulders were also exposed to the world. Alongside that, she wore a pair of shorts and a red piece of cloth covering only the kneecap and below on one leg. She had also donned white boots and had changed her usual red bow that sat on top of her head to a white one. Lisa had not changed much, the only difference being she had removed her hat, revealing the top of her curly brown hair to the world. Amber squinted her eyes as she looked towards the rising sun. Alright. The day has started as first thing on our list is watching the sunrise. Come on Izuku. We have a long day ahead of us. Izuku turned crimson as Amber grabbed his arm. While her usual wear was pretty, she looked much prettier in the clothes she was currently wearing. She then began to pull his arm in a random direction, forcing him to run behind her. Paimon blinked as she realized that Izuku had disappeared and that he was now halfway down the street. Hey. Come back. Paimon yelled after the duo as Amber hit a corner and turned as Izuku vanished alongside her. Before the girl could give chase, a triumphant huff was heard from the other little girl there. Klee, who had dressed as she always dressed, smiled before pointing at Paimon. Now it's just you and me. By the time this day ends, you shall fall before my. Jean had turned to Lisa, now ignoring the little red-hatted girls yelling. Enjoy yourself Lisa. I will be in the marketplace if you need me. There always seems to be at least a few people every year who thinks they can get away with stealing. As Lisa saluted, Jean nodded before she turned around and strode off, people jumping out of their way and bidding her a good day. If one were to pay closer attention, they would have seen a boy with dark blue hair, so dark it looked almost black, with his hair fading into an aqua color. The boy's eyes narrowed as he took a sip of his beverage as he stood within the crowd gaping at Jean in her new clothes. So that's Jean. The boy murmured to himself. One of the heads here at Mondstadt. I see. It doesn't matter for now. I should find a proper place to get set up. The boy then stood up and walked away, unknowingly in the same direction where an enthusiastic archer and a confused green-haired boy had gone running. Izuku ran after Amber as they dodged a person carrying crates, who had began to yell at them for being inconsiderate. Amber didn't even bother to turn and apologize as she continued onwards, Izuku hot on her heels. When she said she would like to spend time with me, this isn't what I had in mind. He thought to himself as he wheezed for breath. Unfortunately for the poor boy, he had been so focused on his thoughts and catching up to Amber, he barely noticed when he ran straight into a girl who was carrying a box of fruit. Both he and the girl yelped as they tumbled, spiraling right into a nearby bunch of boxes, fruit flying in every direction. He groaned as he opened his eyes and saw stars for a few seconds as his head hurt. He quickly remembered the girl he had run into and tried to get up in order to help her. Before he got kicked in the side. He wheezed as he felt the foot make contact. It wasn't enough to do real damage, but it was enough to hurt nonetheless. Watch where you're going. He heard a feminine snarl coming from above him. He groaned again as he managed to stand up and gazed at the woman he had ran into. She had red-tinted hair and wore little clothes, exposing her body and causing many men to ogle. A belt was on her waist with a turban draping down from it. One of her legs was completely covered, while the other one was bare. She had a look of disdain on her face as she looked at him up and down. You think it's funny? Running into a woman, hoping to get a peek, you pervert. She growled at him, causing the crowd to slightly draw around the boy and girl. Izuku began to panic as he quickly shook his head, flushing from embarrassment. Why, you've got it all wrong. I mean you're pretty, but IW would never. Unfortunately, this only seemed to tick the girl off further. What do you mean? Are you trying to get on my good side now that I caught you red-handed? You really are a pervert. That's not what happened. Izuku stuttered, still wondering what he had done to anger her besides running into her. I was just chasing aft. Izuku. What's keeping you? Amber came running back to him, her white bow bouncing on top of her head as she came up to him. She looked at the girl Izuku had run into with an expression of confusion. The girl looked a little familiar, but she couldn't quite put a finger on it. "Can I help you with something?" Amber asked the girl as the girl made a face that looked as though she had swallowed a lemon. "You're that stupid outrider of those stupid nights, right? Take your boyfriend with you and get out of my sight. And give the headmaster this message from me." The girl then flipped her hair as she gave Amber and Izuku a rude hand gesture as she made her exit. Right before she could leave or before Amber could possibly murder her, a voice from down the street made itself known. "There you are, you stupid slave." An older man, around his 30s or 40s, came up and got into the red-haired girl's face. He snarled at her as she gave a look of contempt at him. "Were you stealing fruit again?" The man seethed as spit from his mouth landed on the girl's cheek. "I told you that you would stop doing that. Did you disobey my orders?" The girl who had kicked Izuku, who now looked slightly uncomfortable due to the amount of attention drawn, tried to shrug it off, wiping the spit off her cheek and pissing the man off even further. "I don't know what you're talking about." The man grit his teeth as he shoved her, causing her to fall over onto the concrete. The crowd gasped as the man formed his hand into a fist and brought it back. "You absolute worthless little." He then threw the punch at the girl who in turn did not raise a single hand to block it. She knew that she could beat this bastard. Quite easily at that as well. But if she were to do so, then they would suffer. She couldn't allow that. She had to take the blow so that they would be okay. However, the punch never came. The girl opened her eyes in surprise as the man was growling at the newcomer in front of her. The boy that she had kicked in the side for running into her was now in front of her, holding the man's fist. All the bystanders' eyes widened as Amber's eyes widened the most as her eyes landed on Izuku's legs as she saw a green spark come flying off of it. No one saw him move. That was his ability just now. The brown-haired archer thought to herself as the man attempted to push his fist further in an attempt to hit Izuku, but the boy didn't so much as budge. It was, what did he call it? Right. One for all. All of his senses were focused on helping the girl, so did his body use it unknowingly. This is really good. This means that he's beginning to control it. "Sorry sir, but can you maybe not hit her?" Izuku asked a man with a tone of danger in his voice, one that Amber had never heard before. "I don't want anyone to get hurt over anything dumb." The man growled as Izuku released his hand, which the man immediately began to caress with care. The man then turned to the girl he had intended to hit as he snarled at her. "You're damn lucky slave. If your knight in shining armor wasn't here. Sir. I must ask you to leave." Izuku addressed the man once more, his tone now full of anger. "Or we might do something that one of us may end up regretting." The man flinched as Amber looked at Izuku, her gold eyes widening in shock and slight fear of her friend's words. She had never seen Izuku act like this before. Izuku had his moments where he had been annoyed or creepy due to his constant mumbling, a habit which paimon vowed to help him break, but she had never seen him downright angry before. The man tried to give the green-haired boy a snarl, but it came out as more of a grimace as he ran away, his tail between his legs. The crowd whispered among themselves as some looked at Izuku with pride, while others looked after the retreating form of the man with disgust. The red-haired girl looked up at the boy with awe as the boy glared after the retreating figure of the man. Izuku then huffed before he turned to the girl again, smiling. Sorry about that." He slightly stuttered, offering his hand. The stutter caused a feeling of relief to spread over the nearby listening archer, who was glad to know her friend was back. "I don't know if I show." The girl then glared at him before slapping his hand away and getting up on her own. "I didn't need your help. I had it all covered. You got yourself involved to make yourself look good in front of all these people." Every word that she uttered was a lie and an easy one to see through at that as well. As the girl's glare increased and the crowd murmured among themselves uneasily, Izuku looked up in the sky and nearly had a heart attack at the amount of light now in it. They were going to miss the sunrise if they were stalled any longer. "Sorry. I gotta go. Don't want to miss the sunrise," he quickly said to the angry girl as he grabbed Amber by the wrist and ran away, causing a prominent blush to appear on the brown-haired girl's face due to the sudden contact. The girl, still in the center of attention of the crowd, was taken aback. He had helped gotten involved in her business and he thought he could just run away. How dare he? What did he take her for, some damsel in distress? "Hey. Get back here, you pervert," she roared as she attempted to chase the green-haired boy, but to no avail. Izuku and Amber had both vanished, leaving her running after nothing. She grit her teeth before turning around and walking back down the road, people now purposely trying to avoid her so they wouldn't share the same fate as the poor boy. She was going to find that boy. Izuku and Amber came to a sudden halt at the place where Amber had attempted to give Izuku his glider. Both of them panted for a minute before turning to each other. What was that all about? Izuku gasped, trying to regain his breath from running so quickly. He beats me. Amber huffed, her face no longer red from Izuku, but from exhaustion. She then rubbed her bare shoulders, which had droplets of sweat on it. Izuku didn't pay heed to this as he looked over to see a breathtaking sight. The sun, in all of its glory, was now casting light across both land and sky. Leaves from the trees from both inside and outside the village waved in the morning wind. Amber too had noticed this majestic sight and was now looking over at the sunrise with Izuku. How beautiful. She whispered to herself. Despite living here, she had never gotten tired of the majestic sights that the city provided. Izuku then turned to Amber, scratching the back of his neck. So, Amber. There was something I had to ask you. Amber's face lit up as her eyes didn't leave the sunrise. This place. It's beautiful. Wait. Is he going to ask me something about my love life? I can't answer a question like that. I'm not ready yet. She thought to herself, panicking as Izuku was about to continue. Gee. Why do people in this age loathe me so? The voice was heard from behind them as they both turned around, wondering who had interrupted them. A small crowd had gathered around what seemed to be a bard. Izuku gestured with his head as Amber, who for some reason looked both embarrassed and slightly disappointed, nodded. Together, the duo made their way over to the crowd as the bard continued. But the holy liar replied no more. Wrath and woe, vigor and venom. All of this poured from the dragon's bitter eyes. Izuku began to make his way through the crowd. There was something familiar about that voice. The dragon's curse sprawled in silence, but the liar could no longer soothe his cries. The voice then fell into silence as the tale ended, the crowd clapping and beginning to disperse as Amber groaned in annoyance. Just great. We missed the first part of Izuku, where are you going? But Izuku was no longer listening as he was now approaching the person who had told the tale, who was now taking a sip of his beverage. No wonder he had sounded familiar. The boy stood there, looking roughly around Izuku's age, maybe even younger. He wore a green hat, pants, and cape, along with a white and black shirt. A graceful, calm expression adorned his features as he spoke to the dragon. He made his way past the crowd over to the boy and squeezed through the people. He knew it. The boy then reached up and stroked the dragon's head, so the dragon put its head down for the boy to reach more easily. He was now in front of the boy, who looked up at Izuku in surprise. Can I help you with something? He asked pleasantly as he addressed Izuku. It's okay. The boy said to it as though he were talking to a baby. Don't be afraid. It's alright now. I'm back. It's you. Izuku gasped as Amber ran towards Izuku, calling him and asking what he was doing. You were the boy talking to the dragon. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 18. Izuku stood in front of the boy of whom he had claimed he saw. The boy gave him a curious look, the gears in his head turning as Amber ran up behind Izuku, glaring at him slightly. The crowd had mostly dispersed as the sun rose higher in the sky, beginning to turn the sky into its usual blue color. If you're going to run away like that. She breathed heavily. Let me know in advance. What were you doing, running up to It's you. Amber jumped slightly as the bard suddenly stood up and pointed at Izuku, his eyes wide. His wooden lyre had fell to the ground, hitting it with a clank as he gazed at Izuku, as though he were not angry, but rather in an analyzing manner. Amber blinked. She had not expected that response. So, Izuku. Have you met this man before? Izuku began, turning his head towards Amber, whose golden eyes were full of curiosity. We met before, but it wasn't a very long. What are you doing? Izuku broke off as the bard had suddenly stood up and grabbed Izuku. He then began to move his arms while moving around him, as though he were trying to work a machine. He looked intrigued and slightly jumped when Izuku exclaimed and blushed. Pardon me. I was just wondering how someone like you managed to scare Valen away. The boy said as Izuku blinked. He hadn't been expecting that response. He had been expecting suspicion or anger, but the boy just looked interested in Izuku. Violin. Amber cocked her head. What in the world is a violin? How did you scare it away? Amber turned to Izuku as said boy appeared to be in thought. Valen. Was that the creature I scared off, the one that was bothering the city? No. It must have been when I scared away the storm terror. But he didn't see me, so how? You must be the outrider of the Knights of Favonius, correct? Allow me to introduce myself. Amber and Izuku both turned their attention to the boy, who bowed. I am Venti the Bard. The 3-time winner of the most popular bard of Mondstadt to be more precise. The boy, whose name had revealed to be Venti, added smugly. Anyway, I'm glad you liked the story. Is there something I can help you with? Amber shook her head and smiled. No, but you did an amazing job. You really are a great bard. Actually, there is something. Izuku interrupted Amber, who huffed in annoyance. He walked over to Venti and whispered to make sure no one was listening in on them. My companion found something that the dragon dropped. Can you check it out? Venti's eyes widened as he turned to Izuku. Is it teardrop shaped by any chance? Izuku nodded and Venti's eyes widened even further. The bard then nodded as he and Izuku broke out of their whispers. Amber gave a slight growl. Were you two talking about me behind my back? Izuku suddenly remembered Amber's presence. He quickly turned to the impatient girl. And not at all, Amber. I mean, while you're a pretty girl, I wouldn't say anything like that. Amber's face became much redder as she coughed. Well, how am I not sure? Venti suppressed a smile. It was quite obvious that the outrider got easily embarrassed around the boy, which was quite sweet. The green-haired boy seemed to be unaware of her feelings, as was she. But Venti knew that he couldn't stay to chat, as they had work to get done. What worried him was that he didn't know if Amber was aware of the power of the crystal, and he had to make sure it stayed between he and Izuku. Before Amber could say anything else, Venti spoke up. I saw Jean earlier, I heard that she needed help with moving something. She was really struggling. Venti made up as Amber suddenly looked interested. Jean? I thought she was celebrating at the festival. But if she really needs help. Izuku. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. And without any further words she ran off in a random direction, her bow bouncing on her head as she ran. The girl nearly collided with a group of indignant people as she left the two boys alone. Venti and Izuku stood there for a few moments before Venti looked around, just in case there were any civilians trying to listen in on them. He then gave a sigh of relief before turning to Izuku once more. Now that she's gone, let's go find your companion. We can discuss the crystal then. Venti said as Izuku nodded, and the bard and boy took off in a random direction, but were careful to not go the same route as the archer they lied to. So you lied to her? Izuku asked the bard as he nodded. I guess I can see why you did it, but Amber is completely trustworthy. Actually, now that I think about it. Izuku turned to look at the dark blue-haired boy. How is it that you know so much about the Storm Terror? You even knew its real name. How exactly did you know all of that? Venti suddenly gave a sharp intake of breath as turned his head so that he wouldn't meet Izuku's eyes. I just know him. Nothing more, nothing less. Anyway, I forgot to ask you, what's your name? Izuku Midoriya. He said as Venti smiled and nodded before looking back at the path in front of them as he felt Venti's eyes searching his face. It was obvious that the bard was looking for a sign of suspicion to appear on the green-haired boy's face. In response to this, he kept his face impassive as he kept walking, Venti keeping the same pace as he. When did you come into the village? Izuku asked Venti, turning his gaze back to meet the bards. I got here last night, when people were setting up. Venti told him as the people around them danced, laughed, and spoke with one another. The festival was now in full swing, the sun had come up in the sky, revealing its normal turquoise blue, as the sunlight touched the tops of buildings. It's hard to work with all of the rest of the bards telling stories, boo. Paimon found Izuku. Venti was interrupted as a white ball sped right into Izuku, knocking the poor boy off his feet and onto the ground. Paimon was grabbing onto Izuku for dear life, casting terrified looks in every direction. Izuku wheezed as he put his arm over Paimon so that he was carrying her and got up, attempting to get back the oxygen that he had lost. The festival has not been going long and Paimon is sick of it. The young girl fumed as Venti gazed in awe at the young, white-haired girl. He had never seen someone of her age that could float. Could she use other magic? What other stuff could she do? Paimon has been with Klee, and Klee has been annoying Paimon non-stop. Staring competitions, blinking competitions, eating competitions, Paimon won the last one. Paimon muttered the last part as she shook her head and continued. It's stupid. Paimon is staying with Izuku, whether you like it or not. Paimon finished as Venti also finished analyzing her. Well, I guess if it makes you more comfortable. Izuku stated as Venti waited for the main topic to be brought up. The blue-haired boy gave a tiny cough in order to signify he was waiting. Izuku looked over to him and then back to Paimon. So, Paimon. Remember when I found you? Izuku suppressed a groan. He recognized that voice. He turned around to see the fiery red vermilion-haired girl that he had run into earlier that day running at him, seething. The tan-skinned girl was shoving bystanders away, making them shout and swear at her, but she paid them no heed. Paimon looked on in confusion at the angry girl as Izuku took a pace backward, ready to start running, but then remembered something. He was holding Paimon. While it was true that she might attack him, she wouldn't attack him if he was holding a young girl. How very wrong he was. The half-naked female shoulder tackled Izuku, sending him spiraling to the ground near a tree into the dirt as Paimon squeaked, immediately flying off of Izuku in surprise. Izuku hit the ground, gasping as the air temporarily left him as dust and dirt flew up around him. While it hurt, it was much better than being thrown with the same force onto the concrete ground that coated the city. As he blinked multiple times, trying to gain his bearings, he felt a hand grab the collar of his shirt. He felt his head get lifted on the ground and found himself face to face with the growling girl. "Izuku. What do you think you're doing, witch?" Paimon shrieked as she attempted to hit the girl, but her attempts proved fruitless. The girl shoved Paimon away into a nearby fruit cart without so much as looking at her before returning her hand back to Izuku's collar. "You thought that I needed saving back there?" She growled at the poor boy, who was still seeing stars from his sudden contact with the ground. Little dots danced across his vision as he looked up at the furious girl, who had pulled him in so close he could now make out a scuff mark under her eye, and his body was now nearly touching hers as well, unbeknownst to the girl. "I didn't need your or anyone's help. You got that?" Izuku turned his reddening head to look over at Venti for help, but was surprised at what he saw. Instead of looking shocked or angered, he was startled to see Venti's entire face was pale, his aqua-green eyes wide and was shaking slightly, like he had seen a ghost. Izuku didn't know what was going on with Venti, but couldn't pay him much heed since his head was then yanked back into the position it was previously in, so his gaze was now meeting the girl's narrowed amber one. Much whispering broke out as the girl growled at the boy. While Izuku was not pleased with the girl, he was even less pleased at the comments he had heard. "What's that slave think she's doing? Is that her master she's threatening? He should punish her for this. Are they having a love affair?" This last quote was heard by both the angry girl and the green-haired boy, causing both of them to redden as the girl let go of Izuku's collar and faced the crowd. "Which one of you sick bastards just said that?" The girl roared as the crowd cried out in fear and began to disperse, much to the girl's satisfaction as she let out a huff. She then turned around to address the boy once more, but both he, the bard, and the girl she had knocked aside had all vanished without so much as a trace. She blinked at where the boy had been before roaring out in anger once more and sprinted off in a random direction. "Damn it. Where the hell do you keep going?" The girl then sprinted past a nearby dark alleyway. An alleyway that the boy had hid in, unknown to her. Izuku sighed in relief as he heard her footsteps stop as he turned to Venti and Paimon, the latter who was growling, holding a piece of watermelon that she had snagged from the cart she had been shoved into. She quickly got rid of her anger as she looked at Izuku, who had dirt and dust on him from where the girl's shove had thrown him. "Are you okay?" Paimon asked with concern as she flew up to Izuku and began to look around his head for any marks. "Paimon will heal you." "Who was that witch?" Izuku sighed in relief as Paimon then put her tiny hand on his head, causing the soreness of where he had hit the ground to disappear. "Just a girl who I was trying to help. I don't know what I did to make her that angry though." He then turned to Venti, who was just beginning to calm down but was still trembling slightly. Venti, do you know that girl from somewhere?" Izuku asked the bard, who blinked as though he had not realized that Izuku had grabbed him. And no." Venti stuttered. "She just reminded me of someone I met once. But they're long dead, so no, I don't think I've ever met her before. Despite how similar they look." He had grumbled that last part before shaking his head slightly and turning to the newly healed Izuku, who was now dusting off his new shoulder plate. "But let's get back to business. You said that this girl had the crystal." Izuku's eyes widened as he remembered the point of their expedition to find Paimon in the first place. He then looked over at Paimon and nodded. "Hey Paimon, remember the teardrop-shaped crystal I gave to you?" Paimon nodded, although looking confused. "Do you want Paimon to get it out?" Izuku nodded and Paimon complied, making the crystal reappear out of nowhere, which made Izuku wonder, if she could summon things from nowhere, why was she so surprised that Amber could summon her weapons from out of nowhere as well? Questions for later. The crystal glowed as Venti gave out a little gasp. "Oh. Isn't that?" Izuku and Paimon were both bewildered by what they saw. "What? How? It's purified. No. Something's not right." Paimon had exclaimed this when she laid eyes upon the crystal that she had made reappear. The crystal before had been a blood red, as it had given off a foul, sinister energy. But now, the crystal glowed a shade of green, and it gave off a comforting aura, much unlike the aura it had given off before. Venti looked on at it in interest as Paimon looked flabbergasted. Did Izuku do something to the crystal while Paimon wasn't looking? Paimon asked Izuku suspiciously before Izuku gave her a deadpan look. "I don't even know where you put the crystal, nor I do know why this happened," Izuku stated as Paimon rubbed the back of her white-haired head sheepishly. Venti looked at the crystal, apparently saddened by what he saw. "Valen. He began, first talking to himself, and then raised his head to meet Izuku's gaze. The anguish he feels, it's brought him to tears." Venti then reached into his own pocket and pulled out a crystal of his own. This crystal, much like Izuku's crystal back when he had seen Venti for the first time, was blood red and gave off a sinister aura. Venti frowned as he looked at the sight, sadness visible in his gaze. He was once such a gentle child. Now, he's full of rage and suffering. He then raised his eyes to meet Izuku's eyes. Sadaqua green eyes meeting green eyes. I found this crystal not too long ago, could you purify it for me? He then handed the floating red crystal to Izuku, which hovered right above his palm. Both Izuku and Paimon stared at it, as thought waiting for it to do something. Nothing happened. Venti sighed. Sorry, I know it was a long shot. Maybe we should give it some time. Izuku nodded. That would make sense. It was red when we first grabbed it, so then maybe it just takes time to purify. The moment Izuku uttered the last word, his body immediately began to stress, as though he had just spent hours working out. He visibly flinched as he gave a sharp gasp. Venti looked on in confusion as Paimon immediately got to Izuku's side. Are you okay, Izuku? Paimon asked right when green lighting shot out of his body at the poor girl, causing her to gasp and fall back, a burn from the lightning visible on her shoulder. One for All had activated against Izuku's will, and the lightning began to creep up Izuku's arm and towards the crystal. Paimon looked on, wondering if she should call for help or risk her health to help him. He had saved her, after all. Right before she could do the latter, however, a hand grabbed her shoulder, the same one that had gotten burned. The white-haired girl turned around, panic etched across her face. There wasn't a bit of pain on her face from being grabbed by her burn. Let me help him. You need to let him. The girl broke off when she realized Venti had grabbed her, but was not staring at her. His astonished gaze was locked onto Izuku and the lightning creeping up his wrist at this point. Paimon couldn't hear him well, but made out a few words that he had managed to utter through his surprise. CC, could he be the one? Paimon did not have any time to ponder what the bard meant by this as the lighting made its way onto the crystal. However, instead of breaking, it seemed as though the crystal was absorbing the lightning. The red crystal then floated out of Izuku's clenched palm and into the air, where the red glow seemed to expand. Light flooded the alleyway as passing bystanders looked at the light with confusion. The red glow died down, and the trio stood there, Izuku gasping as the lightning on his arm died down and seemingly vanished as the crystal floated into Venti's open palm. It glowed a magnificent blue, in contrast to the crystal that Paimon had on her, which they had seen earlier had turned green. Eh? Paimon exclaimed, not believing what they had just witnessed as Venti stood on shaky legs. He couldn't believe what he just saw, he couldn't. The boy had purified a dragon tear. A foreigner whom he had never seen nor heard of managed to purify a dragon tear like it was nothing. Okay. Maybe not nothing, as Izuku was now on the floor wheezing as Paimon now floated around him, healing him from various angled and spot, telling him off. You can be an idiot sometimes, you should listen to Paimon more often, Izuku. Izuku sighed in relief as his injuries from channeling One for All died away, thanks to Paimon's healing. He suddenly remembered Paimon's attempt to try and help him and how her shoulder got burned. He quickly got up, now all healed with Venti still staring at him with a gaze full of conflict and disbelief. He turned to Paimon, whose healing magic died away from her hands. Paimon. I forgot that you're also who. But Izuku was forced to eat his words as he stared at the shoulder that One for All had zapped. The ugly burn on her shoulder had disappeared. He smiled the young girl. Thanks, Paimon. I didn't know that you could use your magic on yourself. But Paimon met Izuku's happy gaze with a confused one. Paimon can't heal herself, Izuku, what are you talking about? Izuku looked over to Venti for support as Paimon had gotten shocked, but Venti seemed to be lost in his own world before he quickly shook his head and forced a smile over his awestruck expression. Why, you really do have some wonderful abilities. He slightly stuttered as he pocketed the blue glowing crystal. He grinned at Izuku, this time, the grin wasn't forced at all. You know what? This is going to make an amazing story. I can definitely win the 4th most popular Bard of Mondstadt award. He exclaimed excitedly as he got out his wooden lyre and began to strum it, testing out random notes. Let me see. There once lived a dragon who was sad and cried. A few teardrops fell from its eye. Needs a bit of work. But regardless, you just win me the award. The bard then seemed to snap back to his senses and put his lyre away. But alas, now is not the time for stories. It's quite sad, even if Dvalin isn't taken down. His life will still wither away. He's slowly killing himself without realizing it, drowning in his own anger and hatred. Well, I know you like the dragon, so is there anything I can do to maybe help? Izuku asked as Venti looked at the boy with a smile. You've done plenty already. Besides, I have a plan. The bard grinned as Paimon shot him a confused look. What kind of plan? The little girl responded with as the bard turned to Paimon. Seeing this tear has brought to mind a friend so dear. He recited as he looked at Paimon, who suddenly looked intrigued. You have a friend who's a deer. Do they taste good? She asked as a bit of drool left her mouth as she fantasized about how a deer would taste. Venti just looked at her as though she had grown another head and then coughed. Well, one must be going. It was nice meeting you. The bard then bowed to paimon, who in turn responded the same, thanks to what Izuku had taught her. The bard then approached Izuku and held out his hand, to which Izuku accepted. We gotta get going too, you should probably leave before Amber finds out you lied. Venti chuckled and nodded, but a new voice spoke up right before he could turn to leave. I don't think that you'll be leaving just yet, you three. You're going to explain what that was all about. Izuku, paimon, and Venti all froze as they looked down the alleyway. There stood the half-naked fiery red vermilion-haired girl that had punched Izuku earlier, who was smirking at the sight of all three of them. I saw what the pervert did. She continued despite Izuku flinching at being called a pervert. I don't know what that was about, but it looked important. But I heard a dragon is involved. And a cursed one at that. Imagine how much a bard would pay me for a story like that, along with the information that a boy has an unnatural lighting ability. Venti's eyes widened as he realized she was trying to blackmail them. Well, I mean. Oh no. It's fine. I'll just go tell another bard the story, it's no problem, she sang as she hummed as she began to walk out of the alleyway toward the crowded road. Wait. Venti's voice followed her as she turned around, smiling. He blushed due to her smile and in cast Izuku muttered. I have somewhere to be, but Izuku will tell you. Excellent. The girl exclaimed happily as Izuku looked at Venti with confusion as the bard sent him an apologetic look. Before Izuku could say anything, the girl grabbed his arm and pressed her chest against it. I feel like we're going to have a great time together. And you're going to tell me everything. I know. Let's go to the Knight headquarters, as you're probably close to them since you knew that outrider rather well, and I want you to be comfortable and everything. Let's go. The slave giggled as she dragged the confused and red Izuku out of the alleyway, as paimon began to follow them, sending the bard a dirty look as Venti sighed. Sorry Izuku. I can't let her follow me to where I need to go. Especially since she looks just like her. Please don't hold this against me. Venti then quickly left the alleyway into the crowd of people and faded away into the crowd as a familiar brown-haired archer passed by the crowd the bard had vanished into. Amber appeared to be slightly angry, but not at being lied to. Who was that woman? What gave her the right to speak to Jean like that? And where did Izuku go? As Amber asked these questions to herself, she was unaware that someone was nearby, listening in on her. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 19. Paimon is a knight of Favonius. Paimon can report you for this. Paimon tried to sound professional, but it came out more as a complaint as she floated behind the tan-skinned girl holding Izuku, who in turn ignored the white-haired little girl as she barged her way through a crowd of people, all of whom began to curse and yell at her while she kept walking, but she nor Paimon paid them any heed. She had a vice-like grip around Izuku's arm as they continued to walk, her eyes narrowing as a man next to a young girl pointed at them and whispered in the girl's ear, obviously a sign of nothing good. Izuku couldn't help but wonder why Venti did what he ended up doing. Venti had said that the girl looked like someone he had met some time ago, but even so, that didn't explain why he froze up at the sight of the girl and then didn't even bother to try and explain. Izuku knew that he needed more information about Venti's old friend and what had happened to her, despite her being brought up by the bard abruptly, and then the topic had gotten switched. Regardless of this hove. Hey. Didn't you hear me? I said I wanted your name. Our wonderful narrator was interrupted by the girl as she slapped Izuku on the back of the head, much to Paimon's continued protests. Izuku turned to the tan girl while rubbing the spot she had hit him, frowning slightly. It's Izuku. I thought you overheard us, so I thought. I didn't catch every single things you guys said. The girl frowned. Whatever, so you wanna know my name huh? Wonder if I should tell you or not. But I didn't even ask. Izuku thought to himself as the girl growled while looking at Izuku right in the eye, her hand not loosening one bit as she steered them out of the way of a cart that had been going the opposite direction. Fine, I'll tell ya. It's Ven. The girl, whose name had been revealed, turned her attention back to where they were walking. I don't care if you like it or not. Cause I named myself. Izuku was intrigued by this sudden discovery, but decided to ask the first question to come to his mind. So, you don't like the Knights of Favonius much, huh? Ven snorted, her fiery red vermilion hair slightly blowing in the breeze as they walked, Paimon now floating tiredly after them, too hungry to fight anymore, despite her huge eating contest with her self-proclaimed rival. Don't like him much. Bit of an understatement if you ask me. I hate them. Bunch of selfish brats who care more about the condition of the city rather than the condition of the city's people. People looking up at them like they're gods. It's bullshit. You're a mediocre knight yourself, right? It's fitting, seeing how you act. Izuku, who had been trying his hardest to stay polite, decided it was time to change the subject. You named yourself? He asked, not trying to sound as though he were specifically asking about her family. although that information would be beneficial as well. Well, why yeah. Ven inwardly cursed herself for stuttering, thinking that the boy would use it as a sign of weakness. When she looked over at Izuku, however, she was happy to see he was more intrigued by the subject of her origins rather than weaknesses, so she jumped on that opportunity to change the subject. I didn't have a family, I just found myself in front of the town one day. One thing led to another, and I was serving that man that you threw away. Oh. Were you a traveler? Where are you from? Izuku asked her, eager to gain as much information as possible, a trait he had trained due to his constant hero note-taking, as well as trying to change the subject once more, not wanting to relive the memory of a hero in training treating a civilian rudely, no matter how much they may have deserved it. But Ren, however, averted her gaze and spoke passively, which was quite unlike her for the short time Izuku had gotten to know her. I'm not a traveler. When I first came here, I didn't know where, who, or what I was at the time. I just found myself standing there, in front of the city. That boy. His name. Timmy. Yeah, that kid saw me too. Didn't know how I got there either, even with him standing right there. Crazy, huh? Paimon thinks that you're either lying or nuts. Maybe both. Paimon stated to the vermilion-haired girl, who in response grabbed the floating little girl and brought her close, snarling in her face. Want to try me? I can back up my words. Ven hissed at Paimon as Paimon looked bravely up at the seething woman. I do. The little girl stared up bravely at the snarling face before breaking free of her grip and turning tail. Izuku, get her. Paimon yelled, immediately diving onto the boy whose hand was still in the grip of the angry tan-skinned girl who Paimon was attempting to run from. Izuku fought back an eye roll as he remembered something about her being called slave. That piece of information didn't sit right with Izuku. Right before the green-haired boy could speak his mind to the girl, a masculine voice came out of nowhere that spoke the word Izuku's mind was currently contemplating. Watch it, slave. The cart nearly hit the trio as Ven swung Izuku around in order to save him from being hit. It worked to some extent as Izuku hit a female passerby whose hands were full of groceries from the festival. Both of them yelped as Izuku slammed into the poor bystander, causing Ren to lose her grip and fall to the G. Izuku made an immediate recovery off the ground due to his instincts from his training with All Might and held out his hand to the woman he had hit. I'm sorry. I should have seen where I was. Huh. The girl dusted herself off before she looked up at Izuku. Upon meeting his chainmail-covered torso, her eyes widened in recognition and fear as Izuku analyzed the woman he was helping. She wore a yellow dress with black leggings covered by a skirt, along with a green hat that did not belong with the rest of her current attire, as though she were trying to hide her identity, rather than attempting to look good. Olive green eyes met normal green as he realized that he was staring at an attempted cossily dressed Noelle. The girl shot up, not taking Izuku's hand as she seemed to not know how to respond. Gee, good morning, Izuku. Izuku was quite taken aback by this. When he had been woken up earlier that morning by the maid, she had done so in a normal maid fashion, impassively and quickly. Now, she spoke to him with a voice unlike before, one full of emotion which seemed to hold much guilt at the moment. Hi. What are you doing here? He asked, taken aback as Paimon, who was still on his shoulder, was still trying to gather herself after the sudden impact with the ground. Didn't Jean tell her to stay back at headquarters? The maid of the Knights of Favonius didn't know how she was going to get out of this one. She had lied to Jean, the headmaster of the Knights. The maid just wanted to go out and have some fun, but of course she had to run into one of the Knights, and one that she had met personally at that. Had it been a less significant knight, like a knight on guard duty, she would have been able to slip by, as the average knight could never suspect the maid Noelle to wear such vibrant clothes. She quickly turned her gaze toward a sweet store and decided that she was going to have to lie again. It was the only way out. I was getting some sweets for Ms. Jean. She blurted out, causing Izuku to blink. She had begun to slightly sweat, silently cursing herself for throwing an answer out there, instead of focusing on the delivery of the answer. It was obvious that Izuku was starting to put two and two together to figure out what she had actually done, so she addressed him again. Yup. Ms. Jean loves her chocolate. Actually, came Ven's fake sweet voice as she walked over to the woman who had just gotten up. I was really hoping to meet Jean. Perhaps you can take us to headquarters yourself. They both turned to see her and walking over to them, a fake smile on her face that looked so real that it could have easily been passable. Oh, don't mind me. I just wish to talk to Jean about a few certain things that have been happening around the city and see what her views are for them. Ben said while still smiling. Noelle wished she would die on the spot. Even if there was a chance of fooling the two new knights, she would have to show herself to Jean regardless. She felt her head nod, but her mouth was too dry to get anything out as she sprinted in the direction of the headquarters, hoping that Jean was nowhere near there so that she could get them inside and change clothes and that no one would see her on the way there. Then wasted no time, not even sparing Izuku a glance as she sprinted off after the maid as Izuku grabbed paimon and began to run faster, still slightly wondering why she didn't even grab a single sweet for Jean. Izuku dodged a cart as he followed after the two girls, paimon yelling him to stop and to take this opportunity to leave as he chased after the girls. "We can leave that crazy girl," she yelled, but to no avail as Izuku kept running. "What you're doing is bash, we don't even know this girl." Izuku didn't take the time to realize that paimon had mistaken Rash for Bash and continued to run, Ren's hair being his guide as the tan girl was now his only way to know where to go, as he knew that he was left with too many questions to give up at this point. He thought of paimon's statement and then recalled how that man had addressed the tan-skinned girl. Slave. The moment that girl had been called that, Izuku felt something inside of him snap. He was not proud of attacking that man, but he had fully and rightfully deserved it. That man was no better than the filth he had seen at the attack with Inomu. But everyone deserved a chance of redemption, right? As Izuku wondered about how he was going to bring up the slave point to Ven, he suddenly felt all the air leave him. He wheezed as he looked down to see Ren's elbow in his side, but Tan Girl did not move as she looked on at a casual dressed Jean in a heated argument with a strangely dressed woman who a mask over her eyes, which Izuku mistook for a few seconds as a pair of bizarre sunglasses. Noelle looked on as well, seemingly forgetting about keeping her identity a secret as her face contorted into a slight scowl as she stared at the woman. "Noted, but quite unnecessary, Anastasia," Jean stated impatiently. It appeared that the group had arrived at the midpoint of the conversation. "We had things completely under control, so we are quite fine. Why though? You almost proved yourself and your team incapable of dealing with this Storm Terror threat," the masked woman Anastasia said impassively. "If this is to happen again, then feel free to leave the defense of Mondstadt to the Fatui." The woman then adjusted her mask slightly. No. When the dragon will return, we can bring that monster to TH. Monster? Jean scoffed, much to the opposing woman's indignation. "With all due respect, Anastasia, I expected a more professional attitude from your diplomats. But here you stand, saying you want to put an end to one of the four winds of Mondstadt." Izuku averted his gaze towards a nearby tree, still listening to the present conversation, but not wanting to look suspicious. Ven seemed to have a similar idea, as her gaze landed on a nearby couple, who seemed to have started making out. Ven quickly turned her reddened head so that her gaze fell on the same tree that Izuku was staring at as they both listened in on her, trying not to make a scene. Paimon hid herself behind Izuku, peering out with an excited smile, feeling as though she were a spy. Noelle, however, didn't even try to hide herself, as she had clenched her fist and stared at the masked woman with open hostility. "I refuse to have any of this nonsense go on with the Knights of Favonius defending the city," Jean declared firmly as Paimon looked on at Jean with awe and a bit of jealousy. The little girl wished that she could give orders like that to help people as Izuku helped her. And being taller would definitely be alright as well. Anastasia suddenly began to chuckle as Jean kept her face void of all emotion. "Haha. You know, Jean, it's not as crazy as you take it for. I suppose that's enough negotiations for one day. At this point, it's rather an exchange of opinions, no? I'll be sure to keep it in mind. Oh, by the way, if you're going to have your attack dogs nearby, do try and make it less obvious, will you?" Jean blinked in confusion as the masked woman gestured towards where Noelle stood casually dressed, but didn't gesture towards Izuku or Paimon, as the duo was not registered knights yet. Jean's eyes widened as she not only saw the maid, but Izuku as well behind them. What was going on? The woman let a smug smile spread across her face. "Know this, Jean. The people are beginning to turn against you. When the day comes that we are the defenders of this town, perhaps we will give you a spot if you beg and plea." Paris Shadow. Anastasia's smug smile did not die down in the slightest as cold metal was pressed against her Adam's apple. Noelle had summoned a large claymore and was now holding it against the opposing woman's throat, her hat having fallen off completely, revealing her short lavender hair and livid face to the world. The nearby bystanders gasped as they saw the events occurring as Noelle pressed the cold blade even harder onto the woman's flesh. "Noelle," Jean snarled as she addressed the maid. "I told you not to leave, and then you try and attack someone I was conversing with. Cease this behavior at once." Noelle seemed to snap back to reality when the maid heard Jean's voice. The maid seemed conflicted before she turned to glare in the smiling face of Anastasia, who still had the blade pressed on her throat. Noelle then gave a heavy sigh before she pulled the blade away from the masked woman, causing a few droplets of blood to plop onto the ground from the woman's neck due to the blade being pressed on her neck. Anastasia then rubbed her neck, all the while her unnerving smile still plastered across her face. "Do you see, Jean? You think you control them, like a tamer trying to control a wild beast. You will fall, and we will rise to help the city, to do what you failed to do." And with that, she walked away, flourishing her coat as she did so. As the masked woman made her exit, she turned around to see if Jean was showing any of emotions on her face from their interaction, only to see the green-haired boy she had seen next to the maid she had accused, along with a slave and a floating white-haired girl. Mondstadt got strange travelers occasionally, but the girl seemed especially odd. The trio then began to approach the former Grandmaster. Anastasia looked slightly intrigued. "How odd. I don't recognize them, although they look familiar with Jean." The masked girl mused as she watched them, but then the little girl she was interested in looked her way and gave her a glare. In response, Anastasia chuckled before turning around completely. "Feisty one, isn't she? I suppose I should let them know about this." Paimon slightly shivered as she saw the woman chuckle as she gazed at her, before turning around and finally leaving. There was something familiar about that woman. Although Paimon couldn't recall who, what, or when. When Paimon was thinking about this, Jean turned over to the maid, who right then and there seemed to remember her current position, as her weapon disappeared as the woman bowed. "Is Jean, I..." "No." Jean stated coldly, looking down at bowing maid. "I don't want to hear excuses. I gave you last festival off, so you had to work through this one. I will be thinking of a worthy punishment for you, and you will return to headquarters immediately." "Ah, I almost forgot." She turned to the trio that stood nearby as her unfriendly, serious look was replaced with a more content look as Noelle scurried away towards the direction where headquarters was located. "Izuku, Paimon, how can I help you?" Jean trailed off as her gaze landed on the fiery red vermilion-haired girl that stood next to Izuku. She appeared to be a slave, considering her current attire. When their eyes met, the girl immediately looked off in a different direction, as though frightened by her gaze. Jean couldn't blame the slave, after all, she was the Grandmaster of the Knights of Favianus. But there was something familiar about the slave. Had she maybe seen the girl in the local newspaper? Perhaps. Izuku, on the other hand, was confused. Then, the whole time he had known her, had something against the Knights, and seemed to jump on the opportunity to go to their headquarters and criticize them. But now that she had the chance, she wouldn't even meet their eyes. Why was that? Then, while still looking in another direction, nodded and stepped back, so that half of her half-naked body was covered by Izuku's torso from the angle Jean was looking from. She then looked at Izuku expectantly, who complied with her unspoken command. "Ahem. Jean, this is Ven, I think she said she was a slave." Izuku questioned, as he himself had just made an educated guess, but probably a correct one, due to the rude people who called her so. Yes, that would make sense, given her current attire. Jean nodded at Izuku before she held out her hand to the tan girl. "My name is Jean, current Grandmaster of the Knights of Favianus. It's wonderful to meet you, Ven." But Ven wasn't listening. As she looked around, she saw people ushering others towards themselves and whispering, all the while glancing at her. She heard stray mutters fly around the street they were currently standing in. "The mere slaves stand so close to our Grandmaster. The nerve of that creature. What's she doing, shaking the hand of that filth? Why doesn't she act like the rest of her kind and submit?" Van grit her teeth as she heard other rumors fly around as the words her kind caused her internal turmoil. She had just remembered the whole point of her trip and how she was so obsessed with the Knights that she lost thought about them. She had failed them, what were they going to do for today? Suddenly, confronting Jean about certain topics didn't seem too important anymore. Van turned around from Jean and ran, all the while Jean still holding her hand out, expecting the slave to shake her open hand. The Grandmaster looked rather taken aback from this. Did she do something wrong? Jean turned around, confused and expecting some answers. Izuku. But the only thing Jean saw was a flash of green and white as Izuku, with Paimon sitting on his shoulder, took off running after the slave, wearing the same expression of confusion that Jean wore, while Paimon adjusted herself to being perched onto Izuku's back as he pelted after the slave, narrowly dodging the crowds of people as he ran. Before Jean could call after him, a new voice made itself known. "Leave them be for now, Jean." The familiar voice spoke once more as Kiya walked over to Jean, adjusting his stance slightly so he could see the direction in which Izuku had took off running seconds earlier. "They need time, she'll come around. I saw what had happened earlier, I disguised myself as part of the crowd. I think her master attacked her. A slave without a master. And Izuku seemed to treat her rather nicely, despite her harsh treatment in response. Maybe, you can pull some strings." But Jean kept her gaze focused on the spot where the new two knights had vanished, so Kiya couldn't tell what his superior was thinking, although he despised the way the man treated the woman. He detested slaves, anyone who lived in the city for at least a day figured that out easily. In fact, he was originally going to jump in to save the day and possibly perhaps see if there were any girls in the crowd who were amazed by his wondrous abilities, but Izuku had beat him to it. Not even a night yet, and the boy was already helping people who didn't ask to be helped. He truly is knight-worthy material. He thought to himself in a serious manner, which was quite unlike himself. Jean, while still staring off in the distance, was thinking similar things, but was rather suspicious. Who exactly are you, Izuku? Every time I feel like I've figured you out, you always do something different, something I don't expect. It makes me wonder. Jean broke free of these thoughts as she turned around to Kia, her gaze landing on headquarters instead of the knight standing before her. Have fun, Kia, enjoy yourself. I will prepare Izuku's interrogation for the last part of the test for his joining of the Knights of Favianus, as well as prepare a suitable punishment for Noel. Kia nodded as he grinned and gave her a two-fingered salute as she strode towards headquarters, already planning specific questions for the boy. You have helped us an incredible much, Izuku. The Grandmaster thought to herself as she climbed the stairs to the front doors of the headquarters. And we want you to join us, but you must tell us who you truly are. And what your motives are as well. Amber continued to walk down the street, becoming progressively more annoyed with every step. Izuku had promised to take her to the festival, and then he had gotten dragged off by that troublesome bard. Where was he? Did he leave the city? She was the outrider of the Knights of Favonius, so going on a date with her was a gift. A privilege. Amber felt a shoulder suddenly crash into her as she fell over onto the concrete, hearing the footsteps of the person who had run into her die away. She winced as she picked herself up, dusting off her new clothes that she had gotten for the occasion, before turning to the retreating figure of the individual who had run into her. Hey. Watch where you're G. Her voice died away as she saw the man's curly green hair in the distance before it vanished due to the amount of people that had stepped between her and the man. Amber wasted no time, as she immediately broke into a sprint to follow the green-haired man, despite his disappearance into the crowd of chattering people. She needed to find him. After all, he had promised her that day of him answering her questions. She was going to find him, one way or another. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 20. Izuku dashed across the bridge leading into town as he passed the spot where he had met the woman and Timmy some time prior to now. The depressed young boy was another person Izuku wanted to help, but as of now, he had to focus on someone else. He kept chasing after Ven, who had run so fast she was now a mere dot in the distance, but he refused to give up. He was panting as he tried to force more speed out of his quickly tiring body, but to no avail as he only managed to keep the speed he had been going. He continued to run as the grasses in the plains blew in the wind and the green leaves in the trees swayed slightly. He continued forward after the girl, the only things he could hear were his shallow breaths and footsteps as trees had begun to surround them as he continued to sprint through the woods. Finally, after much chase, Izuku had begun to slow down. Even with his body being subjected to All Might's training, it was still too much for him at the moment. Right before his energy completely depleted, it all returned in a single moment. Every single bit of it that he had lost in the chase came back to him, as though he hadn't been running at all. He turned his head ever so slightly, so see Paimon on his back, her glowing hand pressed down onto the back of his neck as she grinned as the boy's surprise. Paimon is getting more practice with her magic thanks to you. Paimon can heal you 2 more times today. Paimon said both cheerfully and informally as Izuku grinned, turning his head back towards the figure in the distance. The duo turned to continue going after the slave for quite some time, the sun now high in the sky as time had progressed. Paimon hadn't said much, as she had saw the glint in Izuku's eyes that she was all too familiar with. The glint that she admired. Izuku began to run again, but made a sudden halt as he looked around himself. Ven had completely and utterly vanished. He kept his gaze forward as he slowly crept forward and began to listen, hoping to find out if she was hiding. No noise except for the rustling of the leaves in the trees and his own, and Paimon's breathing met his ears. Disappointed and now slightly worried, he looked back at Paimon to see if she had seen anything, only to be greeted with the confused expression that he had been hoping to not see. Did she disappear? Paimon asked tentatively before she let out a gasp. She can teleport. Cool. So that means she probably ran into the woods. Izuku interrupted the now disappointed girl, as she had been excited about the possibility of a teleportation mage. We can still catch up to her, so let's get going. Izuku ran into the bushes, without so much as a plan of what he was going to do. What would he say to her? That he was sorry? No, he did nothing wrong, so what would he do to help her? Where is she? She couldn't have gone far. Izuku thought to himself as he continued through the shrubbery as she saw an opening on the other end of the bushes and trees. Paimon was still on his back, but was clutching the chainmail on his torso in order to not fall off his back, as he was now running upright since he had all of his energy back and since she didn't want to be on his shoulder due to the amount of stray branches that were poking out. Finally, Izuku popped out of the shrubbery. His cuts and slices on his skin from running through the branches were sealing themselves as Paimon had pressed her hand against the nape of Izuku's neck, now floating instead of being on his back or shoulder. Paimon can heal you one more time today before she can't use her healing magic anymore, so be careful. Paimon told Izuku as he looked back at her, flashing her a grateful grin, beginning to stride forward once more. Thanks Paimon and no problem. Being careful is ease. He was then interrupted as his foot got caught on an object. Everything seemed like it was in slow motion as Izuku fell towards the ground, his grin slowly morphing into a look of fear. However, it didn't last as he fell face first on the ground, Paimon still floating where she had been healing Izuku. It was all silent for a few moments before Paimon broke into laughter at the silly sight. Izuku got up off the ground, a brand new small cut on one of his temples, as he turned red from embarrassment as he grunted, while Paimon's laughter having begun to die down. It wasn't that funny. What did I trip on anyway? He stopped talking as his eyes fell on a strange sight. Paimon was staring now too, having ceased her laughter. An enormous root, bigger than any root Izuku had ever seen in Japan, stuck out of the ground. It blended in with the dirt beneath it, showing that it would have been basically invisible had it been smaller. The root was protruding from the ground and continued above land before it submerged under the ground once more. Paimon has never seen a root like that. The white-haired girl commented as she frowned in thought and turned around. So what could it be, Con? Probably a really big tree or plant, but I've never seen a root the size of this. Izuku admitted truthfully. Although he had come from a different realm, there was no root in his realm, for as far as he knew, that was the size of this one. I'm foreign, so I'm not sure what kind this is. I know you came from a faraway place. Izuku changed his wording, as he knew Paimon didn't like talking about her origins. But have you ever seen a root that was ever even close to the size of this? But he was given no response. He turned around, confused. There was Paimon, but she was staring upwards at something, not even paying any attention to Izuku. Izuku's curiosity piqued as he looked up where Paimon had been looking. What are you looking at? He had been expecting something minor, perhaps a specific bird that she was staring at, or a specific tree. The latter had been correct, but much more correct than Izuku had thought. A tree, roughly the size of a building, sat nearby the duo, casting its enormous shadow onto the duo and far beyond them as well, over to a faraway plain. While it was most impressive on its lonesome, the leaves were what made it extra special. The leaves were so similar and condensed that it almost looked as though the duo were staring up at a very close green cloud. Izuku could spot bird nests from where he stood, meaning that there must have been at least 100 birds living in the tree he was currently gaping at. Now it made sense why there was an oversized root nearby. As Izuku and Paimon continued to gawk at the colossal tree, Izuku heard a strange noise from tree. The noise was completely non-decipherable. He managed to move his gaze away from the majestic sight, only to see Ven right there, at the base of the tree, her eyes trained on the trunk, but her mouth moving, but no sound coming out, as though she were practicing an event that was coming up. As Paimon continued to gaze at the tree, Izuku began to slowly make his way forward towards the girl. The massive tree's leaves swayed in the breeze, making so much noise that Izuku's footsteps were completely covered by the sound. But right as the sound of rustling leaves died down, Izuku realized that she had begun to talk. Not to him or Paimon, but to herself. Sorry guys. I couldn't get anything today. But I'll get something tomorrow, I promise. No. That won't work. They might not listen. Her voice, which before had a proud tone to it, now sounded distressed and worried, and slightly broken. Izuku began to walk towards the girl, who was about to recite her lines again. A branch, which had fallen to the ground from the tree, found its way under Izuku's foot, casing a crunch sound to be sent around the clearing. The sound was loud enough to break Paimon of her stupor, as well as cause Ven to jump slightly, turning around with narrow amber eyes. Is th? She began, but trailed off as her eyes landed on Izuku. Oh, it's you. I'm honestly impressed. I thought someone as unfit as you would have trouble arching up to me so quickly. Although she insulted him once more, the insult sounded very forced, as though she had not wanted to say it at all. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his gaze worried as her voice had been. Is everything okay, Ven? You took off running. I wanted to make sure that you were okay. Ven stayed silent for a few moments, turning around to face the tree, as Paimon floated up next to Izuku and landed on his shoulder. And then, the tan girl had begun to laugh. A laugh that echoed throughout the clearing, a laugh that unnerved Paimon and fed Izuku's worries. She laughed openly for a few more seconds, before the laugh died down and she was still facing the tree. You really are a weird freak, you know that. She whispered, although the duo could hear her very clearly, as though she were whispering from next to them, rather than from in front of them. Look at me. I'm a slave. My people. My kind. Are not treated well. But you. She shook her head without turning it as Izuku stood still where he was. They all stood there for a few seconds before Ven's voice came up. My people, as you can tell, are slaves. She spoke emotionlessly. Anyone could make that out. There was once upon a time when they wandered the grass. The elders, or so I heard, taught the others so that we could survive. The art of combat. A delicate pause followed as all three of them listened to the leaves in the tree rustle. Paimon said nothing, looking slightly sympathetic as she glanced at Izuku, who was still focused on the girl in front of them. The little girl opened her mouth, but then closed it before returning her attention to the current storyteller, who took a breath before continuing, her voice much more strained than before, as her gaze did not leave the tree trunk. I don't know much more than that, it's what they told me. My people. I usually wouldn't believe a bunch of people telling me that we're related, but their skin, their hair. She ran her fingers through her long hair absent-mindedly. The resemblance between me and them were uncanny. They couldn't have been lying. I even denied it myself at first until I was treated like they were. She shook her head as she continued. We were stripped of our traditions, as we were captured, as I was told. The city uses our people as slaves. I followed that scumbag of a man around so I could get food for the young, and. She took a deep breath to gather her bearings before continuing. Once every year, one of us is chosen to fight in a faraway arena. We are forced to fight, but if we win our freedom. The thing is. This year. She began to shake in place, her fists tightening, as the story was slowly becoming harder to tell. I was chosen. She continued on, still slightly trembling but determined to finish the story. I want to be free, but I have people I need to protect, people I need to feed. I wasn't able to get food today because of, well, our meeting. Izuku felt a feeling of horror well up inside of him. This girl was unable to get food for others and herself. And there were people like Jean just letting this happen. How could she? Paimon noticed Izuku's horrified expression before she flew up next to his ear and began to whisper. I know you're a foreigner and that you're from a place called Wapen, which is very different from here. But here, slaves are quite common. People don't do anything about it because they think of slaves of objects rather than human beings. Izuku felt his anger soar, ignoring the Wapen instead of Japan, but managed to keep a somewhat straight face, closing his eyes in case they gave away some of the emotions he was feeling on the inside. How disgusting. There were others treated like scum for what? Some of the slaves were even kids, and no one even did anything. Not even the righteous Jean that everyone looked up to. It was no wonder why Ven disliked the knights. Izuku didn't allow too much of his anger to show, but Paimon saw his clenched fist shaking slightly, signifying his anger as she whispered again, then still looking at the tree. Most slaves think nothing of it, so Izuku mustn't let this get to him. Most slaves are treated better than she was, but maybe we can do something about it in the future. With those words, Paimon saw Izuku's clenched hand stop shaking as he inhaled deeply and let his hand unclench. He exhaled deeply as he smiled at Paimon for calming him down, wincing slightly due to the fingernail marks he had left imprinted on his palm. He would definitely have to talk to Jean about this later, but he had to remember his position. If he were to confront her now, she would think little of it, as he wasn't even a registered knight yet. Even though the two were friendly, Izuku would have to work his way to gain her personal friendship and trust in order to do so. But how exactly? Questions for later, as Ven seemed to not hear Paimon's words as she spoke again, this time sounding like she was on the edge of breaking down. I lost my old master. Not that I'm not unhappy that he's gone, but slaves aren't allowed to buy things on their own, and I can't enter the tournament to win freedom without a master. She placed her hand on her face as she went on. I lost my opportunity to be able to steal food. I can't keep going on miracles that I'll always get away with stealing food. I barely even know who I am, and. She cocked her head back so that she was now staring at the top of the tree. She stared for a few more moments before screamed her lungs out with everything ounce of energy she had, tears now filling her amber eyes as she threw a punch at the tree in front of them. I don't want to die. Those words echoed throughout the clearing as multiple birds flew from the leaves of the tree. Away from their nests, startled at the sudden outbreak of noise and movement. Cawing, the birds all flew away as the enormous tree's leaves blew in the gentle breeze. Ven stared up at the sky for a minute before she crumpled in front of the tree, sobbing her heart out onto the open wood as her hand began to bleed slightly. Paimon looked on, her face void of any emotion, which was quite unlike herself. The tips of the grass they stood on blew in the wind as Ven continued to cry into the tree. Slow, soft footsteps were heard as they began to approach the slave. She heard chainmail rattling from behind her. The fiery red vermilion-haired girl didn't bother to turn around. She knew who it was. Is it too much to ask to live life the way you want to? The slave whispered to the figure behind her. I want to live. I want to help my people. She turned fully around, tears cascading down her cheeks as Izuku stood there, looking at the ground with a thoughtful expression. Then, he did something that neither Paimon nor Ven were expecting. He grinned. The full-fledged honest smile appeared on his face as he stood in front of the depressed slave, who was now beginning to regain some of her old anger. That's it. Izuku interrupted the girl, still smiling. You just need to fight in a tournament, but now you have no master and no way to get your freedom. Fine then. Izuku stood confidently in front of the girl, just as he had stood in front of the crying kid all those years ago. Unlike that time, however, he knew exactly what needed to be done and how he could help her. And that crying in this case scenario probably wouldn't benefit anyone. Izuku thought to himself, stifling a chuckle as he addressed her. I guess I'll fight in the tournament for you. Silence was his only response. The girl's eyes widened as Paimon's jaw dropped from behind Izuku. Whatever answer she was expecting, it certainly wasn't this. See, could you say that again? Ven hiccupped as she wiped her eyes with her tan, bare arm. I said that I'll fight for you. Izuku said again, although he looked more serious than before, as his smile had faded away to a neutral look. Are you okay with that? Ven shook her head, turning her head so that she couldn't meet Izuku's honest green eyes. No. I can't, I won't. I can't do that to you, and on top of that, I don't have a master, so I can't even join. And on top of that, masters are not allowed to fight for their slaves. It's unheard of. I may have an idea, if you're all interested. The new voice interrupted the slave as the trio turned to see a familiar face smiling at them, his wooden lyre in his right arm, as he gazed with Izuku with happy, aqua-green eyes. Izuku looked surprised as Ven took a more cautious position, as she had only met this mysterious man once, while Paimon blinked before addressing the boy. Oh. Venti. Paimon waved at the bard, all the while forgetting about the whole situation he had put them in. Venti tipped his head in greeting at the white-haired girl as he strode up to Ven and Izuku, an excited toothy grin on his face as he his way over to them. The future knight trying to help a slave gain freedom. Forgot that old story, this will be a way better one. He exclaimed as Fame to a halt, pulled out the lyre, and began to hum as Paimon's surprise and happiness began to melt into annoyance. There. Venti, can you tell us what your idea is? Izuku quickly intervened before a fight could possibly break out due to Paimon's mouth. Ah, of course. He blushed in embarrassment as he put the lyre away before addressing the diverse trio once more. So, I went where I had to go, and I found out some important information. It turns out that Izuku can fight for you in the tournament. Ven blinked as she turned to Izuku as the full weight of his words came crashing down on her. I can't. Shouldn't. Can I? She seemed to be a conflict with herself until a hand made its way onto her shoulder. She turned her head to see Izuku's semi-freckled face smiling at her. When you gain your freedom, let's bring your people food. And, you'll be able to shop for them without anyone looking after you. He said cheerfully as Venti's happy face turned into a shocked one as he gaped at the cheerful boy. The boy hadn't said if he had said when. When? Was he that confident in his own abilities? He had to have some trump card in that case. Right. It would only make sense, he couldn't just go and expect to win, after all. Regardless, the bard had been touched by what he heard. How the green-haired boy cared for the slave. Maybe. He would be the one. Yeah right. Venti dismissed these thoughts as he quickly turned his attention back to Izuku and Ven, while Paimon floated behind them, now in apparent boredom. Well, he can. But there's a catch. You see, in order for Izuku to fight in your place, he must be. Venti suddenly stopped as he blinked once, a droplet of rain falling into his eye. He shook his head as he started again. Izuku must be why. Another droplet fell into the bard's aqua-green eye. He huffed as he turned around, so that his back was now facing the tree. His eyes landed on the blades of grasses blowing in the wind alongside the leaves in the trees. A few droplets of rain then fell from the sky as well as Venti looked up at the cloudy sky, frowning. Paimon hissed in annoyance and flew under Izuku's legs in an attempt to stay dry. That's rather strange. Wasn't it sunny less than a minute ago? He managed to get those words out before a bolt of lightning missed him by an inch, scarring the tree. Before both Venti and Paimon screamed in terror. The four of them dove onto the ground in order to keep themselves from being seen and whatever had just tried to kill them. If Venti had been standing an inch more to the right. They all looked out to see a strange sight. An orb surrounded by wind floated nearby, as though it were watching them. Before Izuku could say anything about the strange sight, the orb shot out another bolt. This one Izuku managed to dodge through instinct, throwing himself off the ground and tumbling backwards into the tree. He looked on in horror as the smoke cleared to see the others' clothes slightly burned, but there were no injuries given. It seems that not everyone was happy with my arrival here. The bard gulped as he wiped his slightly blackened sleeve as more wind began to gather around the orb as it prepared to launch another attack at the disoriented but frightened and angered group. It seems the news about the tournament would have to wait if they survived. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 21. Bakugo rubbed his face as he snarled from the two things that had been on his mind all day. One of the things being that he had lost. Katsuki Bakugo had given it his all and had completely and entirely lost. Hell, he was actually holding his own against a bastard on the other end of the ring. But then came the fire. Damn. But this wouldn't stop him. He was going to overcome any obstacle that came at him. But the training to be provided to him by the people that saw him fight, he would be even more incredible than he was right now. Why? Because he was Katsuki freakin' Bakugo. Bakugo turned over with his trademark scowl planted firmly on his face as always. He had gotten so caught up in how awesome he was, he didn't notice the bus had finally made it stop. Azawa, surprisingly, looked even more tired and agitated than usual, something that neither Bakugo nor anyone in the entire school thought was possible. There was something wrong with the teacher. Are you going to live on that bus, or am I going to have to pull you out myself? Azawa warned as his scarf began to unravel as the ends of the clothing began to make their way over to the door of the bus. Bakugo growled as he threw the bag containing his dirty, ripped uniform onto the ground as he jumped off the bus and landed next to it, causing many nearby students to back up and yell at him to mind where he was throwing his stuff. Hilda saw this and was not happy in the slightest. Bakugo. The glass-wearing boy started to run towards the boy, his arms moving robotically in a rather weird fashion that caused multiple students to look at him strangely. Are you trying to injure students by your own ink inside? He paused as he saw Bakugo, of whom he was unsure had hurt him or not, winced as he put his right hand on his bag and then quickly switched to his left instead. Ever since Bakugo had used that nuke move, his whole body had suffered damage from it. The damage was minimal, however, thanks to the medical team there. But not all the damage could be completely healed, as his hand was still covered in burns and was currently bandaged up. That didn't seem to stop the blonde-haired boy from still being himself. Ilda quickly shut his mouth as he let Bakugo to his thoughts as he walked back over to his group of friends, all of who couldn't seem to switch the topic off of Deku, as they were still worrying about their green-haired friend who had disappeared earlier that day. Meanwhile, in the explosive boy's head, he was having similar thoughts as the bus containing the class of 1B pulled up to the school as well. The other thing that had been on his mind was Deku. He was gone. There was no other way to look at it. But he would come back. Because Bakugo would defeat him. He would make him admit how much stronger he was. How he was going to be the #1 hero. How that last win was just a fluke. The last one was a lie, but he didn't care. He would defeat that bastard when he would come back, he would make sure of it. Izuku nearly bit his tongue as he landed on the ground once more, narrowly dodging another bolt of lightning that the monster had sent at him. Although the monster was trying to kill him, that didn't stop nor answer the amount of questions that the boy had. What was it made of? Why was it trying to kill them? Why did Venti attract it? He couldn't even take a second to ponder this as a gust of wind blew him off his feet into the tree behind him. He wheezed when his back hit the tree. He slid off the tree and hit the ground butt first as he saw stars from the sudden impact. The scratches he had obtained from running through the branches and begun to bleed once more as he forced himself to get off the ground as branches and leaves fell from overhead from his collision with the tree. Suddenly, the questions he had been asking in his head not even a minute ago didn't seem nearly as important now. Izuku didn't even have time to groan as another bolt of lightning zoomed towards him as he jerked his head to the right at the last second due to his newfound instinct from his training with All Might and because of the new dangers that kept rising from this world. The sudden light that was created from the bolt of lightning temporarily blinded Izuku as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise due to his sudden electrical current that had traveled into the tree he was leaning against. The green-haired boy suppressed a shudder as he managed a quick glance where the lighting had hit the tree, seeing scorch marks that had dug deep into the enormous tree's tough bark. He tried not to think about what would have happened if his skin had replaced the bark. Van, who also had been dodging the wind and lighting from the creature, gave a primal screech, her hair whipping in every direction due to the wind, as she threw herself at the monster with one of the sticks that had fallen from the tree in her hand in an attempt to stab the monster. She shoved forward as the stick entered the orb, causing it to pause as no wind nor lightning shot out of the still creature. The orb continued to glow, but nothing came out as the team stared at the orb, cautious and shocked by the sudden events as the orb remained airborne, but not responsive. Venti, who had been staying on the ground where the four had landed, managed to find his feet and helped a dirty paimon off the ground as well. He blinked in surprise at the sudden easy defeat of the creature. He groaned as he gripped his aching shoulder from where he had landed from having been forced onto the ground. Van still stood there, panting and spitting her vermilion-shaded hair out of her mouth as the wind from the monster caused some to end up there. The stick stayed in the monster as her hand stayed on the weapon as she began to push it in further in, just in case the monster was still alive. Was it even alive? It didn't really look like any of the creatures that they had encountered yet. Izuku got off the base of the tree as back protested greatly. He stifled a yelp of pain as he limped cautiously over to Paimon and Venti, his gaze not leaving the monster that had attacked them mere seconds ago. So, is it dead? Venti checked his lyre, his eyes showing relief when he saw his favorite instrument well and intact. I would have to guess so. But to be attacked so sudden. It's very strange. The bard then was left to his thoughts as Izuku turned to Paimon, who was dusting off her tiny clothes, huffing in annoyance. How are you doing, Paimon? Paimon suddenly grinned, all of her previous annoyance at being covered in dirt and dust having vanished instantly. She immediately got up and put her hands on her hips as she puffed out her chest at the immobile monster. You see that? That was just a taste of what's to come. You can't handle the might of Paimon, the strongest knight to ever walk her. Float this world. A loud snort was heard from where the vent stood as she had begun to twist the stick around in the monster to ensure its death. Sure, maybe in your dreams. I'll be over there in a minute, we can never be too careful. Wait. How much was its bounty? Van yelled this over to Izuku, putting much more emphasis on the last question than the statements that had gone with it. In response to this question, Izuku shrugged as he made a mental note to check and give Ven the money, as she definitely needed it more than anyone else present, as she needed it to support her people. The green-haired hero then turned to Venti, who had been strumming a tune on his lyre to ensure its condition. So, how much do you know about that monster? 'Cause if you have information, we'd be really grateful. Venti's eyes lit up as he turned to Izuku, beaming, as he unequipped his wooden instrument. Of course I do. And all it costs for the information is a drink. You're young enough to drink, right? As Izuku opened his mouth to deny this, but Venti shook his head before the hero in training could even utter a word. On second thought, don't answer that. You're old enough to drink because I said so and because you look like you can. Ish. So come on, let's get some drinks. The bard grinned as he turned around to start heading back towards the town. After all, his new reliable friend would be buying him drinks. That was enough on its own to look forward to, but all the stories that were made from this expedition could possibly earn him the most popular Bard of Mondstadt award for years to come. Nothing could ruin this day for him. Until a sudden pain filled the back of his lower torso. The bard gasped as jolts of pain ran through his entire body as he fell face first on the dirt and didn't move. Izuku looked over at the fallen, electrified bard he had been watching leave with a horrified expression as he and a shocked Paimon turned over back to the monster, which still had the stick in it but was emitting a little gusts of wind. Gusts of wind that were so little and insignificant that Van, whose hands were still turning the stick in the monster, hadn't noticed them. Van. It's a trap. Izuku screamed this as he got the save's attention a moment too late. A trap. Wow. The monster emitted an enormous gale of wind as Van removed her hands from the stick and threw her arms in front of her head in a feeble attempt to block herself as the poor girl was catapulted backwards into a nearby grassy plain. When she was in the air, Izuku saw red droplets fall from her arms and cover the blades of grass, turning the green blades into shades of crimson. Izuku looked over to Paimon to tell her to heal the girl, but was happy to see that she was already flying over to heal the bleeding girl and the fallen bard. Izuku was now the only one left on the field fighting this monster. The orb then made its way into the air as it resumed its previous position as Izuku shuffled his foot across the ground, holding his battle position as he stared cautiously at the being before him. Izuku now knew it could shoot lightning and manipulate the air around it. But what other abilities did it have? And with that thought, the orb gave a tiny shudder as sparks began flying off of it. Izuku flinched as he immediately began to back up, knowing what it was beginning to do, as he had just been on the other side of the attack previously, just narrowly managing to dodge it. It was going to try and electrify him once more. Find cover or try to get close. Izuku debated as he saw more sparks emerge from the monster opposite of him. It was going to launch its attack soon, he had no time. I'll try both. Izuku began to sprint towards the monster as it fired its bolt. The green-haired boy threw himself at the ground with his eyes closed in an attempt to evade the attack, all the while getting slightly closer to the creature. He suddenly felt the ground leave his grasp as he opened his green eyes, which widened a considerable amount, seeing that he was now in the air, gusts of wind blowing off of the ground and keeping the hero airborne. The monster had taken so long to fire the attack because it had been preparing two of them. One is a distraction, and the other is the real deal. He was stuck, frozen in the air as the orb shot out another gale of wind, one of which Izuku had no choice but to take. He felt slices of the wind and sudden pain fill his arms, face, and torso as he closed his eyes once more in an attempt so that his eyeballs wouldn't sustain any damage as he was assaulted by the wind. The boy bit back a scream as he felt each attack hit him, every slice feeling worse than the last. The orb, now done with the attack and apparently satisfied at its amount of damage, threw the green-haired boy at the ground like a rag doll. Izuku gagged as he felt the air leave him as the ground made contact with his hurt back, which had already been injured due to the contact he had made with the tree earlier. His ears rung as he spit a mix of dirt, saliva, and blood out of his mouth as he put his hands on the ground in front of him and forced himself into a standing position, his arms covered in cuts and slices, blood beginning to gather in the wounds and trickle down his body. Izuku winced and groaned as he turned towards the monster once more, which in return started sparking again. But it seemed to be charging its attack at someone else. The spark seemed lesser in his direction where it had previously fired, so it was safe to presume so. But at what person? Weren't he and Paimon the only ones? The boy gasped as he quickly craned his head in the direction of where it was now firing, in the direction of where Paimon currently was, with her hands over the slave. It was going to shoot lightning at her and roast her and Ven alive. No. Izuku shouted as he ignored the pain shooting through his back and legs as he ran to help the girls as the monster continued to charge. This bolt was going to be much bigger and more devastating than anything that it had fired prior. He couldn't use his quirk because he only had a limited amount of shots before he was left defenseless and injured. If he used one for all in his legs, he would not only break but possibly overshoot where he was trying to go. They had to be saved. He wanted to save them. No, he needed to save them. He grit his teeth as he began to sprint faster towards the floating girl, who had started healing the slave and hadn't seen the sparks yet as she was about to get to work. He wouldn't let anyone die. Unbeknownst to Izuku, red vein-like markings had begun to appear on his body as he continued to run forward. Izuku felt a little uncomfortable. What was happening? Why wasn't he running any faster? And then, he felt something burst open inside of him, like a dam breaking. Everything he had felt in his arms when using his quirk had spread across his whole body, making it ache, but not to the point where he felt as though he was going to break. What was this? Adrenaline. Izuku shook his head as he raised it to see his goal. He could focus on that question later. The enormous bolt of lightning finally fired from the orb and danced through the air as it flew towards the unsuspecting girl. Paimon turned her head from the unconscious slave and saw a great light heading her way as she realized why Izuku had yelled. The little girl threw her arms over face and screamed, waiting for the inevitable. But strangely enough, the inevitable never came. Paimon moved her arms, only to see the whole world lopsided. She turned herself right side up as she looked over at where the monster had struck. Where she and Ven had been only mere moments beforehand. What had saved her? Her little eyes widened as she remembered Izuku's injuries and his voice. He must have saved them, but what had become of him? She heard footsteps near her as she breathed a sigh of relief. The monster was floating, so there was no way it could have footsteps, meaning only one thing. She turned her head towards the boy with a grateful look. Thanks Izuku, but Paimon had a cove. She trailed off, her gaze still locked onto Izuku as shock filled her. Izuku was much too busy focused on the monster than himself, but that didn't stop Paimon from now looking at her savior with awe and amazement. The boy was now positively covered in bolts of green lighting and red vein-like markings that traveled up and down his body. The strange electricity looked as though it were searching for a point to escape his body as he glared at the monster, his eyes a bit brighter than they had been before as he stood strong in front of her and the fallen slave. I won't let you hurt anyone else. This whisper was quiet, yet it echoed through the clearing, sending chills down Paimon's spine. His energy was surging, yet he looked completely calm, looking completely different than he had when he had used this ability before. And since when did this ability affect his whole body? The monster had made no response to his sudden change in power as it locked onto Izuku as it began to charge another powerful attack. In response to this, Izuku began to tread lightly over to the side without so much as a limp in order to prevent Paimon, Ven, and Venti from being potential targets of the monster once more. Every time one of his feet would meet the ground for a step, green lightning would meet the ground before his foot would, singeing the grass and bits of rock that would be beneath his feet. His eyes were distant, as though he were thinking about something else, rather than the events currently unfolding as the red vein-like markings on his skin vanished, as even more electricity crackled and sparked from his body out into the open air. The creature had finished charging up its power as it fired another bolt of lighting at the sparking boy, who in response, stared down the attack, as though he had done this every day in his life. Paimon, in response to this, yelled out to the boy. Izuku. Watch out. It's going to. She stopped as she saw Izuku raise his scratched bleeding right fist and clench it as the attack was now only mere feet away from him. His eyes were still distant as though he truly were bored with the current proceedings. Paimon blinked as she saw the lighting get even closer to Izuku as it now was in arm's reach from the boy. She couldn't get over to him in time to help him and his past injuries were still there as well, although he didn't even seem to notice them. What was he doing? And then, he threw the punch. The powerful punch completely dispersed the bolt of lightning as the wind current from it hit the monster as it recoiled, flying some feet away from where it originally had been floating. The leaves on the tree rustled slightly, but that was the end. Paimon blinked, now horrified and confused. Where was the enormous explosion? The attack that would uproot trees and even take away bits of mountains. The white-haired magical girl then turned to Izuku, expecting to find a crumpled figure on the ground with a broken limb. Instead, much to her shock, the boy stood proud and tall, his fist still clenched and his arm slightly red and covered in blood, but nothing on his limb appeared to be broken. What happened? Paimon shouted over to Izuku, her curiosity winning over her awe and fear of what was currently happening. Why isn't the arm? I'm in. Izuku spoke plain and simply, but she could hear him clearly despite him speaking in a normal tone from some distance away. His eyes were still locked onto the orb as more blood dripped from cuts off his face onto the dirt below. Said orb seemed to still be recovering from the boy's last attack. Don't you have a job to be doing? Paimon blinked as she just then remembered the cut-up slave and injured bard as she nodded. Izuku seemed to understand that she had accepted his question, despite his eyes not leaving the orb. The white-haired girl then turned her attention and magic back to the slave that was in front of her, as Izuku resumed his defensive position against the monster, which in turn began to charge up once more at the boy, as said boy began to slowly creep over to the right, the green lightning still singeing the ground and rocks underfoot. The monster began to charge up again, unknowingly achieving Izuku's goal of distracting it, while Paimon got the rest of the group on their feet. Last chance. Izuku said impassively as the monster began to glow once more. Give up now or I'll start fighting for real. The monster didn't so much as move as it fired a mini tornado at the green-haired boy, causing bits of grass to fly out of the ground and into the air. Izuku didn't even flinch as the tornado approached him. Even though it was much smaller than the actual natural disaster, it was still enough to do much damage to the boy to which the attack had been aimed. The only problem was, the boy had vanished from the thing's range. The green bolt slid behind the orb. The creature then unwisely turned, just as a flying kick was thrown at it from its opponent. It had no time to dodge or to make a counterattack to try and parry the dangerous move. It was helpless as the kick connected, shattering a portion of the orb's exterior like glass as it was sent spiraling through the air, landing with a crunch in the nearby dirt. The orb back up into the air, bits of grass and its own exterior hanging off itself in bits as the wind began to change around it. The air around the monster began to rotate faster and faster as the green bolt of light flew towards its target, prepared to end the fight. Izuku remained indifferent to the new move the foreign monster had pulled from its arsenal. That looks like a version of the move it used on Ven. He thought as his attention quickly averted over to where Paimon was, to see her now hovering over the bard with her hands out, muttering something under her breath as Ven began to stir from where she lay. He had no time to feel joy from this as the monster threw its deadly attack at the teenage boy. In response, Izuku quickly looked out behind him to see if there were any other critters in the way of the attack. As he saw none behind him, he put his hands on the ground, causing the ground to become even more burnt than the ground where his feet had made contact, as he saw the devastating offensive maneuver making its way towards where he was prepping. And then, he sprinted towards the orb, his ears ringing as he jumped at it, as the attack was just as far as the previous attack had been from him, as he raised his fist once more. The wind was now swirling dangerously. If he got any closer, he would end up like Ven. But he was already in the air, so what could he? And then, to the shock of the current bearer of One for All, the lightning around Izuku began to crackle and zap the wind as it approached, causing the wind to cancel. His quirk was acting like a shield. Just as before, there was nothing protecting the monster from Izuku, now that its attack had been cancelled. It stayed where it was, unable to move as the attack continued to shoot out of its body, but to no avail. Izuku's fist landed on the monster once more, causing a loud crunch to echo throughout the clearing, as even more of its exterior shattered, revealing a shining light underneath. The boy grinned as he heard the sound, but this feeling of victory was soon replaced with confusion as he heard a young whisper from the direction of the terrible creature. H-L-M-E. But he had no more time to hear this voice, as another attack was charged as the monster's exterior began to glow. Izuku, with no little effort, flipped himself over and shot both of his sparking red shoes down, as the monster in response was slammed against the ground. Izuku then landed on the nearby ground as he used his good hand to steady himself. His leg and arm felt like they were on fire, but it was much better than not being able to feel anything at all, as he saw the green lighting course across his leg, as his eyes widened considerably, the first real reaction he had since he had entered the state he was in. That was strange. Weren't his limbs supposed to break? He had thought, at first, that he had been running on pure adrenaline. But he could see One for All running up and down his limbs. What was this? But as he pondered this, the lightning began to crackle and spark. He looked confusedly at his own hand at the green lightning. He felt his quirk. But it felt off. A few moments ago when he had landed the attack, he had felt his quirk being used. But now, even though he somehow hadn't broken himself, there was something different, something he couldn't quite figure out. Did it feel lesser? At this thought, the green lightning died away completely as Izuku still gazed at his fist, unaware of anything else. The wind blew through his curly hair. It had been lesser, that was it. He had put less power behind his attacks, but how? The sudden thought struck Izuku as he remembered his training with Amber and Paimon and the broken rock. He had been able to use it then without damaging his whole hand. Had this been the fruits of his training? The breakthrough that he had been anticipating? The thing Amber had been talking about? Before he could give the topic any more thought, a shrill, feminine voice filled the air. Izuku. Izuku turned to see Paimon gazing at him, now apparently horrified at the lack of power he was currently demonstrating. Much to Izuku's relief and pleasure, he saw Ven and Venti now standing behind Paimon, Ven staring at Izuku, as though the boy had grown two heads as Venti's attention remained locked onto Izuku's opponent, eyes narrowed as he seemed to be thoroughly analyzing it. Izuku's attention was diverted once more as a shrill sound came from the thing that stood opposite of him. It now seemed to be struggling to stay where it currently hovered in the air, as pieces of itself hung off the orb loosely, which strangely looked like pieces of glass coming off of it. It swayed for a moment before it threw itself at the boy, hurling at top speed, seeming as though it no longer cared whether it lived or not, but rather that it defeated its opponent, that had caused it so much pain. Izuku stood frozen as he attempted to limp out of the way, but it was no use. The orb had flung itself at the injured boy, who could not do anything but attempt to dodge it. Come on, body. Do what you just did. Izuku pleaded to himself, but to no avail. Not a single spark emerged from his body as he gazed at the quickly approaching orb helplessly. No. Paimon attempted to jump into the fray, but found herself unable to do so. The little girl turned her head downwards as she saw two tan arms wrapped around her body as she looked back, shocked to see Ven stopping her. We need to. He's going to. Paimon tried to speak, but Ven shook her head as she gazed at the boy, conflicted. If they were to go help him, they would just become potential targets and possibly put Izuku even in more danger. But if they were to just stand by, that would make them no better than murderers. What would they do? Unseen by both the panicking Paimon and pondering Ven, Venti's gaze had hardened. His eyes had begun to glow as the braids of his hair started to glow as well. He had to do something, he couldn't sit by and watch this anymore. But just before the bard could throw himself into the fray, a large thwop was heard as the trio looked around in confusion. What was that noise just now? Izuku gazed helplessly at the monster as he begged his body to move, even if just a little step, but it wouldn't. He was frozen. Dead. No. He thought as the monster was about to reach him. I haven't become the number one hero yet. I haven't helped anyone. I need to help everyone. I can't die yet. Izuku opened his eyes, expecting to see the monster about to ram into him, or to possibly see what heaven may look like. What he didn't expect to see was the fallen form of the monster to the side of him instead of on top of him. But the familiar arrow dug deep into one of its few bits of the material that was still connected to its body. Izuku felt his muscles loosen as he took a single step towards the group, pain shooting through his whole body as his foot made contact with the ground. Just as he did this, he heard glorious familiar voices coming from nearby the group. What the hell happened here? Good thing I came in time, or else you all would have died. Paimon. Izuku grinned as he stared up at his savior. Both Klee and Amber stood there, the latter still in her festival wear with her bow in her hand as she lowered it, looking amazed as the group looked on in mixed reactions of relief and happiness, Venti quickly turning his head as his hair went back into its original state without anyone noticing, much to the bard's relief. How did you all manage that? She asked as her bow vanished as she pulled out a little notebook and began to write in it. That was a rank 30 monster. You all should have died. It's a miracle I came when I did, because only the outrider of the Knights of Favonius has enough strength to deal. Izuku, while thankful for her saving his life, tuned her out at this point as did everyone else in the group. Izuku suddenly felt the pain from cuts and bruises on him vanish as his bones stopped hurting as well. The boy stood up straight and looked around behind him to see Paimon with her hand on his back, giving him a thumbs up as he returned it wholeheartedly. So Klee. Paimon began cheekily as she turned to the hatted girl who had just made her arrival. Paimon took care of a rank 25 monster while you were gone. You're welcome. And with that, Paimon turned around and floated away smugly as Klee looked flabbergasted. Why you WW? Paimon, get back here. Klee shouted as she ran as fast as her little legs allowed her to run after the giggling white-haired girl. I can take ho on rank 50s. A rank 25 is nothing for my G greatness. Hey. Get down from there. As Klee continued to whine and chase Paimon, Amber approached the vermilion hair-colored slave who was staring down at her arms, which had previously been covered in welts and cuts, as she was now sitting on the corpse of the monster. "So, are you doing okay? The reward will be distributed evenly." Amber kept no hostility in her voice, despite the slave's harsh words to her earlier. The slave glanced up at her before standing up completely, now looking away in another direction, her voice unnaturally quiet. "I live, and I would like the money." Amber nodded as she then turned away, nothing more to say to the slave, who had once more seemed lost in thought and continued to glance at her and the approaching Izuku. Amber looked over at the corpse of the monster, frowning slightly. How had they defeated it? Such a feat seemed impossible, and yet. Her thoughts were broken as she felt two muscled arms reach around her waist and hug her tightly as she looked over to see Izuku holding her. "Thanks for saving my life. You really live up to your title." Izuku smiled as he hugged Amber, causing her to redden from the contact and the compliment, but suddenly seemed to remember something as her gaze darkened and as her blush faded away. She broke the hug, not showing her face to the boy in front of her. "Well, it's not a problem. Also, don't we have a festival to be attending? Remember? The one that you said that you would attend with me and then left me?" Izuku gulped as the demented archer loomed over the poor boy as Paimon passed by with Klee still yelling up at the girl. All Might, save me please." As Amber began to scold Izuku, Venti stood, still focusing all of his attention on the half-glowing monster as he wiped his pants clean of the soot and checked the hole that the creature had made in it. This one had been strong. They kept getting stronger and he couldn't keep up with them. Venti knew it was foolish for him to have made a comment about attracting it, and despite not knowing Izuku for some time, he knew that he would eventually ask him why. Hell, anyone with half of a brain would remember and ask why. But for now, that would have to wait. He was full of stories, the sun was up in the sky, and there was still plenty of time to story tell. He might actually win the award this year as well. As he turned around to pick up his fallen lyre, a sudden breeze made him pause. The breeze blew through the grasses, the leaves on the trees, and through the nearby bushes. Anyone else would have thought it was part of the breeze, but Venti heard something that he could barely make out. "Thank you." The words vanished as soon as they were heard, the wind dying down as the leaves and grasses stopped swaying. Venti looked unnaturally serious as he firstly looked back over at the previously glowing monster, which had stopped glowing completely after the voice had spoken, and then over at the recently healed Izuku, who was still being berated by the angry outrider as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "Who the hell are you, Izuku?" the bard whispered under his breath. Unknown to him, a certain slave was having somewhat familiar thoughts. "I was useless in that fight. Damn it." Ven thought to herself as she remembered the monster attacking her. And he. Ven turned her amber gaze over to Izuku, who was still being chewed out, but the archer did whatever the hell that was. I'm not even sure what he did, but he beat it nonetheless. Even that little girl was able to contribute, but I did absolutely nothing except get in the way. Why am I so weak? She clenched her fist as her nails dug into her palms, remembering all that had happened before the event. The tournament, her race, her previous master. At these thoughts, her palms had begun to bleed from her nails, but she seemed not to notice or care as she unclenched her fists, a few droplets of blood falling to the ground from her hands as her eyes gained a new kind of determination. I need to become stronger, so I need to do this. I just have to wait until we get back to Jean. Then, I'll ask. She sighed as she finally made it onto her feet, stretching as a nearby Amber huffed, apparently satisfied at what she had said to the boy. Can we please go back now? Let's enjoy the rest of the day to the best of our ability after we get this monster's bounty. Amber said, but added the last part with a hint of glee. No one else in that area wanted to stay in that area any longer as they all nodded. Izuku turned his way back towards town, right before Venti grabbed his shoulder as an agitated Klee and laughing Paimon passed them once more, both seeming to be racing back towards the village. You still owe me a drink, remember? See you at the bar tonight. The bard whispered as he then turned away from Izuku and began to skip back towards town, already thinking of new stories to tell and questions to ask Izuku when he would get his chance later on. Izuku gulped as Amber and Ven passed him once more. Right as Amber passed him, a sudden thought occurred to him. He then walked behind Amber as Ven sped up, seemingly determined to avoid talking to anyone as Klee and Paimon passed her again, the latter taunting the other as Klee continued to yell at Paimon. Izuku chuckled at this sight before smiling as he then remembered once again what had happened in the fight. He glanced at Amber, who was now writing in her notebook as she walked. She did help me train it a bit, so she would want to know. I'll tell her later. The green-haired hero thought to himself as he continued onwards, but now his gaze fell on the strangely quiet Ven, who now was walking much further down the trail by herself. Izuku frowned, wanting to confront her about what was going on, but decided to stay quiet. He could ask later, when the two of them were alone with no one around to listen. He recalled what she said about the tournament, her kind, and her eventual fate. He raised his eyes to the sky as they regained their familiar steely determination. "Ben, I'll change your fate and help you and your people, I promise." The Heroic Impact. Chapter 22. Izuku waited patiently, scuffing his dirt-red shoe against the pavement as he sat on a bench in front of some bushes, and nearby certain archer hassling a man running a stand regarding the price of a specific delicacy. It had been about 2 hours since the fight with the orb, and he and Amber were now alone at the festival. The group had been broken up due to the goals everyone had. Klee had practically dragged Paimon along with her, much against the white-haired girl's wishes, who had wanted to spend some time with a man who had saved her life multiple times at this point. Meanwhile, Venti had practically vanished when they reached town, feverish to start storytelling to the public once more. "I had a few ideas while I was injured on the ground, the events going on inspired me," Venti stated proudly as the group walked back to Mondstadt, Izuku trying his best to not deadpan at this sudden reveal, while the others did. "And while he was doing that, I was fighting for my life against a monster," Izuku thought, now feeling slightly miffed as the man running the nearby stand Amber was currently at had begun to raise his voice at the hungry outrider, who had been trying to haggle the price of a meat kebab from the man. There had also been Ven. Izuku didn't know what was wrong with her, but she had been oddly quiet on their walk back. When they had finally reached the partying city, she had disappeared completely. She probably went to go collect her money, or maybe talk to Jean. Izuku thought to himself, frowning. He couldn't blame Jean for the whole slave situation, as much as he wanted to change it. Jean believed there was nothing wrong with it, maybe possibly because it was how she was raised. That had to be it, as she came off as a very respectable and well-mannered woman. Whatever the reason, Izuku knew he had to wait and gain all of Jean's trust before he would try to even attempt to point out where she might be wrong, still remembering Jean's entrance when Klee had been talking. There was also the whole situation with the masked woman before Ven had taken off. Izuku pondered this, now ignoring Amber's rising voice as she began to return the man's yelling with her own. Who was that woman, and what was her problem with Jean? The atmosphere had seemed really tense, and he had refrained from making any comment at the time, in case any of his words might have served the masked girl's point. She had seemed quite observant and might have turned the tide of the conversation had he said anything. And there had been Noelle as well, who had positively made the situation worse. He couldn't blame the maid, as the masked girl. Anastasia had been her name. Seemed to have been baiting her, knowing that she was nearby, unbeknownst to Jean. She had purposely started rebuking Jean more when she had seen Noelle. The crafty method on her part, to say the least, but Jean had seemed a little concerned. The boy could tell that despite the Grandmaster's impassive expression during the whole conversation. Who was Anastasia and what were her goals, exactly? Finally. Sorry for taking so long. The man running the stand was a real you-know-what. Izuku looked up from where he sat to see Amber, smirking victoriously as she held 2 sticks of the meat. I was able to get him at a 40% discount too. The archer exclaimed happily as she plopped down next to Izuku on the bench, her bow on top of her head bobbing slightly as she did so. She turned a little red as she held out her hand with one of the kebabs in it, presenting it to her soon-to-be partner. F for you. Izuku allowed a small smile on his face as he gently took the stick from the blushing Amber and gave her a grateful look. Thanks, this looks delicious. Kinda how mom used to. Izuku's eyes had widened slightly at his accidental reveal at his mother. He quickly removed some of the meat off of his stick and popped it into his mouth, giving a quick thanks in his head as he did so. But he had unfortunately snagged the brown-haired girl's attention who was now staring at him, her blush having gone as fast as it came. This is perfect. I have him alone, so I can start to learn more about him. She thought happily as she pulled her trusty notebook from her bag and placed it next to herself as she pulled a quill pen out of her bag as well, just in case the subject of her interest said anything noteworthy. I gotta try and sneak a few notes about him to give to Jean as well. Your mom? Amber asked curiously as she stared at the eating Izuku, who had a look of panic on his freckled face when he heard the subject he had been desperately trying to evade popped before him. There was no way out of this. He gulped as Amber flipped the notebook open to a random page and equipped her quill pen in her yeah. Where are your parents anyway, and where is WAP Japan? I've been doing some late night reading and I haven't found anything about that place. Crap. Izuku looked ahead of himself, unable to meet Amber's questioning gaze. Just gotta make something up. Yeah. I just gotta think. Well, I don't have a father. Izuku admitted truthfully before deciding to lie. My mom. Died a few years ago and I have no siblings. As for Japan, it's… yeah? Amber asked, her hand moved so quickly while writing that her hand almost appeared as a blur. Foreign land. Japan's a foreign land to the south from here. You mean east, right? Amber slyly asked him as she continued to write, trying to see if he were attempting to trick her. Yup. I mean. He cut himself off as Amber paused from her writing, raising an eyebrow and looking suspiciously at the boy sitting next to her as a group of cheering kids passed them, celebrating the festival, as Izuku tried his best to keep his freckled face blank. She had tried to trick him to see if he had been lying. A smart maneuver on her part, he had to admit, but he was able to stop himself before it had been too late. Nope. I know it's south of here. He said finally, ignoring Amber's gaze penetrating his skull. He's still hiding something. Amber thought as she ate some of the food on her stick, chewing slowly with her amber eyes now fixated on the blue sky above as Izuku blushed a little. She looked cute when eating. Amber then gulped down her meal as she grabbed her notebook once more, quickly jotting something down that Izuku couldn't see. An idea then popped into Izuku's head. What about you, Amber? You're still very young, so where is your family? The moment Izuku had uttered the question, he had regretted it. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken as Amber said nothing as she continued to write, although now her eyes seemed distant as she stared down at the notebook she was currently writing in. Izuku quickly realized he had strayed into business that he had no right being in and quickly tried to dismiss it. Forget it, it's fine. We can talk about it later, Ernef. I don't know who my parents were. Amber said simply as she stopped writing, letting her notebook fall into her lap as she stared up at a passing bird. My grandpa raised me when I was little. I also joined the Knights to make him proud. Izuku couldn't help but look a little surprised. He had assumed that Amber had joined because of helping others, as she has said. He had also assumed that a little bit of greed for fame had been in play as well. He felt a bit guilty as he realized this, but quickly got rid of the thoughts as Amber took a small breath and continued, her right index finger now playing with a strand of her long brown hair. Amber, get down from there before you get hurt. A man yelled up to a little brown-haired girl, who seemed to be around 7 or 8 years old, and was perched in a tall tree in the middle of an older-looking Mondstadt, who huffed in annoyance as a familiar red bow upon her head bounced slightly as she shook her head indignantly. Oh, you're no fun, Grandpa. I'ma stay up here. The little Amber teased as she poked her tongue out at the man, who now looked both annoyed and resigned. I don't care about my parents, but I loved my grandfather. Amber said as she smiled, her hand closing the notebook on her lap as she grinned at the sky. He was always there for me, even when I caused trouble. Why did you set a Dendro Slime's leaves on fire, Amber? I get that you just learned magic, but you'll be killed if you do something like that again. The grown older man had exclaimed at the little girl, who just laughed as she waved him off, swinging a stick that she had found in the woods like a sword. Relax, Grandpa, I didn't hurt anyone. Well, the slime got a little hurt, but it was a slime, it deserved it. That means I'm a true knight of Favianus like you. Right, Grandpa? He was also a well-known knight, an outsider like myself. I'm proud to be in his place. She said proudly as she ate another piece of meat, her chest swelling with a familiar feeling of pride. I'm sorry, but was? Izuku asked, his curiosity now outweighing his sense of what was right to ask and what wasn't right to ask as he continued to talk to the currently chewing archer. What happened? Izuku immediately stopped himself from speaking, nearly shoving his hand over his mouth after realizing how inconsiderate and ill-mannered he was currently being. But it had been too late, as Amber had heard the potential question and knew what he had been asking as she tensed slightly. I don't want to talk about it. Amber said briskly as swallowed her food and clapped her hands together, now done with her meal as an unwanted memory came back to her, much to her displeasure. He's still not here. Yelled a knight emerging from headquarters doors as Amber walked towards the place where her grandpa worked. Where did he go? He said that we would be leaving for patrol nearly a day ago. The young 2B archer looked confused at the group of knights, usually so calm and level-headed, panicking like this, as she approached the man who had made the exclamation, who was now talking with 2 other knights. You asked the townsfolk, ask if they saw him leave. And you? He said, turning to the second knight as the first one walked away with his orders. Check the outer walls. He has to be nearby, he has to be. He has no reason to go anywhere else. He sighed as he turned around, tensing slightly at the sight of the curious brown-haired girl. Excuse me. The little Amber began, knowing to address the knights properly from her grandpa's lessons. Where's my grandpa? The knight looked at the girl with an unreadable expression as many other knights ran about in different directions. He went for a walk, kid. Don't worry, he'll come back soon. Amber forced a smile onto her face as Izuku gazed at her, the feeling of regret visible in his gaze. She immediately dropped the expression the moment the green-haired boy popped another piece of meat into his mouth and looked away towards a shouting group of kids, his eyes still signifying the guilt he was now feeling. The memory playing in Amber's head played so clearly it were as though the events had occurred yesterday, rather than nearly a decade previous. Where is he? The tiny Amber asked the same knight in a demanding fashion, but was now wearing different clothes, signifying that time had passed. He should be back by now, it's been a week. We're trying, Amber. The knight responded with a tired smile, bags under his eyes from the sleepless nights of extra patrols and search parties. He'll come back, it must have been urgent. The present-day Amber inhaled shakily before she made her way to stand up, only to find herself unable to do so. Her legs were shaking slightly and refused to listen to her commands. The archer looked over at Izuku, who, like her, had also finished his meal, to see if he was staring at her. He was now bowing his head so she couldn't see his eyes, signifying that the action of apology he was about to do. The hero felt terrible for being so rude and blunt. He was supposed to be a hero, and yet here he was, ruining a girl's day because of his own selfish questions. I shouldn't have asked that kind of question. I'm sorry. I bet he's a good man. He mumbled in shame as nearby citizens passed them, laughing about something going on in the festival, and a bard with new stories. The citizens' voices were unheard by Amber and Izuku, who only seemed to hear what the other was saying, as they were both lost in thought and emotions. Amber looked at Izuku as the boy, for a moment, thought she was going to slap him for being so inconsiderate. He raised his head, preparing himself for the action that he had deserved through his words. She smiled. But it wasn't a smile of pride or victory that he had seen on her face before. It was a genuine smile, a smile he had only seen a limited number of times before today. A beautiful, shining smile met his green eyes as he couldn't help but give a tiny smile back, albeit of the guilt he was still feeling to some extent. You know. Amber began, her smile still sat on her face, as she cocked her head, her amber eyes reflecting some of the clouds she was now currently staring at as the white bow on her head tilted slightly, her eyes watering slightly. Whenever someone brings up my grandpa, they usually do so in passing, as though he were nothing but a memory. She now spoke from her heart, from how she had felt and what she couldn't tell anyone, she was finally releasing. It didn't matter if it were Izuku, Jean, or any random knight, she had to talk, and she needed someone to listen. He'll come back. The little Amber shouted at the same tired knight, although now her shouts held more worry and fear, rather than a demanding tone that she had used previously. I know he will. He wouldn't leave unless something happened to him. But you. She tilted her head back towards him, so he could now see her smile again. You said he's a good man. Not he was, but he is. And I completely agree with you. People who don't know my grandpa thinks he left of his own free will, or that he died. I don't think either of those happened. He's too stubborn to die, and why would he just leave? It doesn't make sense. He's gone. One of the knights said emotionlessly to the group of knights, the darkness of night surrounding the house invisible through the windows. Vanished. He must have given up, as the reports say there was no blood or body found on any of the trails. He wouldn't. A teary-eyed Amber exclaimed, who had been standing with the group, eager to hear news about her family member. He wouldn't give up. I know he wouldn't. But you know. Amber said, her gaze once more focused on the puffy clouds and blue sky above, as Izuku continued to gaze at the archer, despite another noisy crowd of people. No matter what happened to him, whether he ran away of his own free will or was kidnapped, that doesn't change one thing. I'll take his place. I'll do it. The little brown-haired girl demanded, much to the surprise of the knights. I'll grow up and become an outrider, the best outrider, just like he was. And once I've done that, I'll find him. I want to see him again, even if he doesn't want to see me. Amber said, albeit the sadness in her voice was unmistakable when she had said the last part. Izuku nodded as he continued to stare at his surroundings, but he was unaware of them all. All that mattered, at the moment, was the fact that she needed someone. Amber stayed quiet for a moment, as though she were pondering something, before she finally spoke. I have a question, Izuku, and please, answer me honestly. Amber moved her gaze from its previous location to the ground, where a family of ants were moving across the pavement sluggishly. She stared at them for a moment before asking the question she had been wondering her whole life, that she was too afraid to ask, in case someone would say the thing that she didn't want to hear. Does that make me selfish? It probably does, doesn't it? She asked, not caring what he might think of her showing this much emotion. She needed to know the answer. Was she a bad person? Izuku had to refrain from immediately denying such a wild claim, as it would make him look as though he wouldn't care, and had put no thought into his response. Hearing Amber like this, rather than being prideful or annoying, was quite sad, but she had every right to be so. But the question she had asked rung a bell. Where had he heard question like it before? You should probably give it up. The kid Izuku sat stunned in a doctor's office, not believing what he had just heard from the doctor who had just carelessly crushed his dreams of helping others and being a hero. What? You're not getting a quirk, sorry kid. Is something wrong with him, doctor? A much younger, slimmer Inko Midoriya sat next to Izuku, frowning. She was not pleased with this doctor and this so-called quirk exam that he was giving her son, who had basically demanded it when she had picked him up from school, refusing to tell her why he was covered in burns and cuts the previous day. Most of the other kindergartners' quirks have manifested, but he, for some reason. "Excuse me, ma'am." The doctor interrupted the kind mother's words as Izuku now stared out the window, just barely managing to hear the present conversation. "Pardon me for asking, ma'am, but you're fourth generation, correct? Can you tell me about you and your husband's quirks?" Well, my husband can breathe fire." She paused as she rubbed Izuku's head tenderly, as tears had finally begun to sting Izuku's eyes, as the doctor's words had seemed to finally slam into him. "And I can pull small objects towards myself." "Ah, I see. Well, allow me to explain." The doctor cleared his throat before beginning his short speech, one of which he had given to specific previous patients of his as well. Normally, by the age of 4, he would have manifested one of those quirks, or perhaps have inherited a quirk that resembles both of your quirks, to some extent. But he doesn't. The doctor folded his hands, sitting down in his chair before continuing with his speech. This is because he has 2 joints in his pinky toe. You see, when superpowers first began to show up, the results of an early research study were published. It stated that when certain parts of the body go unused, the body deems it unnecessary. The people who didn't have the joint went under a certain process of natural selection, or your body adapting to its surroundings and causing their offspring to reproduce more commonly. The body, in this current age and time, does not need an extra pinky toe joint, so the more advanced and common humans, the ones with quirks, underwent this. I suppose you can call it an evolution, and their joint disappeared, while quirkless ones did not. And, as shown through the X-ray. The doctor paused before walking over to his computer and typing in a certain set of numbers and letters, pulled up the X-ray of Izuku's foot. To the boy's horror, he saw not 1, but 2 toe joints in his pinky toe. The doctor now saw the horrified look on Izuku's face and felt sympathetic towards the young boy. "And now kid, cheer up. There are still many ways you can live life, like being a police officer or a newsman. Don't let this bring you down." Ahaha. Time had passed between when Izuku had gone to the doctor's office and when he had gotten home. He had cried the whole way home, much to his mother's sadness and displeasure. He was now huddled up in a blanket on the computer, watching his favorite hero in the world. But now, he would never be like him, never be able to join him. What would the others say when he would go to school, when they would find out that he will never get a quirk? "It's fine now." "Why?" "Because I am here." Inko Midoriya walked into the dark room with her hands full with a tray of cookies, although that tray and her hands were shaking slightly. She looked up at her only son, sitting in front of the computer, not saying a word. "Look mom." The poor mother's heart broke when she heard the boy talk. It sounded as though every word that left his mouth were forced, that every word that he spoke hurt dearly and left a scar. "He saves everyone, no matter what." He looks at it all and smiles. The young green-haired boy finally turned around, tears falling down his cheek onto the carpet below, leaving tear stains in the rug as his small body trembled. "Ed, do you think mom?" he asked, a sad smile on his face as a mix of tears and snot dripped from his nose and eyes. "That I could be a HH hero too." Inko Midoriya couldn't take it any longer as she dropped a tray of cookies onto the floor as the tray hit the floor with a clang and flung herself onto her beloved child, tears now falling rapidly from her eyes as she embraced him. "I'm sorry Izuku. I'm so sorry." She sobbed, Izuku's face still frozen in a smile, tears leaving his eyes as his mother held him with all of her love, her crying echoing around the room. That was the question. The question Izuku had asked himself when he found out he was quirkless. Could he be a hero? He unknowingly hurt his mom by his dream being crushed. Was he selfish for wanting to become the world's greatest hero? Sorry. I know you probably don't care much, I shouldn't have said that much. Izuku snapped back to reality as Amber got up from the bench from where they sat, her face unseeable from Izuku's current position. "I'm sorry I bothered you Izuku. I need to go to Jean. I'll see you later." She stated rather quietly as she began to walk away, her pace quick and fast, as though she wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. She had been foolish and had shown too much. She had just wanted a simple answer and had wanted him to answer more questions. But here she was, on the verge of tears, awaiting the answer of a boy she had only met some time ago, wondering if she was a bad person. And then, Izuku spoke his mind. Yes. Amber froze in the middle of the sidewalk, the answer to her question finally presenting itself as a few birds flew overhead as she stayed in her mid-walk position. Many civilians passed the frozen archer without a second thought, laughing, talking, and eating, as Izuku stayed where he sat on the bench as he gazed upon the archer. Amber then slightly shook in place as she nodded, putting her foot down, in order to get out of her walking position. Izuku was still unable to see her face as she spoke once more, although her voice was a little shaky. How? Well, I suppose th. Yup. Izuku interrupted her, his green eyes gleaming as they reflected the sunlight coming from above. You are completely selfish wanting to achieve your goal. But then again, aren't we all a little selfish in some way? Amber stayed where she was but turned around to look at the to-be knight, her wet eyes now holding confusion rather than disappointment as the last citizen of the town passed between them, so now she could see Izuku clearly. What? Amber stuttered as she stared at Izuku, awaiting an answer. But instead of an answer or an explanation of what he meant, he answered her question with another question. I'm in and I want to become knights. We're doing so because we want to, and because we want to help others. Does it make me selfish for wanting to be a knight? Amber stared at him before responding. Well, no. But how does that make you self? Technically, wasn't Klee being selfish when she took paimon in order to show how much better she is? But does that make her a bad person? Does it make her a selfish person? Amber titled her head a little so that her hair fell off a little to one side. But the truth of his words had begun to sink in a little. Having a personal goal, whether it's wanting to save someone or wanting to complete something, it makes us selfish in some regard or some way. But Amber, being selfish doesn't make you a bad person, nor is being selfish necessarily a bad thing. Izuku grinned as he closed his eyes, thinking of his goal of becoming the #1 hero. It was a selfish goal, there was no denying it, even if it was to help others. People who have selfish natures are overly selfish, and that's bad. But some selfishness is good, it can help you, and it can even help save lives. So, yes. You are selfish wanting to see your grandpa again. But no, you aren't a bad person, especially if you want to complete a personal goal, that's fine. Izuku reassured her as his eyes were still closed, unable to see anything. It's fine to want to see someone you love. Amber now stared at him, tears still brimming on the sides of her eyes before she spoke once more, but her voice sounded a little more hopeful when she spoke. But, even if he's alive, what if he doesn't want to see me? Amber croaked out, but Izuku's smile didn't falter. So what? We'll leave then. It'll be his fault if he can't see how much better you've become. Even if he's dead, that's okay too. If he is, then it's proof that he really did love you, there's no need to feel as though you failed him. For a brief moment, Izuku could have sworn he had heard a noise coming from the bushes behind him. He was unable to investigate, however, when he felt two soft arms embrace him, squeezing him so tightly he felt as though all might in his muscle form was giving him a hug. When the arms let up a little, he cracked open his right eye to see the archer, who had been attempting to interrogate him mere minutes before, was now hugging him. She suddenly blushed before she jumped back, nearly running into a crowd of hungry people as she remembered her pride and place. Izuku, She clenched her fist as a few more memories came back to her, but she remained standing tall and proud. Did he kill himself? No, he ran away. Couldn't handle the responsibilities. He left a little girl on her own. The bastard. They're wrong. I want to find him. That's my goal. I need to know what happened. The brown-haired outrider thought to herself before looking back up at him, a look of determination on her face that was not unlike his own when the hero before her was focused and determined. I'm going to find my grandpa. It's my goal, I'm going to see him. I don't care if he's dead or not, I have to know why. I swear, I will find him. Her proclamation echoed throughout the area as she breathed deeply, her face reddening as she had realized that she had announced this to the world and Izuku was still sitting in front of her. But strangely, she felt much better rather than embarrassed, as though proclaiming this to the world had finally made her focused on her goal, rather than trying to avoid it because of the ghosts of her past. There you go. Izuku said cheerfully as he got up off the bench as he looked into the sky. The sun had finally begun to fall slightly, causing their shadows to become longer and stretch over the pavement. I know you will. I'll help you along the way T. Izuku then stopped mid-sentence as he saw his shadow before turning slightly, seeing the sun beginning to sink. The day was almost over, and the real party was going to begin soon, as he remembered two things that he had promised to himself to do today. It was almost sunset already, and he still had work to do. Oh no. I lost track of time. The boy screamed as he towards a cluster of buildings, preparing himself to run down the roads. I have to go run an errand. Thanks for the food Amber and we'll meet up later ton. Hold on. The voice of the archer made him pause. Turning around, he looked slightly panicked, thinking she was going to force him to stay. After all, he had left her earlier the same day. I'm sorry Amber, but I have to go for now. But before he could finish Amber walked up to him, her face an atomic red like she was about to explode as she stared at him. For a moment, Izuku thought that she had forgotten to mention something. And then Archer leaned forward she kissed him on the cheek. Nothing serious or anything, just as a little thank you. She thought to herself, but was still progressively turning more red at the action she had just played out. Just a quick peck. That was all. Nothing to freak out about or anything. Right. Izuku blinked. Once, twice, 3 times, just as Amber had once done when the boy had seen in the bathroom. Amber was still bright red for embarrassment, but looked somewhat happier as she stared at the ground, looking more like a schoolgirl from an anime, rather than an archer that could kill monsters with a single well-aimed shot, as her finger played with a stray strand of her hair. Thanks for listening to M. Izuku shot off like a rocket, running in the direction he needed to go as he shouted a jumble of words back at Amber, his entire face a shade of crimson. Thanks Utimin thinks Forthicus Fadakbi. The still slightly red-faced Amber couldn't help but snort at the sight of the boy, who could be so brave and determined, turn into such a nervous wreck. Thank God she wasn't like that when near him. Nope, never. She then turned around and began to walk, not noticing the bushes shaking slightly from behind where she and Izuku had sat. She continued her way as she squeezed past a gaggle of civilians, all of whom seemed to be wearing a separate color from the other. The Outrider had begun patrolling for troublemakers, a good pastime that she had acquired through being a knight, and newfound determination surging through her with each step she took. As she walked onwards, one final memory came to her, although this one wasn't as bad. The young Amber lay alone on her bed at headquarters during the dead of night, staring at the stars and moon through the window, as more tears continued to leave her eyes, thinking of her lost family member. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Amber cried into her pillow, unable to control her emotions, as sadness overtook her once more. "Did I do something wrong? I swear I'll do better, just please come back. I heard what happened." The little Amber sniffled as she turned towards where the voice had come from. Standing in the doorway which had just opened a few moments prior, was a little girl, probably a year or so younger than Amber at the time. She had blonde hair which came just above her shoulders, and a soft expression as she walked up to the sad girl before her. "Why do you care?" sobbed the little archer as she pushed her face deeper into her pillow. "Go away." But the blonde girl didn't move as she sat down on Amber's bed. Amber at this point didn't care in the slightest and just glanced over at the littler girl, her eyes red from crying. "I care." The girl stated this while she put her hand on Amber's back, which had stopped shaking as much when the hand had made contact. "Someone you loved left you, it hurts a lot, right?" The little Amber turned to her, puffy-eyed and genuinely angry at this girl, whose grey blue eyes looked on at her with sympathy. How dare her? What gave her any right to understand? She didn't understand anything. "You don't care." The brown-haired girl spat, unleashing some of the many feelings she was currently feeling through her words. "After all, what does the heir of the Gunmilder clan care if my grandpa's gone? He was a huge asset to the knights, Mother told me." The girl stated, taking her hand off of Amber's back before placing it once more on the mattress. She probably told you lots of things. It doesn't matter. You only care because he served you, otherwise you wouldn't care at all." Amber snarled vehemently as she tightened her grip on her bedsheet. The more this girl talked, the more angry it made her. The heir looked on at her for a moment, something behind her eyes moved for a moment, as though she were reliving a bad experience. The girl then spoke in an unnaturally serious tone for a girl of her age. "I care because I've lost two. My father left with my sister a few months ago, I miss her and him really badly." Amber was quiet, all the venom and anger she held towards the girl vanishing instantly as both her and the girl were silent. She had said all of that in the heat of the moment, she hadn't meant it. She did care, but the to-be archer's feelings had gotten the better of her, and yet this girl didn't seem bothered by the criticisms in the slightest. Amber stayed silent for another moment, still shaking slightly, before she wiped another tear from her eyes, sitting up on her bed next to the younger girl, as she cast her eyes downwards. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked." "It's fine." The younger blonde girl said rather quickly, as though she wanted to talk about something else, rather than the subject she had just brought up. "But I'm here for you, so I understand a little." Amber felt some of the weight holding her down leave her as she turned back to the little girl, who was now trying to get a hangnail off her index finger, huffing slightly in annoyance. "What's your end name?" Amber almost demanded, already wanting to know the heir's name, despite only knowing her for a few minutes at this point. Having someone to understand what she was going through felt relieving. Jean Gunilder. The to-be headmaster of the Knights of Faviana stated simply, the little girl letting out a relieved exhale, as the little annoying nail was finally pulled out using her other hand. "You're Amber, right. I want to let you know that I get it. But that doesn't mean I'm not sorry. So, that being said, allow me to say something that you've heard a million times before tonight, but I have to say it." The little Jean got up from the bed she was currently sitting on, faced Amber, and then immediately went into a bow. "I'm sorry." Amber, for the first time since her grandpa had left her, felt happy. Someone had apologized to her, but it wasn't a half-assed apology or an apology that had no meaning behind it. This one was full of the thing she craved the most beside her grandpa at the moment. Understanding. The person that she wanted beside her at the moment wasn't someone to comfort or console her, but someone rather to acknowledge the pain she was going through. And this girl, Jean, had acknowledged her pain. "Do you want to be friends, Jean?" Amber asked suddenly and bluntly to the bound girl before her, blushing slightly. Is it alright if I call you Jean?" Amber couldn't see Jean's face at first, as she stayed in her bound position. The blonde-haired child stayed there for another moment before bringing up her head, her grey-blue eyes shining with a kind of wonder that all children should have at her age, a feeling she hadn't seen in her when they had talked a few moments ago. "Friends?" Jean asked Amber, in both curiosity and shock. I've never had one of those before, I mean there was." "Yeah," Jean exclaimed, jumping up and down excitedly before she stopped after a jump, quickly coughing and reassuming her previous character. I mean, I would be honored to have you as my friend. And you may call me Jean." Jean stated once more, bowing to the archer before her, both of who were now filled with a new kind of happiness. The grown Amber paused in her steps as she turned around, gazing back at where she and Izuku had sat a few minutes before he had run to take care of his business, another smile spreading across her lips. She stared up at the dimming sky, tightening her fist. "I promise that I'll find you, whether you want to see me or not. And Izuku, thank you." And with that thought out of her head, she continued through the streets, prepping herself for the trouble she would face when the children would go home for the night. When the real party would begin. The Heroic Impact. Chapter 23. Aimin bit back a complaint as Klee practically dragged her through the darkening town as red light was cast across the sky, giving the clouds a bit of color as lights from the town's windows had begun to illuminate Mondstadt. It had been like this all day, with the red-hatted girl bringing her from place to place, all but ordering for the other girl to compete with her to see who would come on top. Paimon had been excited at first. She was going to show that she was true knight material. Until they had reached their 35th contest in a row. Even Paimon at that point had been tired, but knew better than trying to talk her way out of the competitions, as Klee would take that as a win. The only break she had gotten was when Klee stopped at some weird building to show something to some weird woman. And then it was right back to the contests. She just needed to escape, but how would she? "I saw a food stand up ahead earlier today. You think you can eat more than me like before?" Klee demanded as she began to pull Paimon more, much to the other's displeasure. Paimon could have easily have hovered away with Klee in her grip, but that could possibly injure the girl, and while she was very annoying, Paimon didn't want to hurt her. "Come on. That much anyway." Aimin looked over at the buildings as she was able to make out a few familiar faces in the dark. The witch had been walking around with a rather content and somewhat dreamy expression, seeming to be in her own world, rather than paying attention to what was currently going on around her. She wouldn't be much help. There was a face she hadn't seen since early that morning as well. Kia was now attempting to woo 3 girls at once and seemed to be failing miserably, much to the man's ignorance, as he continued to flirt with the girls, pulling a rose made completely out of ice from his pocket. How that man was a trusted knight of Jean was beyond Paimon. The duo continued to walk as Klee kept turning at random, going down certain crowded streets before turning around completely. Paimon keeping her gaze around her, hoping to see someone who she could hide behind or go to as people stared the young girl, as the color of her hair caused her to almost glow in the dark. The duo turned the corner before Klee let out a victorious huff. "There it is. It tried to hide from me, thinking it was better than the Spark Knight. But it has nothing on me, as I am the most powerful." Aimin had stopped paying attention, her eyes wide as she stared past the self-proclaiming girl and stared at someone who had just left the candy shop, the door of the shop swinging closed from his departure. He had a bag of sweets and was staring around the crowds, a bit nervous on how he was going to get through without irritating anyone. And then she saw bushy green hair. "Is that?" Paimon thought before she saw his face, which showed the freckled face that she was so used to seeing. "It's Izuku." Paimon thought to herself with glee before looking back at the Spark Knight, who was still going on about something about visions. How will Paimon do this? She had to act quickly before her hero could vanish once more into the crowd. She looked back at her soon-to-be comrade and then back at the boy, an evil grin appearing on her face before it vanished with a look of fake smugness that could have easily passed as a real one before turning towards Klee, who had seemed to be now done talking about herself and was now drooling at the thought of food rather than obsessing over victory. "I wonder if they have grilled mountain lizard. That's one of Klee's favorites. Or maybe some squid. Squid. I wonder if they have the toast I love. Squid. That sounds awesome." Paimon thought as drool began to come out of her mouth before she slapped herself in the face in order to come back to reality. "No. Focus, Paimon. Izuku now, squid later." Aimin thought to herself before clearing her throat and began to talk in a bragging tone to the salivating girl near her, who was now more focused on the food than the completion with the white-haired girl. "Paimon is way faster than you, Klee. The moment she had spoken these words, she knew she had done it. Klee had fallen for the first trap, as the explosive girl was now done talking about the wonders of food and was staring at Paimon, slightly taken aback before scoffing. You? Faster than me? I didn't know you told jokes, Paimon. Klee grinned before she stretched. Klee can beat you with all of my gear on with time to spare. I know. We'll do a lap around the city, and the first one who makes it back to the stand has to buy food for the other. Ready? 321 Geo. Paimon didn't even have time to nod in agreement before Klee took off, speeding down a street as people jumped out of her way or tripped thanks to her running right down the middle, a victorious laugh signifying where she currently was, as the crowd was much taller than her. Paimon laughed victoriously before turning back towards the store with a smile. The smile vanished, however, when she saw the store, but no Izuku, meaning the thought of her and Izuku hanging out, and the grilled squid was going up in flames. Anja Klee. Paimon yelled to the now faraway girl as she began to hover once more and took off, determined to find her partner who had just vanished before her once more. Ben turned the corner of one of the roads in Mondstadt as the slave sighed, looking at her clothes. The little clothes she had on were ripped and singed from the fight with the monster, but she bore no wounds, thanks to Paimon's magic. She winced from stepping barefoot onto a patch of broken concrete in the city, but she didn't stop as she continued to walk, barefooted and tired down the paved road. She had gotten her ass handed to her. She thought she had killed it, that with this, it could prove to herself that she was capable of fighting in the tournament, to prove that Izuku wouldn't have to go die for her sake, for a slave's sake. But she was defeated, and quite easily at that as well. And while she had gotten nearly killed and was nothing but a burden, Izuku was the exact opposite. He had almost gotten himself killed, but the stunts he pulled, the moves he used. The boy had been able to severely damage the powerful monster. While she knew what she had to do. She couldn't go back to her former master, as she had technically betrayed him by not coming back to him all day. So that left. Big sis. Ben stopped in her tracks as a group of red-haired kids with tan skin emerged from one of the alleyways, all of whom were wearing mediocre clothes and were covered in dirt and scuff marks. The boy who had called her name looked a bit like her, with red hair and tan skin, only he had yellow eyes instead of Ben's amber ones. "You're home. We were worried." One of the boys exclaimed as he jumped towards the older slave, embracing her with a tight hug. He looked up at her, smiling, only for the smile to quickly disappear as she saw a hardened look in her eyes as he let go of her. "Are you okay?" Ben suddenly seemed to snap out of whatever she had been imagining. Her eyes became much softer as he rubbed the little boy's dirty hair as he stared up at her worriedly. "I am. And I earned a lot of money today, so we'll be able to eat for now, okay?" The group of kids let out gleeful cries of joy and surprise as they all jumped on the girl and hugged her tight as many people quickly shifted out of their way, some looking on in pity at the poor, rag-wearing group. "Thank you, big sis." Ben was about to smile, but she then noticed an ugly welt on the boy's arm, but the little kid did not seem to notice it in the slightest as the others' kids broke free of the hug and began to argue about what they would eat. She leaned down, gently grabbing the kid by his arm as she got a better view of the wound. "Topaz." She paused when she said the little boy's name before she started again, her voice quiet. "What happened to you?" The young slave, Topaz, looked at his arm and smirked. "My master today punched Rebecca in the eye and I punched him in the face." The little boy puffed his chest out as he continued. "She gave me this, but it was worth it." The little female slave Rebecca slightly shook, fear filling her good eye, as she quickly clung onto Ven, as she seemed to remember the story of what truly happened, of how she was injured, and of how they would be unable to return to their former master, just like Ven at the moment. "Yeah. We really showed him who's." He broke off, staring at Ven's face. "Hey, are you alright, big sis?" Topaz asked, confused and slightly uncomfortable at the impassive face of Ven, who tried with all of her might to keep her face void of emotion from hearing this story. Ven then shook her head as she smiled at the kids again as more people passed by. "That's great, and Ven gulped, hoping that she wouldn't be lying to the kids before her, who looked at her curiously as the little Rebecca still clung onto the older girl, still fearful of what happened. Ven, who still had a hand on the little slave, patted her as she spoke carefully, not wanting to get their hopes up just yet. "I think I have some good news." Izuku turned his head left and right with a confused expression dawned on his freckled face as darkness began to overtake the town, lanterns illuminating from around and above him. The chocolate candies in the bag he had purchased began to give off a sweet aroma, making him want to immediately start stuffing his face, but he managed to resist. After all, these weren't for him. No matter how good they may smell. "Who am I, Paimon?" he asked in his head and chuckled as he turned another corner in town, kids jumping around in the dark on the street as the adults spoke in loud voices, discussing current events and haggling prices, just as Amber had done previously that same day. Thank God that storm terror thing finally let up. Yeah, it's good to be outside again. Right before the festival too. Talk about luck. It's a good thing I killed the orb monster. Now, I can get Jean a thank you gift for letting me into the Knights of Favonius. He thought brightly as he hummed, feeling motivated from the city's approval. He had now made his way so that he was closer to the entrance of town as kids ran around him, some not even sparing him a look, while others began to stare at his strange hair color as it seemed to stand out. Other children, however, had stopped running around and were now sniffing the air, salivating and staring at the bag of Izuku's sweets. Izuku responded to these stares with a cheerful smile and wave, which either made the kids do the same thing back or to just stare more avidly at the bag or his hair. His hair color was unique, as a doctor had once told him having green hair was just how he was born, rather than the effects of a quirk, much to the boy's displeasure at the time. Useless Deku. You don't even have a quirk. The thought of not having a quirk brought up a person who Izuku had not thought of since his arrival. Kacchan. How was he now? He promised that he would beat him, but how would they fight with Izuku somewhere completely different? Was he training his quirk? How strong had it gotten? Was he worried about him? Take a swan dive off the roof and pray that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life. The taunting voice unwillingly entered his head, tuning out everything around him. More memories began to flow back into the boy's head as his green eyes dulled, recalling some of the two boys' previous interactions as he continued to walk, although he couldn't see where he was walking or even feel his feet make contact with the ground as crickets began to chirp from around him. Why are you applying, you quirkless bastard? You must have cheated. You're making our school look bad just by showing your face at the exams. Kitsuki spat as he held Izuku by the collar of his shirt. They had both gotten the results of their tests back. It had been announced that Izuku was going to attending UA alongside the explosive boy, much to the blonde's anger and bitterness. Bakugo tightened his grip on Izuku's collar as he pulled him closer. I warned you not to apply, nerd. Izuku's fist tightened as he recalled all the training he did with All Might. Every second of his suffering, every second of pushing himself beyond his limits. How much he wanted to give up but didn't. And he was going to give up now, just because someone said so. Izuku's fist tightened as he grabbed the opposing boy's arm with his hand. Kacchan. Izuku, for the first time in his life, glared at the to-be hero as he tightened his own grip on Bakugo's arm, unnerving the boy. What are you? Someone told me. Izuku spoke while trembling. Tears were forming, about to leave his eyes, and he looked quite pathetic. But he was going to speak now, nothing was going to stop him as he glared at the boy holding his collar. That I could be a hero too. So like it or not, you can't stop me. Izuku finally paused in his constant walking, looking up at the darkened sky. Maybe that was why he hadn't really given him much thought when he had arrived. Since he was finally free, he didn't have to think about it anymore. But strangely enough, he wanted to. Hero team wins. This was the last thing Izuku Midoriya heard as he fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back into his head as he passed out from a hard match as the explosive boy stood there in front of him. He and Kacchan had fought, throwing everything they had at each other. He had nearly been killed, dodging that one certain attack had saved his life, there was no denying it. But he won. Kacchan had been brutal, but he, after all the years, had finally won. The look on the blonde's face when Izuku had passed out had an expression Izuku had never seen on it. The expression was full of shock, rage, confusion. But there was another emotion on his face, one that he had never seen the blonde show, one that was shown on his face above all other emotions. Fear. It was fear. The explosive boy was afraid of him. That fear would quickly extinguish, but him showing that fear made Izuku proud. He was baiting me. The blonde boy nearly screamed as he looked up at the hole in the roof, caused by the duo's final attacks at each other, but it had mainly been caused by Izuku, who had done it in order to win the match to help his partner. Kitsuki continued to gaze upwards, flabbergasted at what had happened as Izuku fell to the floor, landing with a thud on the cold metal below. Does that mean? No. It can't be. Bakugo thought to himself as he began to shake, fear and shock now spreading through his whole body, making him feel cold to the bone as his bloodshot eyes widened even more. If we fraud all out, that means. That means. All Might put his hand on the young boy's shoulder as he began to talk to him, but the blonde couldn't hear anything except for his own breathing, which was growing out of control. He stood there, staring at a wall, the truth finally hitting him like a punch to the gut as his shocked expression stayed frozen on his face. He would beat me. Although the green-haired hero hadn't heard the last part, as the explosive boy had thought it, Izuku still grinned a little at remembering Kitsuki's proclamation after the match, which had been more or less of a declaration between rivals. He would just have to train harder here so he could beat Kacchan when he got home. He would have to start tomorrow. A delicious smell wafted in the air as Izuku snapped back to reality, his dull green eyes becoming slightly brighter as he snapped back to reality, remembering his victory and his opponent's declaration. He stared down at the bag in his clenched hand where the smell originated from. Young children still ran down the street, but now some were being called back by their parents, as it had gotten very late. Izuku resumed his pace, albeit a smile had made its way onto his face. It is getting a little late. Izuku thought to himself as he continued to walk. I should really find. I ordered for it a long while ago. Where is she? Sir, please calm down. Izuku's smile had vanished as he heard voices coming from ahead of him. Two voices, an angry masculine voice and a calm, monotone feminine one, was heard by the green-haired hero as he stared at where he had heard the voices. What was that? You better be ready by now. An angry snarl came again as Izuku began to walk from where the voices seemed to be coming from. He quickly began to pick up pace, now running over to where the voices were coming from, now out of curiosity and worry that someone would end up hurt as he quickly maneuvered around a group of kids who had ceased their playing because of the noise. The loud voice seemed to get even louder as he ran to where the voices rose from. As he approached, he saw two figures, one standing in front of a building that was built so that a stand seemed to be built into the building, and the other standing within the stand so that they were facing the man outside of said building. The boy caught a quick glance at the calm female receptionist who had been standing within the stand, talking to an aggravated older man who sounded strangely familiar. The man was getting so loud, in fact, that a crowd was beginning to draw, the nearby people casting curious looks or throwing annoyed glances over at the sudden unwanted noise. One of the crowd members got in front of Izuku, much to the boy's annoyance. My slave disappeared, so I demand that you send someone out to find her. Izuku heard the man snarl as he gazed around a person standing in front of him so he could see where the man was talking. Now that he could see much clearer, he saw a short-haired, well-dressed woman running the stand, didn't even seem fazed by this antagonistic behavior. It's been all day, and she still hasn't returned to me. Izuku's eyes were full of surprise when he realized where he had heard that voice before, as he recalled an event that had happened earlier that day. There you are, you stupid slave. The older man growled as he hobbled over to where she and Izuku had been conversing. Were you stealing fruit again? The man seethed as spit from his mouth landed on the Ven's tan cheek as the girl did nothing but gaze at him uncomfortably in response. I told you that you would stop doing that. Did you disobey my orders? An ugly, uncharacteristic snarl appeared on Izuku's face as he listened to the man rant. He was talking about Ven, who he had not seen all day. It would be a cold day in hell if the green-haired boy allowed that man to get near her again. It looked as though he were about to attack the young girl at the guild as well. Sir, we are spread thin. The woman replied once more, her tone indicating she were bored, despite the increasing anger of the man and the rapidly increasing crowd. I will have to ask you tea. I don't care. She ran away from me. Get someone on it so she comes back. The punishment she's going to get. The man muttered, thinking of ways he was going to get back at the girl to break her spirit and possibly a few bones. Izuku had heard enough. This man was no better than some of the villains he fought in the past. Why would he do that to a girl who was just trying to get food for others? Excuse me. He said to the man in front of him, tired of hearing this man speak as he put his candies on the ground. The man in front of him turned and nodded as he moved out of the way, thinking that the smaller boy wanted a better view of what was currently happening. Izuku moved a step forward, ready to defend his friend. Look out below. But just as Izuku was about to step forward, a new voice made itself known. A blur sped past him, barely grazing the chainmail on his sleeve. The flying, unidentifiable object made contact with the seething man, much to the shock of the surrounded crowd. But the now surprised man was barely able to utter a word as he was sent spiraling, screaming all the while he crashed into the nearby wall, dust and dirt flying everywhere from the contact with the concrete and brick as some of the chirping noises from the crickets halted. Many females in the crowd screamed as the males gasped with horror as they all quickly ran away from the stand over to the man, mainly to see what exactly had hit him. Izuku blinked as he was now completely alone, barely processing the events of what just transpired. As he stood there, stunned and surprised at the sudden event, he heard a sigh come from the stand as the woman looked over at the crowd, now gathered around the fallen form of the man and of the thing that had crashed into him. He always has to make an entrance, doesn't he? Izuku turned to the female, about to question her about who that was, when the voice made itself known to the bystanders once more. I missed. I couldn't have. Darn, I was so close too. The young voice complained as the object stood up, a figure revealing itself in the dark as he gazed at the crowd surrounding him. Oh, hey everyone. Sorry for interrupting. Izuku turned away from the female as he began to approach the crowd, who now seemed to be torn between reprimanding the boy or congratulating him for taking care of the annoying pest. He glanced around a woman whom he nearly matched in height as the light of a lantern in the crowd hit the boy, revealing himself. The young man stood there, albeit he had donned a confused expression to why a crowd was now staring at him, slightly fearful and impressed. Although he was covered in dust, the scratches and scars on his skin were thrown into relief by the light in the dark, especially the one on his left shoulder, although he didn't seem to mind the injuries as he adjusted the yellow bandana on his arm. The green-haired hero just managed to make out pale ash gray hair and light tanned skin. The boy seemed to be wearing cuffed navy shorts alongside a sleeveless cream-colored jacket with gold and blue highlights. A leather belt hung loosely from around his waist as a bag seemed to be attached to it. He took off his gloves and goggles as well as he shook both free of dust before re-equipping them. He finally turned his face in Izuku's direction, revealing bright green eyes as well as he faced opposite of where he had landed, not seeing the cracks he had made in the wall. "I won't miss a second time, I'll have to try again," the boy declared determinedly as he moved to turn around, but this time he tripped on a nearby small rock and fell to the ground, letting out a yelp of pain. At this, the crowd finally began to disperse, although some people looked on in confusion at the boy or at the man who was now unconscious, his arms twitching as his eyes had rolled back into his head. "Bennett, what are you doing?" The short-haired woman at the stand murmured quite loudly as the boy, Bennett, shot up from the ground and looked over at the woman running the stand and began to smile as he ran in her direction, Izuku keeping his eyes on him all the while. "Catherine," the boy exclaimed happily before he face planted in the dirt once more. The woman let out a sigh as Izuku stared in bewilderment. What was the deal with this boy and tripping? He had done it twice in the last 30 seconds. The green-haired hero kept his eyes trained on the boy as he got up from the ground again with a little groan and bolted up to where the girl was working. "Bennett, don't think I don't know that you did that on purpose," the woman said flatly as Bennett began to sweat before trying to attempt to lie his way. "I don't know what you're talking about," Bennett exclaimed, although he didn't meet Catherine's eyes, who only huffed as filed through some of the paperwork that lay on the counter in front of her as the crickets had begun to chirp once more. "But did you see me? I did take him out, so that means I can ask you now. I can go out with my team tomorrow on an expedition. Right?" The woman visibly stiffened, a drop of sweat dripping down from her forehead, unbeknownst to the gray-haired male that stood before her, whose green eyes were filled with anticipation. Well," Catherine began, stuttering a bit at the beginning, which was quite unlike herself. "You see." The girl's eyes moved from left to right, looking for something or anything that she could use to avoid her telling the devastating truth to the boy. Fortunately for the receptionist, a distraction had presented itself to her as she saw a green-haired boy staring at the interaction between the two, a bit of blood still on his clothes from the fight that had happened earlier that day. "You there?" she shouted to Izuku, causing Bennett to turn and gaze in the direction of where Izuku stood, although the darkness prevented him to see too much of the hero. The boy had been watching this sudden meeting between the two before he blinked, realizing that they were shouting to him. He smiled and gave a somewhat half-hearted wave as he suddenly felt very rude for staring avidly at them. He turned to walk away, picking up his bag of candies as he started to make his leave. But before he could go, Catherine's loud voice came once again. "You look like an adventurer, but I've never seen you before. Did you register yet?" Izuku sighed before shaking his head. There was no way out of this now. Catherine, on the other hand, stifled a smile of delight. This was perfect. She could use this as an excuse to not answer Bennett's question. She began to yell over at him again, causing some passerbys to gaze curiously. "I can register you, come over here." She then turned her head to Bennett and addressed the boy once more as Izuku had begun to trot over to where they were standing, although he looked slightly uncomfortable. "Well, Bennett, I'm sorry. I have to register this adventurer, but maybe law." She broke off, her eyes widening slightly at the look in Bennett's green eyes as he stared at the approaching boy. The look that filled them not too often, but was enough to start ringing danger sirens in the woman's head. "Oh no." An excited, enthusiastic smile made its way onto the gray-haired boy's face as he looked Izuku up and down as the boy continued to approach the two. This man reeked of adventure. He even still had blood on his clothes. He seemed uninjured, signifying that he had possibly been in a fight. And if he had, he must have won. If Bennett were to recruit a strong man like him, he would become the most famous and most successful adventurer in the city. He needed to see what he was capable of, he had to. Izuku finally now stood in front of the stand, rubbing the back of his head. He managed to ignore the amazed boy that stood next to him as he addressed the girl in front of him. Hi. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I would like tea." "Oh. The to be knight." Catherine gasped as Izuku raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback that she knew this information. She saw the look on his face and immediately jumped into detail. "The outrider of the Knights of Favonius came by earlier and registered you. She said to keep an eye out for you, so." Thanks, and she knows where I am. He reassured the girl, but now he was internally annoyed at Bennett, who was still staring at him, as though the boy before him was the secret to life, now even more so since he heard the To Be Knight title. So, about that account. Hey there. The excited boy next to him finally spoke, excitement visible on his face as Catherine bit back a sigh. The gray-haired boy blinked before coughing slightly. I mean, hello. My name is Bennett, and I work for the Adventurers Guild. So, Hidigit with a new cloth to have a vision hauling a baby. Izuku was now visibly taken aback by this boy, as Catherine could no longer hold in the sigh she was saving. He asked questions so quickly, he could give a muttering Izuku a run for his money. Izuku couldn't make out the last question, and just decided to answer the ones he could hear. Well. First off, my name is Izuku. Yeah, and? Bennett said, jumping up and down in excitement as he awaited the answer from the boy, despite having interrupted him. Where did the blood come from? I got into a fight. Izuku said carefully, not wanting to tell the boy too much about the orb, as he had just met him. Catherine had begun to file through some of the papers on her desk, as Izuku continued. And I fought a monster, so. A monster? Catherine stated, her eyes widening at the words on one of the sheets. That's an understatement. It's recorded here by the Spark Knight that you managed to greatly injure an Eye of the Storm before the Outrider managed to kill it. The high-ranked monster like that will surely raise your adventure rank, and that monster that Ms. Amber already put under your name already has raised it quite a bye. An Eye of the Storm? Bennett nearly screamed in excitement as he quickly looked over at Izuku with enthusiasm written all over his face and posture. He needed to join his team. He managed to severely damage such a tough monster and seemed as though he were barely scratched. The only thing signified that he had gotten into a fight was his somewhat bloodied and wrecked clothes. He must be a prodigy if that were the case, as most higher rank adventurers that fought that sort of monster took days, maybe even weeks, to recover. It also says here that you had the help of a. Quite the strange group. She commented, tilting her head slightly at the one of the papers she had pulled out from quite a large pile before clearing her throat and reading out the members listed. Bennett, who was polite enough to realize that he had interrupted the receptionist, closed his mouth, although he seemed to be awaiting his turn to talk again, as he was bouncing in glee at the opportunity that stood before him. A slave, the Spark Knight, and another little girl, who was also registered as paimon as a To Be Knight, a bard, and the Outrider. She blinked before shaking her head a little. They will all be paid accordingly, and the slave will get a full sum as well. Izuku bit back a retort at the slave part before he ran through each member in his head to make sure they didn't miss anyone. Paimon, Klee, Venti. Wait. Didn't Venti say something to him earlier today? See you at the bar tonight. The braided bard whispered as he then turned away from Izuku and began to skip back towards town. The bar? That's right. Venti owed him an explanation. And it was already. Oh no. Izuku immediately got into a bowing position, much to the sudden surprise of the two that stood near him. I'm sorry. I need to go. Thank you for registering me, and I'll see you later. And before either one of the members of the guild could say anything, Izuku sped off in random direction. He had no idea where the bar was, but he would have to at least try and find it. After all, he had technically given Venti his word, so now he had to keep it. Bennett watched as Izuku ran off, seemingly worried and panicked. The gray-haired boy stood still for a moment before turning to Catherine, an eager grin spread across his face as he continued to bounce up and down. He's so cool. Can I get him on with him? I mean. Bennett paused, flushing slightly as people stared at him due to his strange reaction. Can I get him on my team? Imagine. The treasure we'll find, the dungeons and forbidden areas we'll explore, will be the most popular adventuring group in all of. As Bennett rambled on, Catherine began to sort through the paperwork that lay on her desk, now between a rock and a hard place. She couldn't force the green-haired boy on the team, and on top of that, Bennett's former teammates had asked to be removed due to the boy's misfortune. But if the To Be Knight were to do the same thing, Bennett would begin to suspect the truth about his old teammates. What would she do then? For now, she would have to try and delay his request. Bennett? Catherine interrupted, her voice slightly strained as she filed through random paperwork, more focused on getting the unlucky boy off her tail than the work that was before her. It's getting quite late out. We can discuss this some other time, okay? Bennett stopped speaking for a moment before turning to Catherine with a grin. Whatever you say. Oh. I gotta tell my dads about this. They're going to be so excited. Bennett then bolted towards the door that led to the inside of the building that the receptionist was working at. The moment Bennett vanished, the woman let out a groan as she let her head hit the table in frustration. Now what should I do? She thought glumly as she thought of ways to stall the adventurer from going off to ask Izuku to join his team. Izuku continued his pace as he ran through the streets of Mondstadt, his candy bag swinging with every arm motion he made. He doubted the tavern would be up the stairs, as there weren't many buildings up there. So where exactly? The loud voice interrupted his thoughts. That's what you get for doubting me, you hear me? That's what you get. Izuku jumped slightly at the sudden bit of noise, before wildly turning his head over to where the sound had come from. It had been so loud, it seemed to echo around town. Izuku looked over to the right, where he was expecting to see the person who had made the loud comment, but instead saw the place he had been looking for. A tall, sturdy building stood next to him with many tables in the front that seemed to be full of people, who were all enjoying themselves and the nice night that they were currently happening. He walked past the tables, causing some people to whisper about his unique hair color as he opened the door to the tavern. As he opened the door, his nostrils were immediately filled with the scent of different dishes and alcohol. The green-haired hero wrinkled his nose slightly as he gazed around the interior. It was almost completely full, as there were stone steps that led to the crowded, noisy eating area. He looked to his right, seeing a familiar bard at a nearby table surrounded by people, all of who were laughing at a joke the bard had made. He began to approach the table, slightly grimacing as the smell of alcohol got stronger as he got closer to the table. As he approached, he picked up little snippets of other conversations in the bar. "Come on. We gotta get closer. I want to hear what he's saying." A younger black-haired female had said this to a grown man sitting across of her, who nodded in response as they left their table, while Izuku's ear picked up another nearby ongoing conversation. "Did you see that weird woman with the Grandmaster today?" One young brown-haired woman said to her boyfriend. "I wonder what she wanted," although Ms. Jean did seem slightly uncomfortable when talking to her. Izuku continued to walk, his bag still swinging slightly in his hand as he did so as he recalled the memory from earlier that day. Noelle had made matters much worse, he could only imagine what Jean and Lisa might do to the maid. He had finally begun to approach the table as his ear picked up only half of another conversation. "Did you see that boy, Timmy? You know, the one that was always sorta sad. Was it just me, or did he look a bit Izuku? I knew you would come." Izuku, who had been quite interested in the topic regarding the depressed boy he had run into a few days prior, had an arm suddenly forced around his head, causing him to gag slightly at the sudden pressure. He maneuvered his head so he could see who had grabbed it, only to see Venti above him giggling, his face red and eyes unfocused as he stood above him, swaying slightly. "I'm so glad you're here, I'll take that for you, buddy." Venti grinned stupidly at the green-haired boy, who could only grin nervously back. He was then suddenly forced forward, the candies ripped from out of his grip as he found himself stumbling into a seat that the drunk Venti had nearly chucked him into with many other males and females around him. All of the people around him were talking amongst themselves or staring at him with interest, which was a stare that he now found himself tired of. A loud noise suddenly came from next to him as Venti had plopped down in his seat and had slammed his mug against a table, drawing the attention of a nearby male waiter. "Another round, Mr. Waiter." Venti hiccupped as the male waiter nodded and went over to where the drinks were being made in order to get and make more. "And add an extra drink for my friend here. I know that I told y'all thestery." Venti slurred the last words before shaking his head and continuing. "But now he's going to tell what it was like living it. He's gonna tell us all a story about his fight with the Eye of the Storm." Nearly the entire bar roared in anticipation and excitement as everyone nearby, some waiters and waitresses included, got closer to the table in an attempt to hear the story as the noise in the tavern died down, everyone focusing their attention onto the green-haired boy. Izuku suddenly felt very uncomfortable as everyone focused their attention on him, alongside the fact he wasn't of legal drinking age yet. He wasn't even sure if he was ready to share all the details of the story either, but now, Venti had left him without a choice. The waiters who weren't listening were now serving another round of drinks to the customers, who accepted it eagerly before turning their attention back to Izuku, as Venti now also stared at Izuku expectantly. Izuku gulped. There was no way out of this one. Jean strode down the road, stifling a yawn as she passed the angel's share, still wearing the clothes that she had bought with Izuku, as crickets chirped from nearby trees and bushes. It had been a hard day at work for her, as she had to constantly stop drunks and other people from beating each other over stupid subjects, no breaks, and a report that Izuku had apparently killed a rare monster. The last topic had just made her all the more curious about his powers and his backstory. He came out of forest one day with a girl who could heal anything and killed a monster that was ruining trade. And that was before he had even arrived at the village or even applied to be a knight. Then there were the questions she had about his powers. She was able to see it against Lisa, but it didn't look like the boy used a vision or a weapon of any sort. The reports that she received from Klee, who wouldn't look her in the eyes once, said that he seemed to be only moderately damaged when they came across him as well. So how exactly did he beat it without damaging himself too badly? Jean stopped in her tracks before turning, slightly raising an eyebrow at the famous tavern she had just passed. It was the night of the festival, and there was no noise coming from the lively establishment. Something didn't sit right. Not wasting a moment, Jean strode towards the tavern, determined to figure out what could be so important to make the whole restaurant go completely silent. The heroic impact. Chapter 24. Noelle stood, bent over gloomily in the middle of headquarters as she cleaned an already clean table with a dirty rag, close to bursting into tears. Knights clad in castle wear from the festival that passed her, giving her a pat on the back or whispering encouraging words to her, although she couldn't make out their words. She was more focused on her previous actions as she made out an owl hoot from somewhere outside, through the noise and conversation of her fellow knights. The maid felt terrible. Had she not intervened with the interaction between the woman and Jean, then she wouldn't be in this predicament. But even worse, she felt as though she had failed Jean. The woman who gave her a chance to assist the Knights of Favonius was now possibly contemplating of kicking her out. She could hardly blame the headmaster, as it was what she deserved. Noelle stood up straight again, blinking the tears that were threatening to spill out of her eyes, and looked over at the time. It was almost midnight, and yet she had not dared go to bed. The last thing she wanted right now was for Jean or any other knight to see her slacking. Another reason for her to get kicked off of the town's defenders. Maybe the Adventurers Guild would give her a chance. She was interrupted from her thoughts as she heard the door open from behind her. Not bothering to look in the direction of where the noise came from, she spoke, although her voice sounded tired and worn. Please make sure your shoes are clean before entering the headquarters. I heard what happened. The lavender-haired woman froze as she heard the familiar calm voice speak from behind her. She heard the footsteps of the person who had just spoken to her and how they got louder with every step that they took, causing the maid to start panicking. She bit her lip harshly in response to this sudden feeling, drawing a small bit of her own blood as she dropped the rag down on the table she had just cleaned, too afraid to turn around as the footsteps stopped. She knew that the figure stood right behind her, making the maid even more nervous than before. Please turn around. The voice spoke simply as Noelle turned around immediately, as she was in no spot to argue or disagree with any commands. She came face to face with Lisa, who was staring at her curiously, as many of the other knights turned to see the meeting between the two. Ms. Lisa. Noelle stuttered as she quickly remembered her manners and where she currently stood and quickly fell into a bow as many knights stood around headquarters chatting to each other, but both women knew that they were trying to listen in on them. And how do you do on this pleasant evening? Lisa's face morphed into a sympathetic smile as she heard the maid's nervous stutters, obviously terrified of the prospect of her unemployment. The honored librarian then stood up and as she addressed the surrounding knights, her smile replaced with a more serious expression. Could I ask all of you to move to another room for the time being? The surrounding knights saluted the witch in response as they all immediately left the room, albeit a few grumbles and mutters about what was going to happen to the maid of their group. The doors creaked open as all the knights walked out of the room respectively as the doors shut behind them, leaving only the maid and the witch in the room together. Noelle now found herself much more anxious than when the librarian entered the room and dropped her head, so now she was staring at the floor rather than at the knight that stood before her. Just say it. The short-haired maid whispered as she continued to stare at the carpeted floors, now wanting to get the inevitable over with. She heard the knights scuffling around in the other room, shushing each other, no doubt trying to hear the conversation taking place in the room they were not allowed to enter. The owl she had heard before hooted again, this time much more clear than before, since there wasn't nearly as much noise blocking it. Sure thing. I'll say it and get it over with. Lisa stated passively, and Noelle nodded with her head still aimed at the floor as her bangs hung forward, swinging slightly with her eyes focused on the floor. The woman was now fighting the urge to cry as tears once again stung at the sides of her eyes, but she continued to stare at the ground, waiting for the inevitable. This was it, the words that would make her an ordinary citizen, nothing more or less, spending the rest of her life as a business owner or a traveler. The words that would end her dream of being an honored knight. I have a proposal. The words that she would remember for the rest of her life. The words that wow. Wait, what? She raised her head so she could see Lisa's expression. Her face had taken on the look of sympathy that it had previously assumed before she had talked to the other knights. She didn't like that look too much, but her curiosity was now winning over her fear of being kicked out as Lisa took her witch's hat off her head, placing it on the table that the maid had cleaned in an endeavor to try and keep her mind off her current situation. The lightning mage then walked over to the tray that the lavender-haired female had brought into the room and took a glass off of it as she ran a hand through her soft hair. The owl hooted from outside once more. A proposal? Noelle asked as she quickly wiped her eyes when Lisa's back was still turned. Aren't I going to be kicked off the knights? Not quite. On the contrary. Lisa began, her free hand grabbing a nearby bottle of fine wine as she gave it a little shake. We're giving you a mission. If you fail this mission, then Jean will contemplate your early retirement. If you succeed, however. A sudden crackling noise filled the air as Lisa still held the bottle calmly in her hand, as Noelle's eyes expanded as she took a single step backwards. For a wild moment, Noelle thought that the witch was going to attack her. But instead, the cork of the bottle of the wine flew off into the air and landing perfectly with a small clack on a nearby table, where it spun a few times before coming to a rest. Noelle, now even more curious, turned her olive green gaze back to Lisa, who was now pouring herself a glass of wine, albeit a few sparks were now coming off the bottle she was drinking. She looked over at Noelle and smiled. "You'll become a knight." Noelle froze. Was she imagining this? Was her brain playing a trick on her? This seemed so absurd. Why would they give her another chance after tarnishing the reputation of the Knights of Favonius, in broad daylight at that as well? Was this her first true mission? After years of working as a maid, was this finally the moment she had been waiting for? Of course. Lisa started again, the maid snapping back to reality as she now hung on to every word the witch uttered, as the honey brown-haired female stopped pouring the red liquid into the glass she holding on to. "You don't have to do this. If that is the case, then I'm sorry for bothering. No." Noelle screamed as Lisa raised an eyebrow as a shuffling noise was heard from the room next door, followed by a murmuring. Noelle shook her head as she grabbed Lisa's hands, despite both of them holding an object, as she gazed desperately into the witch's green eyes. "Please, Ms. Lisa. I'll do it. Just tell me what it is." Lisa smiled, although internally she felt bad for trying to poke at the poor girl. She had added the part about her retirement in order for her to do better as well. In reality, they weren't going to get rid of Noelle. But if she were to succeed with this mission that Jean had given her, then the mage would have to keep her word. Lisa then broke free of Noelle's grasp with a simple tug as she strode back over to the table the maid had been cleaning, bending over as she placed the wine bottle on it gently. She stood up straight once more, looking at Noelle, who seemed to be anticipating her answer. Lisa then rose the glass she held to her lips as she took a small sip of the drink. And then, she spoke as the owl outside hooted once more, a figure standing out against the harsh light being cast from nearby windows as they stood outside the headquarters. The silhouette walked over to the door of the headquarters, pausing slightly as their hand hovered in front of the door, as though they were contemplating the action they were about to go through with. And then, they knocked. And then he dodged another attack it threw. We all watched from afar in awe as he threw an earth-shattering kick at the orb, nearly breaking it completely as it was slammed against the ground. The crowd roared and clapped at the action of the hero that Venti was telling them about, as the bard took another abnormally large swig from his drink, his face even redder than it had been upon Izuku's arrival. He had already told the majority of the story, as Izuku seemed untalkative and only spoke up when he mixed up parts of the fight due to how much alcohol he had consumed. However, both he and Izuku had also been quite pleased to see the crowd act properly at all the right parts. The gasping at Venti being attacked, the cheers of the green-haired boy's accomplishments, which had also been told by Venti, as Izuku was much too modest to try and brag, and the gasps of shock of when Ven had been attacked, gasps of worry that made Izuku quite happy. There were also many parts which the bard changed, mostly concerning the fact that he was trying to help Izuku, rather than lying on the ground in pain. Izuku looked around at the mug-filled table, although his mug was barely touched and was almost full. He had taken a sip to get on everyone's good side. And then had almost immediately spit it out. How could people drink this stuff on a regular basis? The idea seemed repulsive to the boy. He had already been hesitant to share the truth with the world, but Venti had already done that for him, alongside forcing an underage boy to drink. Though he assumed not many would be able to remember the story Venti was telling them, as he seemed to be the only one in the building besides the listening waiters that wasn't drunk. No one also seemed to be focused on his ability too much either. That made the situation a little better. The orb couldn't keep up with his moves. Every attack it fired was a miss, it couldn't hit him. As the crowd cheered and whooped and as Venti nodded proudly, Izuku focused on the words that the braided, very drunk bard were saying. The ability he had used to save them. How had he used it? He hadn't broken himself like before, and, as he remembered, his leg had only stung after he had used a one-for-all enchanced kick. It should have shattered his leg into a million pieces, and yet it only ached. He would have to focus on trying to use that ability again, but how? Did he unconsciously use Amber's advice and charge only a tiny amount of his power into his limb, rather than all of it? How did he do that? How would he do it again? Questions for later, I'll figure that out with Amber when we're training again. Izuku thought to himself, unaware that a certain slightly tipsy female in the crowd had already had similar thoughts prior to the story being told, as he realized that the crowd was now staring at him, as if they were expecting him to present something before them. Did you all need something? The green-haired boy asked, slightly nervous at the sudden attention, while Venti took another swig from his mug. Venti gulped down the remainders of the alcoholic beverage in his mouth before slamming his mug on the table, wheezing slightly. Izuku, it's question time. That guy asked you a question. Or was it that guy? Maybe that guy. Or that man right there. The red-faced curly-haired woman at the table to whom Venti had been pointing flushed an even deeper shade of red as the surrounding crowd broke into laughter at Venti's confusion. Izuku cleared his throat before addressing the crowd that was currently listening. Alright, so? Have any questions? The moment the question had left his mouth, Izuku wished he had never said it. The whole tavern seemed to be shouting their questions at him, so much so that he could barely make out a single one. He managed to make a few out through the sudden amount of voices. What was with the weird group? The outrider saved you? Where did you come from? Izuku was now overwhelmed as everyone tried to shout their questions over each other. He couldn't answer all of them, some of the questions he had heard had been personal information. He wasn't ready to tell everyone about his past or where he came from. He needed a way out of this, but how exactly? Boom. At that moment, Izuku nearly let out an exhale of relief as an opportunity presented itself to him. Venti had fallen out of his chair and seemed to finally be done for the night as he was now falling in and out of consciousness. He quickly picked up now unconscious Venti and threw him over his shoulder with relative ease due to his harsh training with All Might. He then turned back to the crowd, all of whom were still shouting questions at him with increasing volume. Sorry everyone. Izuku apologized as he bolted to where he had entered the bar, grabbing the bag of candies that he had bought previously that day. He had no time to thank the waiters who were wishing him to have a nice night as he nearly kicked open the door, desperate to get away from all of the sudden attention. Izuku bolted out of the tavern's doors into the night as people still bellowed their questions from indoors. Venti swayed slightly as Izuku ran, still slung over one of the boy's shoulders. They made their way down the street, the green-haired boy trying to get as far from the tavern as he could. He was going to take no chances, just in case people were attempting to follow him for more information. Thankfully for him, there seemed to be no one in the streets, and the people who were in the streets were asleep as he ran cautiously, not wanting to cause the people to be angry from being woken up so suddenly. The boy panted as he ran up the familiar flight of stairs, his legs and back aching slightly from having to carry the bard and from the use of his ability, despite Paimon having done most of the healing. As he finished his climb, he looked over to the side to see the place of where he began his day. The headquarters. Izuku groaned as he trudged over to where headquarters stood and gently placed Venti on the steps leading up there as he almost collapsed next to him, tired and worn out from the day that felt like a lifetime. Crickets chirped as he leaned back, placing his curly green-haired head onto the step behind him, placing the bag he had managed to grab to the side of him. What a day. Izuku thought to himself as he looked over at the bard, who was still red-faced and seemed to be giggling slightly in his unconsciousness. He craned his neck upward so his eyes faced the sky, only to be slightly surprised by the amount of twinkling stars he saw. He never saw this many back in Japan. Is it morning already? 5 more minutes please. The braided bard groaned before he once again succumbed to unconsciousness, but Izuku did not once even cast his gaze in the bard's direction. Instead, he continued to stare upwards at the dark sky, tiredness and exhaustion starting to overcome him. He wanted to move, but the steps where he sat were comfortable. A sudden sound suddenly filled his ears. A sound which he quickly identified as approaching footsteps. Izuku moved his head back down and looked over in front of him. Jean was now approaching him and the bard, her head down in the palms of her head, looking as though she had a headache. But instead of walking over Izuku and the now sleeping bard, she stopped right in front of them, her head still pointed directly at the stone beneath so that he couldn't see her face. Jean. By any chance do you know where Paimon is? Izuku asked the blonde woman, but Jean said nothing in response to this question. Instead, she continued to keep her head down, but she had begun to sway slightly where she stood, making the green-haired boy slightly more nervous. Jean? Izuku asked as the woman still stood before him, but did not acknowledge him or his comment about Paimon. Was she angry that he hadn't referred to her by Ms. Jean? He didn't know. Sorry, Jay. Ms. Jean, I didn't mean to. Izuku broke off, realizing Jean was now groaning from where she stood, but she still didn't say anything as she began to rub her palms on her face, although Izuku still couldn't make out her expression. There was a creak from behind Izuku as the boy turned around in response to the noise, as though expecting someone to come out and give him an explanation of what was going on with the Grandmaster. The door had opened revealing Lisa, who smiled at the sight of the green-haired boy. Behind her stood Noelle, who seemed to look much better than what she had looked like throughout the day. Her olive green eyes locked on the green-haired boy sitting on the front steps for a moment before quickly averting her gaze and stared at the unconscious form of Venti, which caused her to giggle slightly. Oh cutie. I wish I was able to see you more today. Lisa sighed as Izuku reddened in the face slightly. Lisa smiled at the adorable reaction before looking at the two people next to Izuku. One of them was the bard she had seen storytelling earlier, and the other one. Was the darkness affecting her sight, or did that look like? Noelle's eyes lit up with fear at the sight of the Grandmaster, seemingly remembering where she stood. But then, her eyes seemed to return to their previous impassive state and began to approach the woman, whose head still pointed at the floor. As Noelle walked down the steps, Izuku got up and made to get out of her way, in order to be polite. Noelle paused slightly when the smiling hero did this and nodded at the green-haired boy, although her eyes still held the strange look that Izuku couldn't figure out. What was she thinking exactly? But he had no time to ponder it, as Noelle now stood in front of Jean and bowed respectfully, apparently unaware of the grown woman's odd behavior as she finally began to speak. Ms. Jean. I thank you for my mission. I will make you proud, and I ask for forgiveness for my past actions. Noelle announced, although her voice sounded slightly more miserable when mentioning the last part, as though she didn't expect the fair leader to forgive her so easily because of her past transgressions. Noelle. Jean spoke for the first time, although she still kept her head in her hands, and both were still pointed at the ground. Izuku was taken aback by this, considering she had not spoken a word to him since her sudden arrival. You are an exceptional, strong woman, so I expect you to succeed at your next mission. Noelle nodded, but both she, Lisa, and Izuku were slightly taken aback, as Jean's voice, as it sounded as though she were in slight pain. Lisa stepped forward, but then paused, sniffing the air around her, and then leaning a little closer to Jean before doing the same. She then turned her gaze upon Izuku, who in turn flinched under the intelligent woman's slightly pressuring look, although there was still a smile on her face. Cutie, you by chance didn't take Jean to the tavern, did you now? The lighting mage asked the boy, whose eyes were filled with confusion at the sudden question being asked of him. He hadn't seen her there. On top of that, wouldn't she present herself to him if she had made her appearance there? Wouldn't the crowd have dispersed? Before Izuku could speak up and deny this sudden accusation-like question, Jean spoke up once more, but her voice sounded shaky, as though she had been caught in an act of wrongdoing. Noelle. If anything, I should apologize to you. I made you worry for no reason all evening and ruined the rest of your day. Jean finally raised her head, and to both Noelle and Lisa's horror, her usually stern face was a shade of red, and her grey-blue eyes were unfocused. The most certainly tipsy Jean stifled a hiccup as she grabbed the now terrified maid by the poor woman's decorated crimson skirt as she nearly tripped. Ms. Jean. The lavender-haired maid stuttered while taking a cautious step backwards, now apparently terrified to see Jean in a moment of apparent weakness. Please, control your. Jean's bottom lip quivered slightly as Venti muttered something in his sleep, shifting slightly from where he lay on the stairs as Izuku wore a startled expression. He had never seen the usually calm and controlled woman act like this. Lisa, in response to this sudden turn of events, sighed as she began to walk over to where the two women stood, Jean still desperately holding onto the petrified maid's clothes, as though they would disappear at any given moment. I'm sorry. Jean mumbled as Lisa continued her stride over to where they both stood. The nearly 20-year-old woman's grip weakened as she stumbled, and then her grip gave out completely as she collapsed on the concrete below, leaving the maid standing there alone in the dark. Izuku couldn't see her face from where he sat, but it didn't take a genius to know how she currently felt, considering that the maid had turned so pale he could make her out through the darkness of the night. Lisa stopped in front of the unconscious woman as she sighed, shaking her head, which caused her hat to tip slightly to the side, revealing more of the older woman's hair. But right as she went down to pick the Grandmaster off the ground, Jean sprung up again. This time, however, her face was even redder, but not from the amount she drank. All knights that are currently here, bed immediately. That goes for you as well, Izuku. We will discuss you and what happens starting tomorrow. And Noelle. The maid flinched as Jean turned around back towards the doors. As I have said before, you will do well at the mission, I am sure. The maid gasped before bowing low, the light from the nearby lanterns connected to the headquarters illuminating her figure. Jean was now walking next to Lisa as they approached headquarters, although the librarian had to grab Jean every third step to stop her from stumbling, all the while Jean murmuring words of thanks. Giving Izuku one last wink as she opened the door, the witch then ushered Jean through the door, who gratefully followed through. Noelle had gotten out of her bow and now hurried up the stairs towards the door that Lisa had opened. As the maid reached the top of the stairs, she paused, turning back towards Izuku. The boy noticed that she was still quite pale, although she looked much better than from a moment before and didn't stand out in the dark night so much anymore. It's best if we bring in your companion as well, the maid stated, a note of uncertainty in her voice as she addressed Izuku for the first time since her arrival. Please bring him inside and place him on the couch. I will take him to a guest room. Have a good night. She then bowed once more towards the hero in training, although this bow was much more relaxed and less tense than her bow when facing Jean. Izuku, not wanting to seem rude, quickly got into a bow as well as he then spoke in turn to her. I will. I'm glad you. But he didn't get the chance to respond before the door closed, shunting him out of the headquarters. He then sighed as he turned towards the Venti, who somehow remained asleep throughout the whole strange encounter. With a loud grunt he hoisted the bard over his shoulder once more, before turning back to the doors. He began to ascend the stairs leading to the doors that Noel had just closed, much too tired to think about what the future might hold for him and the knights. Wasn't he forgetting someone? Ugh. I don't believe that was your smartest move. Jean would have reprimanded Lisa for that comment, as she was her superior. But at that moment, her stomach began to churn again, causing the blonde-haired woman to quickly run over to the window open to the beautiful night and heave. Had there been smarter ways to go about this? Certainly, as she could have asked Izuku what had happened in the fight, but she was unsure if Izuku would attempt to leave out details in the story he would tell her. She would then compare the two stories and… Jean's thoughts were interrupted as pain erupted in her stomach once more as she leaned further out the window, not wanting to paint the outer walls of headquarters with her dinner. When she finished, she shakily wiped her mouth and faced the librarian again, opening her mouth to speak, but quickly closing it when another wave of pain came across her. You could have asked him. He seems like the honest type. Lisa commented nonchalantly, as though Jean were sitting behind her desk as usual, rather than hanging on a windowsill. I don't think he can tell a lie without being obvious, he's that kind of person. I needed information to comp. Jean cut off as she clenched her teeth against another wave of pain that racked her body. She swallowed shakily before continuing what she had previously been thinking. I needed information to compare it to the story that he will tell me tomorrow. Just because he seems like the honest type does not mean he is. Jean shuddered a little from the pain she was currently going through as she staggered over to behind her desk to collapse in her chair in a very impolite fashion, grunting slightly as she made her landing. I see. Lisa mused while staring at the Grandmaster in unhidden interest. That's a good way to see if he's telling the truth. Is this around the same time that you're going to ask him of his true origins? Indeed. Jean bit her upper lip as her stomach ached even more, but did not rush to the window this time, as she continued to stare at her trusted advisor. Lisa, however, seemed to be lost in thought as she stared out the open window which Jean had left a minute prior. Would you like me to record the events you heard from Izuku in the tavern? Certainly, let's do it right now. Another wave of pain changed Jean's decision very quickly. Tomorrow, before we question him. Please prepare your utensils and get ready for quite a lengthy recording. Yes, Jean. Lisa responded, bowing her head respectfully before making her way over to the door. The librarian then opened the door, preparing herself for a sleepless night. Just before Lisa could take her leave, she turned her gaze back upon the woman of whom she had been conversing with. And Jean. You feel better? Our enemies wouldn't be afraid to make a move if they found out the Grandmaster was sick. Jean rubbed her temples as she nodded, hearing the click of the door behind the witch. The Grandmaster was now completely alone in her room. The woman leaned back in her chair as her hands moved to the back of her head. She removed the bow off her head, dismantling her ponytail as her gold blonde hair fell back. She placed the back of her head on the back of her chair and sighed, the only sound in the room being the occasional chirping of crickets from outdoors and footsteps from the knights that passed by the outside of her door. All it turned out well, this she knew. But how much trust could she put in Izuku? Why had he saved everyone there? What would he have to gain from it, especially if there were no other registered knights there to watch him at the time of the attack until Amber arrived? Why had he done it? Was he testing himself? What were his motives? Her stomach still hurt and tomorrow had never seemed so far away. That's it, guys. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. With that, take care.